Chapter 1 The Dragon Kingdom is finished. Finished. Barbecue. 2.5 minutes until the human matchmaker is teleported into the weird world. And our Dragon Kingdom's matchmaker, Chen Shushin, is not thinking about bringing a meeting gift for the weird partner, she is playing King of Glory. The Dragon Kingdom will be destroyed. The last matchmaker who did not prepare a meeting gift has already reincarnated for several years. And his country has already become part of the weird world. For a while, the internet was full of various Dragon Kingdom destruction theories. Negative comments from Dragon Kingdom netizens flooded the National Fortune matchmaking live broadcast. All of this came from a twin-tail girl in the live stream. On camera, the campus beauty of Beijing University, Chen Shushin, was curled up in her quilt, her fingers flying over the screen. Pouting her little mouth, softly using voice-to-text. Don't hit, I will first pick up a coin. Yao Yao is developing ing. This was her Glory Gold promotion match. Chen Shushin invested 10,000% of her energy, fully focused on controlling the game. She did not notice that she had already been chosen by the National Fortune matchmaking, becoming the human matchmaker this time. And she was only 1 minute away from being teleported into the weird world. She also did not know that at this moment, the world was live streaming her across the internet. The National Fortune matchmaking is tracked and broadcast live by the World Will, and all countries in the human world can enter the live room. Bullet comments are converted by the World Will into the native language understandable by viewers from each country. In the live room, seeing Chen Shushin obsessed with King of Glory, Dragon Kingdom netizens were completely desperate. All humans in the world know the process and hidden rules of National Fortune matchmaking. The World Will randomly selects humans in the human world and weird creatures in the weird world. It randomly pairs the selected humans with the selected weird creatures. Humans have 2.5 minutes to choose what to bring into the weird world. And these 2.5 minutes are the most critical hidden rule. Prepare a meeting gift for the weird partner. Humans need the help of the weird partner to complete weird dungeon tasks issued by the World Will. But to get the partner's help, one must first win the weird partner's favor. So human matchmakers need to prepare a meeting gift within these 2.5 minutes to please the weird partner. Only then can they get help in later tasks and continue the national fortune for their country. Choosing a meeting gift is a very serious matter. Weird creatures are mysterious and unpredictable, their preferences hard to guess. If the meeting gift happens to be what the weird creature likes, it greatly increases their favor. But if unlucky and the gift is hated by the weird creature, at best the creature refuses help in later tasks. At worst, it kills on the spot. Losing national fortune. The country is invaded by the weird world. This is already a life-risking gamble, but now Chen Shushin, fine, does not even gamble. She wasted the life and death 2.5 minutes on a game. Other countries in the human world also saw Dragon Kingdom's Chen Shushin. Stick Country was the first to jump out laughing. Ha, the Dragon Kingdom is really a sloppy group, the matchmaker is about to enter the weird world, and is still playing a game. Exactly, look at our Stick Country, we prepared a full 10 weird coins. As soon as these words appeared, netizens from all countries in the live room went crazy. Sakura Country netizens spammed the most. 8 blocks of teeth. You little stick, what merit or ability do you have to have weird coins? You must know, weird coins are like our human world soft currency. The only thing that can 100% increase a weird creature's favor. But weird coins are extremely hard to get. Plus, due to differences between the weird world and human world, weird coins are almost impossible to keep in the human world. How can you little stick have weird coins? 8-Tooth Road. In my view, your trick coins are fakes made using our Sakura Country Onmyoji minting technique. Exactly, one floor up agrees. In Great Dragon Country, there is an old saying, those who know the times are heroes. Stick Stupid Country, stop being stubborn. When the weird finds out your trick coins are fake, your country will be destroyed. Until streams of blood-red comments appeared, instantly silencing Sakura's small fans. They were comments from the beautiful empire. Oh boo. Grudge Ghost level cursed tools? Trick coins? Under our great beautiful empire's small curse level curse tools, they are all trash. Small curse level cursed tools are 2 levels higher than roaming ghost level, 1 level higher than grudge ghost level. It can be said that in the current human world, these are the highest level curse tools that can be shown off. Once this was said, fans from all countries instantly changed faces. Private Marseille people of beautiful country, you are simply winning big. I knew beautiful country is the strongest, Stick Stupid is nothing in front of you. Oni. Truly great beautiful empire, small Sakura is right, our trick coins may outshine Sakura by 10 streets, but to beautiful country, they are nothing. Between praise and mocking, third country silently expressed feelings. The word envy is already boring. We only have the lowest roaming ghost level cursed tools, only hoping they are liked by the cursed companion. The praise, boasting, and mutual teasing of each country made Dragon Country fans in the live room feel even more desperate, and their hatred for Chen Xuxin grew. Time quietly passed, and the Crimson Countdown terrifyingly hit 0. Amid Dragon Country fans spamming doomed, the paired players were sent by the World Will into the cursed world. In the female dormitory of Capital City University, Chen Xuxin was wrapped in a black fog, instantly disappearing from her bed, and her phone fell from the air. The stinging blood smell, the dirty air, the blood-red sky looked like a red curtain was thrown over it, extremely frightening. Welcome to the Cursed World, the national pairing task officially begins, please go to the Cursed Companion's residence to move in quickly. The voice of World Will came in her mind. Nani? Cursed World? Cursed Companion? The country gives a boyfriend? And a cursed one. Confused, Chen Xuxin's face showed complete puzzlement. Forget it, at this point I'll first upgrade to Glory Gold. She instinctively looked for her phone, only to find it was not brought into the cursed world. What the F***CK? My promotion match. Seeing this scene, Dragon Country fans froze on the spot. What the F***CK? You even shouted, what the F***CK? Should be us shouting, okay? What a brave heart. I, a person who avoids pressure, am exhausted. You already entered the cursed world, still thinking of King's game? Truly a great teammate. Is she purely stupid or just slow reflex? As far as I know, Chen Xuxin is the school beauty and genius of Capital City University, at least she's not an idiot. Unable to find her phone, Chen Xuxin finally focused on her current situation. Following the guidance of World Will, she walked toward a tall castle partially hidden in red mist. Chapter 2, Demon God Lin Mo, the only supreme in the cursed world. Just half an hour before Chen Xuxin was sent into the cursed world. Cursed world, cycle underworld. There are 100 floors here, the stronger the cursed being, the higher the floor they live on. Above the 60th floor, the red mist never disperses, rumored to be the killing aura of the top cursed powerful being living at the highest floor. That powerful being killed countless cursed creatures in life, aura overflowed. And this solidified aura happens to be a marker dividing cursed beings. If a cursed being is not strong enough, the moment it approaches the aura, it will be torn into pieces by the aura. Only cursed beings that can resist the aura. Only then could one qualify to live in the high floors. The closer to the 100th floor, the stronger the killing aura naturally. Below the 60th floor, and above the 60th floor, the weirdness could be said to belong to two different classes. On the 100th floor, Lin Mo, who was lying on a recliner sunbathing and napping, suddenly opened his eyes. Lord Demon God, hope all is well. If there were humans here, they would surely be extremely shocked. The tone of this voice was actually the World Will that dominated national fortune marriages. At this moment, facing Lin Mo, the World Will's words were full of respect no awe. Xiaolan, why are you here again? Focus on managing your national fortune marriage data collection, don't come running to me every day. Lin Mo glanced at the World Will, full of helplessness. 10 years ago, he had used all his effort to separate the weird world from the human world. To explore the possibility of coexistence between the human world and the weird world, or for balance, he personally created the national fortune marriage system. It was led by a weird artifact named Xiaolan. Gradually, Xiaolan actually developed intelligence. Lin Mo was overjoyed, so he handed the national fortune marriage task to Xiaolan, and took a hands-off approach himself. It must be said, a life lying flat with nothing to worry about is truly extremely pleasurable. However, after a long time, it became somewhat boring. Xiaolan. Lord Demon God, seeing that you are uninterested in everything about the weird world, I suddenly thought to ask if you would like to raise a pet? A pet? Lin Mo was stunned, his face full of annoyance. Go away, aren't my pets already enough? They are all idiots who only cause trouble. A few days ago, my stupid dog Higeki just destroyed a weird level restaurant, went mad with no beast able to control it, and in the end, didn't it still trouble me? Go away, I don't want to bring trouble on myself. Lord Demon God, if you are tired of weird pets, how about raising a human pet for fun? A human pet? What does that mean? Lord Demon God, the national fortune marriage is about to start again, Xiaolan suddenly thought, should we match you a human pet to raise? Raise a human pet? Lin Mo stroked his melon-shaped chin, lost in thought. Don't say, you really must not say. It actually sounds strangely interesting, how did he not think of it before? So, Lin Mo agreed to Xiaolan's idea. The next moment, Xiaolan threw out a panel. Lord Demon God, this is all the data I collected from the human world, a list of the most beautiful women from every country. Please choose. Originally, the national fortune marriage was completely random between men and women, but because Xiaolan wanted to find a marriage pet for Lin Mo. This time, in the human world, it selected only the women, and the most beautiful and perfect ones. Lin Mo nodded and praised, Xiaolan, you are thoughtful. Hearing the praise, Xiaolan actually jumped happily like a little dog with a bone. It is Xiaolan's honor to help Lord Demon God. Lin Mo glanced at the panel. The information of the women was fully in his sight. Ranked first was Dragon Country, a girl named Chen Xuxin. Chen Xuxin, from Blue Star Dragon Country, Capital University. 19 years old, second year, 165 centimeters, 48 kilograms, C-cup, inverted triangle figure. Seeing the words Dragon Country, Lin Mo's eyes paused, his mind full of thoughts, showing a look of memory. The world only knew, his rise was like a demon god descending from the sky, supreme god of the weird world. Yet they did not know, 100 years ago, he was still a second-year pilot in Dragon Country. One midnight, when he wanted to take off secretly, by chance the weird gate opened, and by accident he entered the weird world. At that time, the weird world was chaotic and unordered, all the weirds were killing constantly, a piece of chaos. From a wandering soul just entering the weird world to today's supreme demon god, the hardships cannot be told to outsiders. Looking back now, it was only a bit of wind and frost. Seeing the words Dragon Country, Lin Mo made up his mind. Little Blue, it's him. After making the decision, Lin Mo noticed something surprising. The person from Sakura Country, their profession turned out to be a popular actress in trashy movies? What the hell? Even Lin Mo couldn't help but curse. Is this the high-quality woman you found, Little Blue? But after a second thought, Lin Mo felt better. Little Blue was merely a sentient object, not capable of truly understanding human thoughts. In its data, a woman's beauty and figure were the ultimate measure of her quality. He quickly called out to Little Blue, wait, investigate these people's love lives and pasts thoroughly before you come back. Lin Mo still remembered, before he became the strange being, he often heard things online like college life is great and disgusting slurs. Although from Chen Xuxin's appearance, she definitely wasn't that kind of person. Just to be safe, it was better to have Little Blue investigate. For Little Blue, now the world will, such matters were a piece of cake. Soon, Chen Xuxin's entire history appeared on the panel. Born into an ordinary family in the urban-rural junction, an only child, loved by her parents, a happy family, harmonious atmosphere, and growing up surrounded by love. Diligent in studying, only focused on learning the teachings of sages, eventually getting into the capital's university, becoming the pride of her family. Forget about love, from childhood to adulthood, she didn't even have a friend of the opposite sex? Of course, exceptional people never lack admirers, and she had many suitors. But she clearly rejected them, maintained proper boundaries, never giving anyone the chance to fantasize, so there were no rumors about her. Her biggest current wish was to win the Glory Gold League promotion match? Lin Mo was speechless. He still remembered, before he became the strange being, he was already a glory king. Alright, Little Blue, go ahead, it's her. After Little Blue left, Lin Mo tidied up the room and moved his residence from the 100th floor to the first floor. He also drove all the strange beings on the first to third floors out of the reincarnation netherworld. Of course, he gave full compensation to the strange beings who lived there. At the same time, he issued an official notice that no strange beings would be allowed to live on the first to third floors again. After doing all this, Lin Mo continued to take a short rest. He did all this not to play the pig-to-eat-tiger game. Mainly because the 100th floor was just too high, and Chen Xuxin was an ordinary person. What if she was afraid of heights? Or, if she took the strange elevator upstairs, wouldn't she get dizzy from the 100 floors? Most importantly, the killing energy from living on the 100th floor, even if 99% of it was restrained, would still have some effect on ordinary humans. Now that he moved to the first floor, he could avoid the killing energy and also prevent her from being bullied by low-level strange beings as soon as she entered. Lin Mo had lived on the 100th floor for so long that he had already transferred the killing energy from his body to the floors through the room. In other words, the killing energy that originally came from him had now completely disappeared. It was all transferred to the floors, so even though he left the 100th floor, the killing energy still existed. As a big warm man, a big warm strange being, Lin Mo thought ahead, moving his residence to the first floor so that Chen Xuxin could easily come home or go out on tasks. Chapter 3, The Flustered Asha. The first dead marriage partner. Reincarnation Netherworld, the first floor, should be right in front. Chen Xuxin lifted her little head and looked up at the towering castle in front of her. Wow! So spectacular! It's so high, it feels like I could touch the sky if I were on the top floor. As Chen Xuxin marveled, a voice with a sneer came. Oh? Isn't this the marriage partner from Dragon Country? The speaker was Asha from Asen Country, wearing traditional Asen attire, holding a vase with wilted red flowers in her arms. Before entering the strange world, Asha had watched the bizarre marriage situation through a live stream. She also learned that Chen Xuxin, the matchmaker from Longhua, came empty-handed. At first, she thought Longhua was pretending to be poor, not bringing anything on the surface but secretly hiding a gift. Asha looked Chen Shushin up and down through her nostrils, fully convinced that she really came empty-handed. Apart from a beautiful angelic face and a perfectly shaped body with curves in all the right places, and a cute, pure outfit, there was nothing else. Asha considered herself one of the top beauties in Ashen Country, but after seeing Chen Shushin, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. This made her very angry, so she intentionally and unintentionally showed off the vase she was holding. TCH. So your Longwei is really so poor that you can't even bring the cheapest welcome gift. Even a stone picked up on the side of the road would count as a gesture. Chen Shushin looked at her blankly. Huh? What welcome gift, Wabujita? Chen Shushin's reaction made Asha even prouder, and her laughter became even more triumphant, as if she wanted the whole world to hear it. Ha ha ha. Little sister, you really know how to act cute. The unwritten rules of national matchmaking, who doesn't know that these 2.5 minutes are for everyone to prepare gifts to please their bazaar partners? Only by doing this can the task be completed and earn national fortune for your country. Asha's words left Chen Shushin confused. Pleasing the bazaar? But shouldn't a husband and wife treat each other with respect and endure hardships together? Why does one have to please the other? Is this marriage or slavery? This was Chen Shushin's understanding of marriage from childhood to adulthood. Seeing Chen Shushin stunned, Asha thought she had scared her and became even more arrogant. Look at you, empty-handed. From this, we can tell that Longwei is truly poor to the core. You still call yourselves the sleeping dragon? In my opinion, our Ashen country deserves to be called the dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, the matchmaking livestream exploded. Asha is so arrogant with that thin body, and she dares to call herself a dragon? Damn it! Is Asha really this brainless? Shouldn't the human world cooperate and help each other against the bazaar? She starts a fight right away? At first, some Longwa netizens were cursing loudly, while others, more rational, analyzed the situation, saying that Asha was speaking without thinking and urging everyone not to fight internally. However, the bullet screen from Ashen Country's viewers started increasing. Ha 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 ha. Asha is right, Longwei is just a paper dragon, far from our Ashen Country's strength. We Ashen Country are the true dragon of the East. Longwa should change its name. A poor country doesn't deserve a national fortune marriage, just die already and give the name to Big Ashen. Black Dragon is still a dragon. Longwa netizens immediately fought back when they saw Ashen's netizens talking nonsense. Even the more rational ones before began to feel that the radicals weren't radical enough, and the entire livestream was filled with insults between Longwa and Ashen viewers, along with some provocations from other countries. The situation in the livestream was unknown to the people in the bazaar world. Asha was still showing off her sense of superiority to Chen Shushin. She displayed the vase in her arms, nostrils pointing to the sky. Little poor thing, see this? This is the so-called bazaar item. A soul-grade bazaar item, the withered evil strange flower. It's the lifetime of your Longwa. Soul grade? But isn't soul grade the lowest level? Chen Shushin responded with a puzzled look. Asha's face immediately darkened. Humph. You don't understand a thing. Although this is the lowest grade bazaar item, it has been watered with our country's holy Ganges water. With the blessing and protection of the holy water, even a soul-grade bazaar item will be adored by the bazaar. Oh. So it was watered with the Ganges water. Chen Shushin's expression showed that she understood. Asha looked and her eyes grew even more contemptuous. But her next words almost made Asha lose control. I was wondering why such a beautiful flower had withered. It turns out it was watered by your Ganges water. Such a pity, such a beautiful flower wasted in your hands. Chen Shushin sighed, lowering her eyelids, her face full of regret and lament. If Lin Mo were here, he would surely shout, "Old actor." As soon as these words came out, the bullet comments in the live stream that had just quieted exploded again. Ha ha ha. Shushin said it well. Their filthy water is dirty and stinky, so disgusting. Whatever it touches dies. Sister Shushin is awesome. I thought she was just a soft target, but she was waiting for a chance to strike back. The Dragon Country netizens suddenly became active. At this moment, Asha's toes dug into the ground, her teeth clenched, her brain racing, yet she could not think of how to refute Chen Shushin on this topic. She spat angrily. Poor fool who hasn't seen the world. Slick mouth. Wait until your weird partner tears you in half, let's see how you speak then. Your Dragon Country is doomed by your own hand. Oh, and then? Chen Shushin just stared blankly and asked back. Asha felt like her heart and lungs were about to explode from the anger of the idiot in front of her. And then? Can a person with normal intelligence really ask that question? Looking at the harmless Chen Shushin, Asha felt like she had put all her strength into punching a big soft cotton ball. Extremely frustrated. We'll see, your Dragon Country is finished. Then she threw out that sentence and stormed into the reincarnation underworld angrily. After Asha left, a trace of worry appeared in Chen Xuxin's clear eyes. Although her reflexes were slow, she could still distinguish between good and bad words. From the start, Asha had been full of malice toward her, she could feel it. However, her upbringing did not allow her to curse back at Asha's ridicule. She wouldn't curse anyone, so she only played dumb, looking for flaws in Asha's own words. Luckily, she successfully struck back at Asha. Chen Xuxin did not feel happy, because Asha was like a wild dog that suddenly lunged at the side of the road. Defeating one wild dog did not give Chen Xuxin any sense of superiority. At this moment, she was worried about facing her weird partner. "Sai, I'm here anyway, life or death, let fate decide. Hope my weird partner is a bit reasonable, a bit." She pouted, exhaled, and stepped into the reincarnation underworld. At this moment, Asha, guided by the world's will, reached the 4th floor of the underworld, trembling as she pushed open the door. A strong stench, like rotting leaves and plants, hit her face, almost making her gag. As the door creaked open wider, the smell grew stronger. Asha felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. But she could only grit her teeth and continue to push the door, and suddenly, her pupils shrank. Chapter 4, The Weird World Invades the Three's Countries. The entire network mourns. At the center of the 4-corner table facing the door, stood a white porcelain vase about 40 to 50 centimeters tall. From the mouth of the vase, a swollen head protruded, as if soaked in water for a long time and rotted. Below the neck was completely buried in the vase, dark yellow unknown liquid continuously seeping from a crack at the bottom, flowing on the floor, making it sticky. The pungent smell when the room was first opened came from this unknown liquid mixed with rotting leaves and plants. The sensations hitting her body made Asha feel an uncontrollable, intense nausea rising to her skull, almost gagging. Seeing this, the netizens in the marriage livestream of the Three's Countries went crazy. Ugh! Such a disgusting room, such a disgusting weirdness. That rotten head couldn't even show its face. It made me want to vomit. People always said the place I live is dirtier and messier than a trash dump, but now it seems much better than this weirdness. Exactly. I think from now on, if anyone dares to say our country is disgusting, we'll just show them this weird room. I really can't stand it. Is this even a place where humans can stay? Can anyone really live here? Among the massive flood of comments from our country's netizens, there were also mockings from other countries. Haha, even little kids from our country can't stand it, the environment makes them gag without being there, they can know how disgusting it is. Amazing. They even compare themselves to the weird thing. It's weird and you are? From the moment you compared yourselves to it, in our human world, you've already lost. It's out, everyone look, the weird info is out. It's called Vase Baby? Could it be a baby? No wonder its head is only the size of a fist. Asha gripped her thighs hard, trying with all her strength to hold back the urge to vomit. No way, if she didn't control it now, actually vomiting would really be death. Vase Baby's laugh was sharp and piercing, like it was inside her brain. Asha instantly got goosebumps all over, her pelvic muscles instinctively tightened, almost letting urine escape. But at the last moment, she held it in tightly. Peeing on the first meeting would surely make the weird companion hate her, she wanted to face Vase Baby in the best state. After fully preparing herself mentally, Asha stepped in. But the yellow liquid on the floor that looked sticky was actually extremely slippery. Ah! She screamed, and with a bang she fell to the ground. At the same time, the fear she had held back for so long broke, rushing out. Because she opened her mouth to scream, her face hit the ground with her mouth still open. Her body's momentum made her face press against the floor, tasting a mouthful of disgusting, dirty liquid. Fishy, stinky, sour, sticky words can't describe the disgust blasting into her mind, and she vomited uncontrollably. In that instant, all her body's valves opened wide. Seeing this, Vase Baby didn't get angry but laughed, giving an even more intense and rhythmic ee that was bone-chilling. Clearly, Vase Baby matched its name, acting like a little child. It had that naturally cruel nature, seeing others suffer, and happily shouting you're done, like a demon ball. After gagging, Asha felt much better. Seeing that Vase Baby wasn't angry but laughing at her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Standing carefully, she approached and handed over the withered vase. Oh, my husband, this is the gift I brought for you. What Asha didn't notice was that the moment Vase Baby saw the withered, evil-looking flower, it stopped laughing. Then came a sound of hee that was horrifying. It was simply not a sound humans could make. The key point was, along with this laugh, Asha smelled the aura of death. This left her completely at a loss. Husband? You will like it, right? After all, it's from our country's holy. Asha's mind went blank, and she spoke without thinking. But before she could finish a few words, under the hee laugh, blood poured from all her orifices, her face twisted horribly. In less than 2.5 seconds, she collapsed with a thud, lifeless. Thus, the first death from a weird marriage occurred. No. Why? Why did Asha suddenly die? Just a second ago this disgusting weird thing was happily laughing, why did it suddenly change? No. Ah. Many flowers with heads appeared in our holy water river, biting anyone they see. Cackling non-stop. Help me. It's eerie. It's eerie. Eerie has invaded the real world. Asa is really dead. Who will save me? Anyone who hears the flower laugh in their head will die. Help. In the few seconds following Asa's death, the terrified calls for help from the Asangwa netizens instantly flooded the marriage livestream. The screen was full of, "Save me, I don't want to die," and other pleas. Extremely terrifying. Just from these bullet chats, it's not hard to guess what kind of hell Asangwa was in at this moment. At this time, whether it was those who had previously insulted Asangwa, or the netizens who did not get along with them from other countries, all fell silent. Faced with the tragedy of human compatriots, no one had yet become heartless enough to kick someone when they were down and mock them. Because through Asangwa, they seemed to see their own future. Some emotional or timid netizens, looking at this full screen of bullet chats, uncontrollably began to wail and cry loudly. Until the World Will's notice appeared in the marriage livestream. Detected the death of a human matcher from Asangwa, the barrier between Asangwa and the Eerie realm weakened, the Eerie descends. Selecting the next Asangwa matcher. Everyone understood this process very well. When a human dies in the Eerie world, the world will select another human from the human world to continue the unfinished tasks in the Eerie world. Detected large amount of repeated bullet chats in the live stream, selectively clearing screen. The voice of the world will sounded emotionless, and all the spam bullet chats instantly disappeared from the live stream. Finally, some netizens' questions and confusion were revealed. Oh my god, why? Everything was fine, why did the Eerie suddenly change? Exactly, the Eerie changing like this is too hard to react to, it's like the underworld. Questions in the bullet chats gradually increased. Until a netizen from Longwo with the name Internet's first smart bro spoke. Hee, a bunch of fools, that vase baby itself is a flower, what do you expect giving a withered flower? Are you cursing them to wither like that flower? You curse them to die early, who could resist killing you? That's a godly person. This one sentence woke up everyone dreaming. As this highlight comment from the Longwa smart bro reached the hot list, netizens instantly understood. It was proven that what this Longwa smart bro said was absolutely correct. At this moment, Vase Baby angrily picked up the withered evil Eerie flower and put it in its pocket. It killed Asa because the meaning of the withered evil Eerie flower was bad. This made Vase Baby very angry. But anger aside, the withered evil Eerie flower was after all an Eerie artifact. Although low level, it was still rare. So it did not throw away or smash the Eerie flower, but chose to keep it. After all, Asa died, it could be considered to have blocked the disaster for it. Vase Baby thought this. Meanwhile, Chen Shushin on the first layer of the reincarnation underworld had not yet knocked on the door. She paced back and forth at the door, thinking about how to fix the fact that she came empty-handed. However, with a creak, the door opened. Chen Shushin's pupils shrank, her heart raced like a startled fawn. Chapter 5, The Whole Network is Jealous. Why is Longwa's Eerie partner both handsome and gentle? Just now, the live stream camera showed Chen Shushin. At this moment, Chen Shushin was hesitating at the door, repeatedly raising and lowering her hand to knock. Netizens who witnessed the tragic death of Asangwa matchers all vented their negative emotions. Especially in Longwa. Fool Chen Shushin. It's over. Our Longwa will also follow Asan's footsteps. Woo. I don't want to die, all Chen Shushin's fault, addicted to the game. Whoa, will Mahua Tang die? Bitch Chen Shushin, besides acting cute, you are useless. Do you think your focused game look is cute? It must be fake. Other countries also expressed sympathy. Sakura. Long San. Don't worry. After your invasion by the Eerie world, the grand cherry blossoms of Women will mourn for you. Ah San. Whoa, dragon friends, do not be sad, we are all brothers in trouble, look at it lightly, in life, whether you die early or late, you must die. De Pyongyang. Ubu. As a friendly country to Dragon Nation, we deeply sympathize with the upcoming difficulties of Dragon Nation. But we will not provide aid. Until the room door slowly opened, the live stream comments finally became less. Netizens were ready for eye-burning sights. Some netizens eating hurriedly stopped or closed their eyes. After all, the previous Vase Baby had disgusted everyone terribly. Guess who is uglier, Dragon Nation's strange partner or the Vase Baby? Hee, there is no ugliest, only uglier. All things that would fail even on the dark web. After the Asan country incident, we have opened our minds, beauty or ugliness does not matter, but hope the character is a bit better. Just do not randomly kill people. As the door fully opened, the scene inside appeared before everyone's eyes. The whole internet was stunned. This is completely different from what they imagined. And completely different from the style of the vase baby. Seeing the scene inside, everyone was full of questions. Are you sure this is the same strange world? Why is the style so different? Chen Xuxin was stunned. She had psychological preparation. After all, she had watched the previous marriage livestream. Those strange ones were all not human-like. So she made full mental preparation, telling herself not to judge by appearance. No, not to judge by appearance but by strangeness. However, looking at the man in front of her, her face was full of confusion and amazement. No. Did I go wrong? Did I travel back to the human world again? No, this is too handsome. Not worse than an online romance meeting Peng Yuyan in real life. Facial features distinct, starry eyes full of soft indulgence in the dim light, sword brows and starry eyes, naturally deep. Upper body only wearing an open jacket, muscles soft yet strong. Lower body in big shorts, style very casual, approachable. However, when you try to get close, he emits a unique cold aura keeping others away, like a king overlooking the world. In short, this is the most perfect man in the world. Just slightly losing to the readers in front of the screen. This completely confused Chen Xuxin. This is the boyfriend the country sent her? The man is quite good. So handsome. Chen Xuxin's heart raced faster. For a moment, she even forgot the opening line she had memorized several times. Saying hungry hungry for a long time, she could not form a complete word. Hungry? Then eat, I just prepared meals for you, as a meeting gift. To welcome you and wash away dust. Voice elegant and steady, also very magnetic. Simply able to kill both men and women, all ages. Lin Mo moved aside, the room's scene appeared before Chen Xuxin. Making her feel peaceful, like coming home. The round table full of 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, all steaming hot, just out of the pot, extremely tempting. The marriage live stream room completely exploded. Comments flying, overlapping, filling the screen. WC. 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 Alas, I am uneducated, can only WC rule the world. WC. So handsome, so gentle. Except WC, there is no word that fits this strange husband called Lin Mo. Husband. Husband. CW. Husband CW. One each on CW. Whoa, so regretful why I was not chosen. I also want such a handsome, gentle, and caring husband. Grandma, I am 81 years old this year. Seeing this strange young handsome man called Lin Mo, I actually got my period. Other countries' comments also soared, especially ASEAN country, jealousy almost overflowing the livestream. Unfair. Why is Dragon Nation's strange one so handsome and gentle? While ours kills people immediately and is so disgusting. Exactly. Why didn't this weird guy named Lin Mo ask Chen Xuxin for a meeting gift? I hate it. Crying my eyes out. My head's laughing outside, but I'm crying inside. Boo-hoo, it's over. It looks like the head flower is coming, please. Until a highly rated bullet screen comment pushed to the top, the excitement of everyone was instantly extinguished, as if cold water had been poured over them. The speaker of this comment was still that internet genius from Dragon Country. A bunch of fools, haven't you heard the saying, the most expensive is the free? This weird person looks human, is handsome, and so gentle and considerate. It's too fake. There must be a bigger conspiracy waiting for us in Dragon Country. How gentle Lin Mo is now, just wait, when he invades our Dragon Country, he will be just as cruel. One sentence, and everyone instantly realized. At the same time, this internet genius was hailed as the most awake person on the internet. Yes. This is a weird world, where one kills without blinking an eye. How could there be a weird person who is so gentle, considerate, and handsome? An obvious saying everyone knows, if it's perfect, it must be fake. Lin Mo is so perfect, it must be fake. Everything in front of us is an illusion, a trick. He has a bigger scheme. After realizing this, netizens from Dragon Country, belatedly, started making negative comments about the collapse of their country. At the same time, netizens from other countries, especially from ASEAN country, also breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. I almost got scared, you guys in Dragon Country were about to live a good life, but thank God it's fake. Oh no, I mean, it's good that you Dragon Country people woke up early, but your marriage partner doesn't seem to have thought of this, huh? Chen Xuxin, her face completely red, stood outside the door, at a loss. In her mind, Lin Mo's voice echoed. She heard Lin Mo say the 3 words meeting gift to her, and immediately felt very embarrassed. As the one who proposed the marriage, she hadn't brought a gift for the meeting? It was like in the human world when the guy visits the girlfriend's house for the first time and brings 2 big bottles of iced red tea. It's so awkward. What's wrong? Come in. Is there something about the room that you don't like? Chen Shushin quickly shook her little head like a rattle, and the ponytail behind her made a swish sound. No, you're fine, your room is fine, it's just. She came empty-handed, how embarrassing to come in. Chen Shushin bit her lip, lowered her head in embarrassment, but just happened to see Lin Mo's long bare legs exposed beneath his big shorts. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly had an idea for a meeting gift for Lin Mo. When Chen Shushin first arrived in the weird world, she keenly noticed that this world was much colder than the human world. But fortunately, she was wearing warm white stockings, so she wasn't cold. Now, seeing Lin Mo's bare legs, she subconsciously thought, his legs must be cold, right? So, she excitedly said, Lin Mo, darling, wait a second, I have a meeting gift for you. Then, under Lin Mo's puzzled expression and the dumbfounded eyes of all the netizens in the live broadcast room, Chen Shushin squatted down. She untied her shoelaces, took off her little white shoes, and lifted the edge of her pleated skirt. She quickly took off the 2 pure white stockings from her legs. Here. Wear them. The warmth effect is incredible. Plus, I warmed them up for you too. In this cold weather, you're wearing so little, be careful of old leg pain. After handing the stockings to Lin Mo, Chen Shushin breathed a sigh of relief as if she had solved a big problem, and happily entered the room, leaving Lin Mo and the netizens in the live room in complete confusion. Lin Mo subconsciously looked at the stockings in his hand. They were indeed warm, and the texture was very smooth, with a faint milky fragrance coming from them. There was also a white lace circle sewn into the top of the stockings, with irregular little butterflies embroidered on the lace. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a little inside. I can't quite understand this girl's thought process. Who in their right mind gives out plain socks when they first meet someone? And what's more, she said they were taken off just now. Still warm. And, judging by her little expression earlier, she seems kind of proud of it? I'm exhausted. You're the weird one here. This kind of thinking is not even human. Or is this just the normal thought process in the modern human world? If this is the normal thought process of modern humans, then Lin Mo thinks humanity's about to end. Their weirdness is much more normal than human thinking. Not just Lin Mo, but even the livestream viewers from the human world were shocked. Oh my god. I'm completely amazed by Chen Shushin's way of thinking. She gave out plain socks on the first meeting. 6666. Goddess Chen Shushin is actually this kind of person, sob, why didn't I notice earlier? If I had known she was this hot, I would have asked for the plain socks. I would have bought them if I had to. Sob Goddess Shushin. Damn. I'm from Beijing University, and our forum says Goddess Shushin is the purest and cleanest, but is it really true? Now I can't help but doubt. What pure goddess? When she sees a handsome guy, she doesn't get all excited on the spot? This world is just a huge trap for looks. The truth is, Chen Shushin's thoughts were actually really simple. Her mind was truly innocent. She simply thought the eerie world was really cold, and her fleece-lined warm socks were really comfortable. And when she saw Lin Mo's legs exposed in such a cold environment, she instinctively thought he would be cold. With a self-sacrificing mindset, she took off her warm socks to give them to Lin Mo to keep him warm. As for the viewers' suspicions and chatter in the livestream, it had nothing to do with Chen Shushin's thoughts at all. In the eerie world, Lin Mo looked at the item in his hand and couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He casually tossed it on the chair, closed the door, and sat down at the table. At this point, Chen Shushin was already standing by the table, her mouth watering at the sight of the food. But since it was her first time here, she was still a little shy. Why aren't you wearing the socks I gave you? You should wear them while they're still warm, or they'll get cold. Lin Mo's face darkened at her words, feeling speechless. Should he say this little girl is adorably silly? Or that her thoughts are pure and untainted? Is this the legendary big boobs, no brains? Hiss, it's not that big, is it? After all, there's still D, E, F. But in terms of appearance and use, C is just perfect, just right, and very perfect. He shook his head, no need, thanks, I'm not cold. Do you think the room is cold? After Lin Mo's reminder, Chen Shushin realized that the chill she had felt when entering the room had completely disappeared. Instead, she felt warmth and comfort, the perfect temperature that humans feel most comfortable at. And it's a natural temperature, not like the heating or air conditioning temperatures in the human world. Although heating and air conditioning can also achieve suitable temperatures, they make the air very dry, which makes breathing uncomfortable and causes other hidden risks. This made Chen Shushin exclaim in amazement. So amazing, it's so warm. Lin Mo looked at Chen Shushin, her mouth slightly open in shock, and smiled lovingly. He had to admit, the looks selected by Xiaolan's big data were truly outstanding. Not only is her figure perfect, but her aura has an otherworldly, refined feel, like an angel who mistakenly wandered into the human world. Looking at her, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of creepy uncle wanting to abduct the little girl. It felt like raising a daughter. Come on, eat your meal. It'll get cold soon. There are many more things that will surprise you later. Of course, this table full of food was specially prepared by Lin Mo for Chen Xuxin. The eerie ones don't need to eat, they don't starve if they don't eat. But even eerie beings like Lin Mo, who have taste, will still enjoy some food to pass the time. During this period of relaxation, bored, he learned all sorts of life skills. He used to only know killing, but now he was truly all-knowing and all-powerful. His cooking skills were even magical. So, Chen Xuxin was shocked by the delicious taste that hit her head with the first bite. She jumped up directly. Oh my god. The first bite already has pork. The pork belly melted in her mouth, fatty but not greasy. Full of flavor. Simply amazing. This warm scene left the viewers in the marriage livestream stunned. Isn't this brother? Is this still the weird world? What is happening here? Did the world will secretly swap the weird world script with a short drama of overbearing CEO falls in love with my long reflexes? Ha, Chen Xuxin really knows how to act, just eating and acting that happy? So fake, so disgusting, she doesn't deserve this weird husband, replace her with the servant. Is this the so-called fool has luck? Other matches would die facing weirdness, but Chen Xuxin's fool luck gets such good food. Jealous to death. In our dragon country, having dragon luck meeting a weird like Lin Mo is normal. Not some random third country trick. Look, the match from Pretty Country, Ronnie, also found the weird partner's place. Also in the reincarnation underworld, but on the 7th floor. Do you think her situation is closer to Dragon Country or Third Country? For a moment, everyone's thoughts were drawn into Pretty Country's match perspective. They all guessed how Ronnie's matched weird would be. Oh bew. Your stupid comments insult our great Pretty Empire. Recharge some IQ. Our Pretty Empire's weird partner is neither like Dragon Country nor the stinky Third Country. Instead, far ahead. A huge lead. Whether appearance, gentle and caring personality, or power, it must be far ahead. Wait and see. Be ready to be shocked. This highly liked post quickly topped Pretty Country's and its allies lists. For a while, the livestream screen was full of praise and agreement for Pretty Country. Meanwhile, Ronnie brought her the highest level existing weird device in the human world, small weird level device. It was a long pointed tooth about 8 or 9 centimeters, looking like a wolf's tooth. Soon, Ronnie arrived at the 7th floor of the underworld, slowly pushing the door. Chapter 7, the weird world style suddenly changes. Creak. As the door opened, the weird partner's information appeared. Dracula. Pretty Country's weird partner is actually the blood vampire Dracula. Oh gaga. Great, this is great. Ronnie's device is a werewolf tooth. Werewolves and vampires are enemies, giving an enemy's tooth, Dracula will be happy. Soon, this comment was pushed to the hot list by Pretty Empire's fans and allies. Clearly, everyone thought this way. Just as everyone flattered Pretty Country, imagining how happy Dracula would be receiving this gift. Something unexpected happened. Dracula did not show the happy expression everyone imagined. At the moment it saw the device, its face fell, eyes wide with anger. Before Ronnie could react, Dracula clawed out her heart. Because Dracula's speed was very fast, Ronnie without a heart didn't react in time. Even when Dracula held her heart in its hand, it was still beating. Ronnie looked at her heart, eyes wide, expression extreme, as if seeing the scariest thing in the world. Before her life completely vanished, she heard Dracula muttering to himself. Werewolves. The Blood Clan hates anything related to werewolves the most. You damn pig dares to provoke me. Before he finished speaking, Ronnie's life had already disappeared, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the beautiful country viewers in the matchmaking live room were all stunned. Just a moment ago, they were praising their country, the great beautiful empire, as if they were winning big. The toadies of the beautiful country were also doing their best, explaining all the reasons why the beautiful country was winning big. However, in less than 2.5 minutes, the situation had reversed. Oob. Ronnie actually died. Our beautiful country's only small-class mysterious item was also taken by that damn Dracula. Lost miserably. Oob. That damn Dracula, he's even more disgusting than my grandmother's burnt apple pie. Facing the teeth of his enemy, shouldn't he be happy? Why did he suddenly lose control? Ah. Fuck. The bats are eating people. Help. Oh my god, there's really a Batman in this world. I saw a bat Superman flying, and then, he swallowed a person whole? Idiot, your IQ needs a recharge. That's an invasion. Run. I'll be damned. Should have said it earlier. Ah. The voice of the world will echoed again. Detected that a human matchmaker from the beautiful country has died. The barrier between the beautiful country and the mysterious world has been weakened. Mysterious invasion. The process is the same as for the third country. The world will announces the death, clears the repeated barrage in the live room, and continues to randomly select another matchmaker from the beautiful empire to go to the mysterious world. At the same time, matchmakers from other countries were dying. Some had won the favor of the mysterious ones, and some were rejected but didn't die. But it looks like the mysterious ones will definitely not help them in the future. This is no different from being sentenced to death. The anxious matchmaker secretly wiped away tears, trying to figure out ways to continue pleasing the mysterious partner. Among them, the matchmaker from Cherry Blossom Country, Tanaka-saki, carried a mysterious item, a pillow. This pillow was deeply loved by her mysterious partner, the human-faced dog. The human-faced dog didn't even sleep in its bed anymore, it loved curling up in the big pillow to sleep, very dog-like. The matchmaker from the Stick Hammer Country, Han Feifei, unsurprisingly survived. After all, no mysterious entity would hate mysterious coins. Just like in the human world, no one would hate the sweet, soft money. Her mysterious partner was a butcher named Black Big Ox. The living environment was also quite disgusting, and the moment she entered the door, Han Feifei immediately threw up. But luckily, Black Big Ox didn't trouble Han Feifei because of the mysterious coins. This made the Stick Hammer Country's viewers cheer, while the Little Cherry Blossom Country's viewers had sarcastic remarks, and the third country's viewers were overflowing with intense jealousy. But, except for Chen Xuxin, the other matchmakers weren't having a good time. Even if they earned the favor of the mysterious ones wouldn't view them as true partners. They didn't treat the human matchmakers as their companions at all. They were more like disposable tools. They would use them when needed and throw them aside when not. But this was also typical of the mysterious beings. Mysterious beings don't have much emotion, let alone think about the circumstances of their human partners. They couldn't even get food, because mysterious beings didn't need to eat, so there was naturally no food at home. Let alone food that humans could eat. If they wanted to fill their stomachs, they could only eat their own dry rations or endure hunger. Such hardships and difficulties brought tears to the eyes of many sensitive viewers in the live room. If everyone were suffering, at least they could suffer together. Comfort each other. But now, with Chen Xuxin here, netizens from other countries watched Chen Xuxin feast joyfully, the meal better than what they had in the human world. Feeling extremely unfair in their hearts. Their thin jealousy was about to explode. The national fake marriage had been around for nearly 10 years, yet this was the first time a situation like Chen Xuxin's appeared. Really a once-in-a-lifetime sight. After finishing the meal, Chen Xuxin and Lin Mo, this pair of strange world immortals, actually rushed to wash the dishes. The two of them did not look like they just met, more like true first love lovers deeply in love. Otherwise, how could they consider each other in everything? Even washing dishes, they feared tiring the other. No. I must wash. You already cooked, letting you wash dishes would make me useless. You are also tired. Chen Xuxin held the kitchen doorframe with hands and feet, her body forming a big cross, trying to stop Lin Mo from entering the kitchen to steal the dishwashing. But this little trick could not trouble Lin Mo at all, he sneered, almost instantly disappearing from sight. A voice came from the kitchen, "Step back both of us, wash together." Seeing this scene, Dragon Country viewers could not help but show auntie-like smiles, as if watching a romance drama. Other countries, like Stick Country, also started enjoying the couple culture. The strange world style suddenly changed, turning into a small romance theater. Woo-woo, so sweet. I have diabetes, cannot watch this woo-woo. Brothers, I looked at my lazy fat wife, prepared to go down 18 floors to buy a pack of cigarettes, neither stairs nor elevator. Children, I will use my neck to have a fierce tug-of-war with the beam, either I die or the beam collapses. Dragon Country netizens saw this and laughed from their hearts. After laughing, thinking of themselves again, hearts full of bitterness and sighs. Chen Xuxin and Lin Mo, is this not the ideal married life they had imagined and yearned for? Unfortunately, such seemingly simple daily life, in the human world, few can achieve satisfactorily. Arguing, tripping each other is the norm. After all, those who marry their loved one and still keep the passion of first meeting after marriage are very few. Ah, never thought a scene more touching than a romance idol drama comes from the strange world? Do you think this has style? For a while, the live room was full of Dragon Country netizen sighs, mixed with jealousy and sarcastic comments from other countries. Especially Sakura and Asan, especially triggered. Next, Great Beautiful Country, their country was now being invaded by the strange world. Seeing Chen Xuxin live so comfortably, then seeing Dragon Country netizens sigh at life. In comparison, great beautiful netizens were almost breaking defenses, but could only rage in vain. Chapter 8, the first marriage task released. Lin Mo became the dream of billions of girls in the human world. After washing the dishes, Chen Xuxin always felt she had not done enough work, making her feel guilty. So she carried cleaning tools and walked around, awkwardly discovering the whole home was spotless. So clean, tidy to a perfect degree. She remembered someone once said, generally single men living alone have homes messy like garbage dumps, right? But Lin Mo's? Clean as if in a dream. This troubled Chen Xuxin, wanting to show off, but had no chance. Actually, she could also cook, very delicious, full of color, aroma, and taste. Every time she went home on holiday, she cooked for her family. The aroma made the neighbor children drool. Every time she went home on holiday, her neighbors always brought gifts to eat and drink at her home. Just because her cooking talent was indeed good, comparable to hotel chefs. Unfortunately, now after tasting Lin Mo's dishes, the first bite made her abandon pride and impatience. So delicious. This cooking was simply beyond her reach. Just as Chen Xuxin worried about what she should do, the voice of the worlds will rang out. Ding! Detected human matchmakers from various countries, who have already made first contact with their strange partners. Marriage task now issued as follows. Spend a night sharing a bed with your strange partner, and try your best to win their favor and affection. To lay a foundation for future dangerous tasks, securing partners' help. As soon as the task was issued, the live chat exploded. Damn! A kind of plant. Worlds will come out. I ask you, what does lay a foundation for future dangerous tasks mean? Does it mean that meeting the strange partner just now was not dangerous? There will be even more dangerous tasks later? Can you act like a human? Truly unbelievable. The strange world is full of dangers, really unpredictable. Damn it. Han Feifei is our country's top model. And she has to share a bed with that big black cow? My goddess. I'm going crazy. Ha? Tanaka Sai is going to the person-faced dog-bodied human? Awesome 666, no wonder it's little Sakura, my favorite plot. Damn, upstairs you are a pure pervert, don't say you're from Dragon Country. People shouldn't be this curious, right? Not like me, I only watch domestic, main focus patriotism. Hehe, really no taste, domestic ones are awkward and boring. During the live chat jokes, the matchmakers had already started acting. Of course, netizens first focused on Chen Xuxin and Lin Mo. After their first interaction, everyone had a preliminary understanding of Lin Mo's character. So for this task, everyone tacitly knew Chen Xuxin would be safe. But they still immediately focused their eyes on these two. Their purpose was not to worry about Chen Xuxin's safety, but handsome man and beautiful woman. Such high-quality handsome man and beautiful woman, who doesn't want to see them embarrassed? Unfortunately, the plot did not develop in the direction everyone hoped. Lin Mo tidied up the sofa, intending to let Chen Xuxin sleep on the big bed. But Chen Xuxin stood by the sofa, hesitating to enter the bedroom, her face flushed, breathing rapid. Thinking of the world's will's task, she felt utterly embarrassed. She had never even held a man's hand, except her father. Now suddenly sharing a bed with a man? This feels a bit adult. She felt the scale was too much. So she could not speak, her little head spinning, imagining all sorts of things. For example, why share a bed? Do I have to take off clothes? What if he wants it? And so on. Seeing Chen Xuxin not speak, Lin Mo sent a thought to send Xiaolan, learning the task through her. Lin Mo felt speechless, suspecting Xiaolan did it on purpose. Purposely setting a task like this, pushing Chen Xuxin straight into his mouth. Then, Lin Mo invited Chen Xuxin to join him. Chen Xuxin, taking the opportunity, quickly agreed. Thinking of the system's prompt to please her partner as much as possible. Lying on the bed, her mind spinning, Chen Xuxin finally thought of an idea. Tell Lin Mo a bedtime story. Once upon a mountain, there was a temple on the mountain. In the temple a monk told a story. What story? The story of a mountain, a temple on the mountain. While telling the story, Chen Xuxin fell asleep before Lin Mo. She was too tired, her mind tense since entering the strange world. Plus staying up late playing games in the human world, already lacking sleep. While telling the story, her body gradually relaxed, naturally falling asleep. Looking at the sleeping Chen Xuxin, Lin Mo shook his head, smiling affectionately. Covered her with the sliding quilt again, and patted her pillow once more. It really gave a feeling of raising a daughter, a warmth that pets in the strange world could not have. Lin Mo felt like he was starting to feel a bit human. At the same time, the female viewers in the live stream screamed in climax. Ah! Husband! This is my husband, thoughtful and gentle, I love you. Upstairs, have you no shame? Scratch by yourself, do you think Lin Mo God can be your husband? He, ching it. Pay. Obviously my husband, how dare you fantasize about my husband? I will come over to the national road and fight. Oni I-chan. Lin Mo Oni I love you. The live stream was filled with female viewers jealous and competitive messages. Someone unaware would think the whole country was watching a drama together. But this warm scene was quickly broken by a horrifying scream. Ah! Don't kill me. Then, the fear of the viewers from Bangchui country flooded the live stream. It turned out Han Feifei was in danger. The smell on the butcher He Daniu was too strong. Too disgusting. Han Feifei really couldn't bear it at all. If she was only in the same room, Han Feifei's endurance could barely adapt to the smell. But to complete the task, she had to get close to He Daniu to sleep. But the smell on He Daniu was really too strong and disgusting. One was a fermented smell as if he hadn't bathed for many years. 2. As a butcher, he often slaughtered living creatures, the stinking, sour blood and filth clinging to him. 3. In short, Han Feifei felt the most disgusting smell in the world was nothing compared to this. She, Han Feifei, was the top model of Bangchui. Usually, the ones she slept with were top big shots. The strongest smell she had encountered was just the fishy smell of seafood. Her daily life was delicate, keeping herself pink and soft. The smell on He Daniu was a huge disaster for her. Yet, He Daniu asked Han Feifei to scratch his back for itchiness. To complete the system's favorite task, and fearing rejection would anger He Daniu, Han Feifei had to endure and do it. She pinched her own thigh hard with her fingers, using pain to suppress the disgust in her mind. However, when she scratched He Daniu with her nails, countless creepy lice poured down from his back. At the same time, an even more disgusting, nauseating, physically uncomfortable smell rushed into her nose. Ugh! Han Feifei's endurance reached its limit, transforming into a spraying warrior, vomiting all over He Daniu. Finished. This was Han Feifei's last mental thought. Chapter 9 Sakura Country, what good is a good personality? Lin Mo's strength is just weak. Detected Bangchui country human matchmaker death, barrier between Bangchui country and strange world weakened, strange invasion. Next random Bangchui country person will enter the strange world for marriage mission. Next, viewers from Bangchui country cried and begged for help in the live stream. But soon the world will block these spam messages. Compared to Bangchui country, Sakura's side was full of prosperity. The human-faced dog was in its spring of life. Tanaka-sai happened to approach. This was a good chance to please the strange human-faced dog. This excited Sakura's viewers a lot. Yes. Work. Miss Sai, for the honor and future of our great Sakura Empire, use all your professional experience. Use all your strength to please your strange partner. Miss Sai, you don't want your country, your family to be cruelly killed by the strange, right? For all the good things, use the skills you have years of experience on the human-faced dog. Great. Great. For Tanaka-sae, this kind of thing is simply her specialty. As long as she serves the humanoid dog strangely well, our great Sakura will soon rise. Restore the old glory of the great Sakura Empire. Senior Tanaka, you must try hard. It would be best if you gave birth to puppies for this humanoid dog, then it would be even better. One can only say, no wonder she is little Sakura, no one can beat her in perversity. Seeing the posts from Sakura netizens from other countries were directly having their values reshaped. Some netizens from the Dragon Country started posting jokes. Dear netizen from Sakura Country, please calm down, this is not a no man's land. The plot in the strange world was exactly what the Sakura Country people expected. Tanaka-sae very smoothly won the favor of the humanoid dog. But what angered the vast netizens in the live room was that the main episode was blacked out by the world will. You need to recharge a world-level SFIP to continue watching. This caused many complaints, but all were directly blocked by the world will. At this time, everyone had to mention Chen Shushin. Sai, this is fate, I have to say, although the matchmakers in Dragon Country are stupid, their luck is really good. Others either die or suffer, but her? Only enjoying happiness. I heard Chen Shushin is from Shandong, Sai. I have to say, Shandong people know how to enjoy happiness, they enjoy it everywhere. Chen Shushin really enjoys happiness. Without comparison, there is no hurt. This comparison made netizens from other countries feel defenseless from the bottom of their hearts. The barrages from Dragon Country netizens changed, from the early talk of Dragon Country's extinction to now saying things like Dragon Country is blessed by dragon luck, mysterious words. As for the arguments before about what is true or false, they were long forgotten by everyone. Didn't you see Chen Shushin eating, drinking, playing, and being carefree? The fact is right in front of you, how could it be illusion or trick? Dragon Country user 111, ha ha ha. I said back then, Goddess Shushin's stupid fortune will always turn danger into safety. You all said I was blind. At 111 stop it, you were the harshest critic back then. At 111, your blind return is allowed. At this moment, on a small island in the human world. Sakura Country, National Luck Matchmaking Prosecutor Bureau. A married female prosecutor wearing the bureau uniform stood in front of a big screen, her face dark. Tanaka Sae is her daughter. She looked at the big screen, seeing Chin Shushin and Tanaka Sae treated completely differently, her teeth gnashing. Why? Why does that Chin Shushin, East Asian stupid fortune, have such good luck, randomly matched with such a handsome strange partner? Lin Mo is so handsome she felt overjoyed, a girl in spring feelings no, a married woman in spring feelings. Handsome is fine, but he is also so gentle and considerate. He dotes on Chen Shushin endlessly. And her daughter Tanaka Sae? Her most beloved daughter, the highly expected Tanaka Sae of the Sakura Empire, was being harshly humiliated. Without comparison, there is no hurt, this comparison is real pain. Damn Dragon Country. Treacherous and despicable. They must have used some special method to interfere with the world will's matching. I heard their country's Taoists can call wind and rain, jump 3 or 4 meters high, and even immortals hide in mountains, never appearing except for national extinction matters. It must be these people, using mysterious Eastern secret techniques to interfere with the world will. Despicable. Shameless. I will check the cards, report Dragon Country cheating to the world will. After shouting and venting, she asked her subordinates. How much information has been collected on that strange Lin Mo? Her subordinate trembled, report, prosecutor, after full investigation, we found that not only our Sakura country, but no country in the world has any records about this Lin Mo strange. He hurriedly continued to add. Prosecutor, in my view, this Lin Mo in the strange world is just a weakling. The reason why the human world did not record his information must be because his strength was too weak, not worthy of collecting intelligence. Moreover, think about it, why would he be so gentle and considerate and also so handsome? It must be because he was too weak, afraid of being disliked by humans. That is why he did these things to please humans. And for other weird ones, their strength is powerful, holding the chips of power, they naturally do not need to please humans. Just like you, prosecutor, when you face your superiors you bow low, please in every way, but when facing us, you are proud and pure, this is the same principle. In summary, Lin Mo is just a weakling. When he really goes on the dungeon mission, his strength will be fully exposed. The prosecutor's eyes grew brighter as he listened, finally showing a look of sudden realization. At the same time, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room also cooled down. All because of a hot post from a netizen from Long Country, which was pushed to the top of the bullet screen list. After reading it, everyone felt it made a lot of sense. After thinking carefully, they felt it was just like that. Long Country user at Internet First Expert, fellow Long Country people, do not celebrate too early. His argument was long, generally meaning the same as the subordinate of the Sakura Country married prosecutor. He guessed that Lin Mo's strength in the weird world was just a weakling, no female weird ones would like him. That is why he would try his best to please Chen Shushin, this is a domestic turtle level weird one. Pure android weird. Even, this expert worried that some people would not understand, thoughtfully giving a real human world example. For example, a rich second generation and a person who struggles even to have enough to eat. Facing the opposite sex, the rich second generation would be like other weird ones, not caring at all, after all, if lost, there is another. With their strength, they do not worry about finding another. While the one struggling for food would, for X resources, crawl and beg the opposite sex, pleading them not to leave. Because it is very hard for them to find another. As for who corresponds in the weird world to the rich second generation, who corresponds to the one struggling for food? The answer becomes clear. Someone questioned. You say Lin Mo is a weakling, then how do you explain that when Chen Shushin first arrived, there was that big feast? You know, even in the weird world, earning weird coins is very hard. And compared to weird food, human food costs many times more. That feast cost at least half a lifetime of a weird one's savings. If Lin Mo is a weakling, how explain so many weird coins? Expert, very simple, loan. Still a super high interest loan. Now, everyone fell silent. Even those who wanted to defend Lin Mo did not know how to argue against this internet first expert. He was reasonable and evidence-based, even using real human world examples, how could this be false? Thus, the bullet screen trend changed. Wow. I knew it, whether men or male weird ones, handsome, rich, gentle and considerate, this triangle cannot coexist. Completely done. Long Country again completely done. This Lin Mo is really despicable. Just like the scammers in our country, despicable and shameless. At first, seeing that he did not touch Chin Shushin while she slept, this fairy thought he was a responsible good weird one. Unexpectedly, he was laying a long line to catch a big fish, disgusting and despicable. For a moment, in the marriage live broadcast room, Lin Mo's reputation instantly reversed. From being a fan favored across the internet, he became hated across the internet. But there was no way, strength rules the weird world. Apart from strength, everything else is just decoration. In the human world, some cry in luxury cars and laugh in trains. In the weird world, discrimination by strength is even worse. So after everyone learned that Lin Mo's strength was weak, they immediately criticized him fiercely. Chapter 10: The First Outing Mission. Danger has doubled. Lin Mo's strength is about to be revealed. Of course, Lin Mo still has many fans. A Dragon Kingdom user, named No Cilantro, defended Lin Mo. Pa! At internet's #1 expert, you only know how to spread rumors and slander. What you said are just your one-sided assumptions. There's no evidence proving Lin Mo's strength is weak. Someone started a group, and Lin Mo's true fans immediately joined in. At this moment, the brainless internet surfers suddenly woke up. That's right, the idea that Lin Mo is a weakling is just the one-sided imagination of the expert. There's no evidence supporting his viewpoint. But soon, a message posted by the official account of the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Mother took over all major online platforms' hotlists. The message shockingly detailed the reincarnation underworld. The reincarnation underworld, level unknown. The underworld has 100 floors, and the higher the floor, the stronger the bizarre powers. And above the 60th floor, there is a constant red mist, and rumors say that the highest floor is home to a strange superboss. This boss has killed countless strange beings in their lifetime, with murderous energy flowing outward. That red mist is the solidified murderous energy of that boss. This solidified murderous energy is precisely the marker dividing the strange beings. If a strange being's power is not strong enough, it will be torn to pieces the moment it approaches the murderous energy. Only the strange beings that can withstand the murderous energy are qualified to live on the 60th floor and above. The closer one gets to the 100th floor, the denser the murderous energy naturally becomes. Below the 60th floor, the strange beings are in a different class from those above the 60th floor. Those above the 60th floor are at the king level, while those below the 60th floor are worse than beggars. Note, this harsh class division only applies within the reincarnation underworld instance. Across the entire bizarre world, any being that can live in the reincarnation underworld is a well-known figure in the bizarre world. After seeing this message, Dragon Kingdom netizens exploded. WC. The expert is amazing. He was right. This Lin Mo is just a weakling. He lives on the first floor, just a street-side stray. Whoa, it's over, our Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Damn. What's the use of a good personality? What's the use of being handsome? Strength. Strength is the truth. The public opinion in the matchmaking livestream completely shifted to attacking Lin Mo. It's not just Dragon Kingdom cursing, but other countries as well, like the Hammer Nation, Beautiful Country, Cherry Blossom, and other countries that once supported Lin Mo, are also cursing him. Because Lin Mo left them with a perfect image, but now that image has shattered due to his lack of strength. They feel like they've been dumped, so they hate him deeply, cursing him in anger. Especially the Cherry Blossom girls, they cursed him even harder than Dragon Kingdom netizens. They admire the strong, and originally Lin Mo's thoughtfulness and good looks made them subconsciously think of him as the perfect strange being, including being the strongest in strength. But now, their dreams were shattered. Finally, the strange main character in the livestream shifted from Lin Mo to Dracula, who lives on the 7th floor of the underworld. Oh. I always wondered why our dear Dracula Lord had such a bad temper. Good. Good. This is great. I knew our beautiful Empire's strange companion must be the strongest. The beautiful country netizens in the livestream completely went wild. Some Cherry Blossom girls also came to worship beautiful country's stinky feet. However, Lin Mo still has true fans. But their comments were drowned out in the sea of curses in the livestream. True fans still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if the country's information is wrong? What amazed all the netizens in the world was that in the Marriage Live broadcast room, all the negative comments about Lin Mo could not be sent. This really made everyone feel like Louis XVI scratching his head, completely baffled. Then someone tried, and insulting other strange things, like Dracula or the dog-faced man, could be sent perfectly. But as soon as it was negative words about Lin Mo, no matter how they tried to use homophones, it simply could not be sent. However, magically, if someone praised Lin Mo, it could be sent. If someone insulted Lin Mo, it could not be sent. This magical scene made netizens from all countries in the human world very confused. It was not that this had never happened before, all human countries had previously spammed insults about the same strange thing. There was no problem at all, not even blocked. But now? Forget blocking, they could not even send it. User at Dongo from the Dragon Country said, "Everyone stop trying, it must be the world will updating the system, adding a program to prevent online exposure of the strange ones, go discuss Lin Mo on the international version of Douyang." Everyone instantly understood and thought Dongo was right, the world would also advance with time, preventing online exposure. Thus, the verbal attacks against Lin Mo spread from the marriage live broadcast room to various social apps across the human world. In the strange world, the next day, blood shone brightly. Chen Xuxin was awakened from her sleep by the prompt from the world will. Congratulations to the surviving marriage participants for completing the task reward. The strange partner's favor towards you increases by 5%. Looking at the settlement rewards, marriage participants from all countries were overjoyed. With the base favor added by the world will. This meant that in future dungeon tasks, strange partners would help humans more attentively than before. And humans who had been disliked by strange partners for their meeting gifts but did not die. With this 5% favor bonus, the strange partners would, to some extent, help a little. Though this favor seemed small, for them it was like a timely gift in the snow. And making a strange without feelings increase favor by 5%. Though 5% seems small, in the strange world it is extremely difficult and almost impossible. Fortunately, the world will intervened. Chen Xuxin was also happy, but the reason for her happiness was not that she could get help from the strange. It was simply because her feelings with Lin Mo had warmed. This made Chen Xuxin feel like she was playing a real-life simulation game. She stretched her slim waist comfortably, opened her mouth wide, and yawned, realizing Lin Mo was nowhere to be seen. She was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered that she had fallen asleep unknowingly yesterday. Chen Xuxin hurriedly lifted the quilt and found her clothes intact, sighing in relief. But deep inside, there was a faint, almost unnoticeable disappointment. No, isn't my body graceful? I slept so deeply and you did nothing at all? You are not impotent, right? While Chen Xuxin's left and right brain argued, the voice of the world will came again. Marriage task activated. Please go to the rotten supermarket to work and purchase necessary daily supplies. You will remain in the strange world next. In 1 minute, all marriage participants will be transported to the gathering point of the rotten supermarket. Please prepare and seek help from your strange partner within this minute. 59:58. The first task was to purchase daily necessities and obtain a position in the supermarket. Throughout history, for marriage participants entering the strange world, this was always the first task. After all, in the strange partner's home, there was nothing for humans. So they needed to buy it themselves. Tidying up her clothes, Chen Xuxin walked out of the bedroom and saw on the round table a bowl of steaming red date porridge. 2 plates of golden, shiny fried dumplings. Boiled eggs. And some fruits, miracle fruits, peeled walnuts, and the like. Up already? Perfect, come eat breakfast. Chen Xuxin looked at the golden fried dumplings on the table, swallowed hard, but shook her head and did not sit down to eat. No, I'm about to go on the rotten supermarket mission. The countdown is only 25 seconds, no time. Besides, I don't have the habit of eating breakfast. 25 seconds, so rushed? Your mission is way too inhumane. Lin Mo frowned. Impossible, you must be wrong. It should be 25 minutes. Chen Xuxin shook her head, pouting unhappily. Waku, hubby, do you think I'm stupid? Can't I tell 25 seconds from 25 minutes? Saying this, Chen Xuxin focused her mind and looked again at the panel given by the world will. On it, the countdown showed. Her eyes widened suddenly, her mouth open in shock. The countdown, which had clearly shown 25 seconds, had suddenly changed without warning into 24:57. 24:56. Time flowed quietly. But she had clearly just seen it, seconds ticking down clearly. So why had it suddenly, without warning, turned into minutes? Chen Xuxin was completely confused. The matchmaking livestream exploded again. Chapter 11, Hated across the web. Lin Mo's true strength is a weakling. Long country user times. What the heck, what's going on? The countdown in the live broadcast just now was only 20 seconds left. Why did it suddenly add so much? It's 25 minutes now. Long country user 111, oh my god. Could it be because of Lin Mo? Just now he said 25 minutes, and it really became 25 minutes. Long country user internet's smartest brother, at 111, can you stop joking? This is the world will giving the task. How could it be because of Lin Mo? Who does he think he is? 111, at internet's smartest brother, fine, then how do you explain that the countdown changed right after Lin Mo spoke? Internet's smartest brother, it's definitely a coincidence. The world will must have made a mistake with the time. While fixing it, Lin Mo just happened to say that sentence. Everything is coincidence, don't overthink. Other netizens, at 111, you're as dumb as a pig. Do you think a mere abnormal can control the world will? Also Lin Mo, he lives on the first floor of the underworld, his strength is just the weakest of the underworld, impossible. It's just coincidence. I also agree, it must be the world will's error. 1 minute is way too short, impossible to communicate with the abnormal partner or get help. That 111 really doesn't know what he's doing, thinking an abnormal can control the world will is hilarious. A fangirl, obviously a fan obsessed with Lin Mo's looks. Not only were the viewers in the matchmaking livestream shocked, the Abnormal World's matchmakers were also stunned. At first, they saw the countdown was only 1 minute and were terrified. They hurriedly went to their abnormal partners, explained the mission, and asked about the rotten supermarket. But when they looked again, the time had suddenly become 25 minutes. And there was no warning. It was as if it had been 25 minutes all along. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Time had just grown so much? Though confused and not knowing why. But once they realized, their hearts were full of joy. After all, more time meant more chance to seek help from their partners. And to investigate the rotten supermarket information. As for why the time suddenly extended, nobody really cared. And even if someone wanted to care, they had no way to start. In the end, everyone agreed, the worlds will simply made a mistake with the time. Then, to cover its own error, it silently increased the countdown. First layer of the underworld. Lin Mo fed Qin, this little kitten, while asking about the mission details. It's nothing much. Since the eerie partner's home didn't provide human necessities, and there's no food, the worlds will feared we might starve, so it issued this task to go shopping at the supermarket. But from my point of view, this task isn't very important for me, because here I lack nothing, I have nothing I need to buy. I just need to do my job at the supermarket properly. Chen Shushin's mouth was full of food, her little pink cheeks puffed out, she answered with a muffled voice. After breakfast, Lin Mo put a black jacket on Chen Shushin. The eerie world is not like the human world. Outside, Yin energy spreads. Put on this jacket, it will block the Yin energy for you. Thank you, hubby. As for the worlds will saying to get help from the eerie partner. Chen Shushin felt there was no need to trouble Lin Mo. She would honestly do her job, and other eerie beings shouldn't make things hard for her. Besides, she didn't think Lin Mo could give her any help. After all, people can't be rich, good-looking, and powerful all at once. Eerie beings are the same. This simple truth she knew very well. And she thought that if Lin Mo really could help, he would have said it on his own. Since he didn't say it, it's very likely he can't help either. If she went to him now, it would only add trouble for both of them. After eating, Chen Shushin actively helped tidy things up. Ignoring Lin Mo's advice, she insisted on carrying a bag of trash to throw away when they went out for the mission. At the same time, with only 30 seconds left on the countdown, the worlds will spoke. All married partners, please choose a job level based on the help from your partner. Note, choose within your own limits, do not overestimate yourself. Chen Shushin quickly asked Lin Mo. Hubby, what level job do you think I can handle at the supermarket? Without thinking, Lin Mo replied. Choose level 4, naturally the job with the lowest danger. Lin Mo lacked nothing, the whole eerie world belonged to him. Naturally he didn't care about rich rewards, he simply wanted Chen Shushin to have an easier job. Okay, hubby. As soon as the words fell, the countdown ended, and Chen Shushin disappeared instantly from the spot. At the same time, a big goose plush by Lin Mo's bed waddled out with a plop-plop sound. This goose plush absorbed Lin Mo's killing energy and condensed into a sentient eerie being. It possessed high-level ferocious power. After spending last night together, it realized that Chen Shushin was very important to Lin Mo. Seeing Chen Shushin leave the room, it decided to act as her bodyguard. Eerie power in the world ranges from weak to strong, wandering soul, resentful soul, small eerie, big eerie, fierce eerie, ferocious, killing eerie, Rakshasa, Yama. And the unknown supreme in the eerie world, the demon god. This goose's strength could be considered upper level in the eerie world. But Lin Mo waved his hand, tossing the goose back onto the bed. Stay safely on the bed, Shushin is wearing the jacket with my aura. They would never forget. It's just a pity that the perspective in the matchmaking livestream follows Chen Shushin. After Chen Shushin left Lin Mo's side, the viewers in the livestream didn't hear what Lin Mo said to the big goose afterward. They only knew that Lin Mo had asked Chen Shushin to choose the fourth gear. So, from the viewer's perspective, it was confirmed that Lin Mo was a noob. Lin Mo's reputation in the livestream turned into a complete mess online. Even his fans gave up on him. There's nothing to be done, the bizarre world is just so real, where power is everything. Chapter 12, The Rotten Supermarket. The Terrifying Doorman Ghost. When Chen Shushin came back to her senses, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. This supermarket's layout was eerie and terrifying. The 4 blood-red words "Rotten Supermarket" were crookedly hanging on the sign. A chilling wind blew, as if an unknown terror was hiding in the darkness, wailing. But fortunately, Chen Shushin was not the only one around, there were 7 or 8 others, all matchmakers from the human world. When there are more people around, it's not as scary. However, their spirits didn't seem well. They looked like they had been through inhumane, cruel torture. Especially a matchmaker from Sakura country, dressed in cherry blossom clothes, looking haggard as if she had just gone through an exhausting, sleepless battle. But Chen Shushin didn't find the woman from India who had mocked her in the crowd. Chen Shushin didn't think much of it and assumed that woman hadn't arrived yet. After all, from Chen Shushin's perspective, meeting a bizarre partner didn't seem dangerous at all, let alone a life-threatening situation. Is she from Dragon Country? A voice sounded next to Chen Shushin. It was a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical appearance from the Bear Country. Seeing that the woman had recognized her country, Chen Shushin was about to greet her. But the woman looked at her with disdain, then moved away and distanced herself. As if Chen Shushin had some nauseating odor. Chen Shushin puffed up her cheeks and looked upset, not knowing what she had done wrong. This woman from Bear Country was named Anna, and her husband was a police officer in Bear Country. However, their household's main income didn't come from their jobs, but from her husband's extortion of little dragons. Whenever her husband encountered a little dragon from Dragon Country visiting Bear Country, he would extort money from them, earning 7,000 to 8,000 rubles each time. This made Anna look down on Dragon Country people, even having a deep-rooted disdain for them. She saw little dragons as cash machines, easy to bully. So earlier, when she saw Chen Shushin, who had a Dragon Country face, she asked. Upon realizing that Chen Shushin was indeed from Dragon Country, she looked disgusted and walked away. Dragon Country netizens in the matchmaking livestream saw this and immediately started cursing Anna angrily. What does this woman from Bear Country mean? Is she treating our Shushin goddess like a plague? This is hilarious. Anna from Bear Country actually dares to disdain Chen Shushin? You people from Bear Country have the strongest odor, okay? Exactly. Our Shushin is like a soft, sweet little cake, how dare you disdain her? Seeing Dragon Country netizens fire back at Anna, Bear Country netizens couldn't sit still anymore, and they started posting bullet comments to counter Dragon Country netizens. Is Anna disdainful of Chen Shushin? No, she's only disgusted with Dragon Country. The livestream was once again in a heated argument, and viewers from other countries were stirring things up, acting like they were watching a show and enjoying the drama. Meanwhile, in the bizarre world, the few matchmakers who had gathered slowly began to approach the rotten supermarket. Since it was still early, there were no bizarre events around the rotten supermarket yet. At the entrance of the supermarket, there was a hideously grotesque dog, staring at them. The woman from the Bear Hair Country, named Anna, stepped forward first. You bunch of cowards, it's just a dog, isn't it? In our human world, this dog would just be a watchdog. Anna glanced disdainfully at the hesitant group behind her, then strode boldly toward the rotten supermarket. And we are like the customers visiting the supermarket. Customers are gods, I don't believe this watchdog would hurt us customers. Anna's reasoning was simple. This strange dog was the supermarket's watchdog, and their group were the customers coming to visit. Customers are gods, the supermarket would never let a dog that bites customers guard the place. The outcome could only be one. This strange dog was not really a guard, but like a lucky cat in the human world. It was there to attract customers. It just looked a bit creepy, that was all. A common trait of creatures from the strange world, nothing serious. Viewers in the live stream saw Anna step forward first and shouted that she was a warrior. Netizens from Bear Hair Country proudly cheered. Well done, Anna. This is our Bear Hair Country spirit. Fight if you don't agree. Fearless. This is strength. Just as the Bear Hair Country netizens reached their peak excitement, what happened next made them sweat in fear. When Anna approached the strange dog, to show her calm and strong mindset, she even made a chuchua sound at the dog. She relied on the fact that the dog was tied with a rope. Anna believed that as long as she kept her distance, the dog could not harm her. Unfortunately, this was the strange world, and she miscalculated. The dog suddenly stretched its neck a full meter. It bit hard at Anna, who was making the chuchua sound. Anna, true to her Bear Hair Country roots, reacted quickly. She dodged the deadly bite just in time. Sadly, her left arm was violently torn off by the dog. Then it was eaten with a crisp, snapping sound. Ah! My hand! Anna's scream cut through the sky, pitiful beyond measure. The horrifying scream gave everyone present goosebumps. The matchmakers from Stick Club Country were beside Anna, they quickly pulled her back, trying to get as far from the supermarket's dog as possible. At the same time, Anna's scream attracted the attention of the strange creatures inside the rotten supermarket. Squeak squeak creak creak. A sound that made goosebumps erupt, like nails scratching a blackboard. The half-closed door of the rotten supermarket opened. Inside was a female ghost wearing a uniform, clearly a cashier. Chen Shushin froze and called out. Sister ghost, this big dog is biting people, can you take it away? The ghost cashier sneered. Damn pigs, this is a wolf. Besides, it would be better if you all died, then no one would compete with us for food. After saying this, the ghost cashier slammed the supermarket door shut. Hee hee, the supermarket opens in half an hour. If you're still outside when it opens, wait to be eaten by passing strange creatures until not a scrap is left. At these words, all the matchmakers present froze in shock. Some, having reached their mental limit, crouched on the ground and cried loudly. Chen Xuxin also grew anxious. If they hadn't entered the supermarket by the time it opened, they would be torn to pieces by the creatures. She looked at the strange dog, thought hard, and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 13, The Vicious Woman from the Bear Country. Chen Xuxin suddenly remembered that in her trash bag, there were still some leftover food scraps. Could she use these things to bribe the guard monster in front of her? So she searched through the trash bag while slowly approaching the guard monster. This scene shocked the Dragon Country viewers in the live stream. Damn, Chen Xuxin, what are you doing? Didn't you see Anna already lost a hand to the fierce guard monster? I really can't understand, how can the top student of Capital City University be so stupid? There's danger, yet she dares to go forward? Exactly, just go die yourself. I don't want Dragon Country to be invaded by the strange world. For a while, Dragon Country viewers anxiously sent comments non-stop. On the Bear Countryside, they were also mocking with cold sarcasm. He, this is hilarious, this little dragon person dares to get close to the guard monster? Didn't she see Anna react so fast yet lost a hand? I already saw her ending. This Dragon Country woman is overestimating herself. Our country's matchmakers almost died by this guard monster's mouth. Now she goes up, it's simply suicide. Amid the chaos in the livestream, Chen Xuxin had already approached the guard monster and poured out the leftover food scraps from the trash bag. Good dog, eat quickly. The guard monster frowned, face darkened. It was a proud small-level ghost wolf, yet treated like a dog and fed leftover scraps? This was simply unbearable. So the guard monster's terrifying eyes locked tightly on the slowly approaching Chen Xuxin. If it weren't restrained by ropes, it would have swallowed her in one bite. Come closer, just a little closer, then I'll tear you apart. The guard monster crouched, ready to pounce, thinking viciously. However, when it saw Chen Xuxin enter its attack range, ready to strike, it sniffed with its nose. Ha! What is this? So fragrant? Such strong energy? The delicious smell instantly drove away the monster's violent intent. Sniffing harder, the guard monster realized the strong energy came from the food scraps Chen Xuxin held. It was stunned. It couldn't believe it. Just a little food scrap could have such strong energy? It leaned closer to sniff, completely shocked. These food scraps not only contained strong energy, but it was also extremely pure. The guard monster had never seen such pure energy. Devouring this could at least let it advance one rank. Thinking this, the monster's eyes lit up and it tentatively stuck out its bloody tongue to taste. The strong, extremely pure energy, mixed with the meat scent of the food, exploded on its tongue. The guard monster had no doubt, even the top chefs of 5-star hotels in the strange world couldn't make food this irresistible. More importantly, these foods contained dense energy. The taste was secondary. Energy was essential for their strange cultivation strength. Anything with energy was extremely precious, like ghost coins. And these scraps not only had extremely high energy, but were also delicious. Even 5-star hotels couldn't add energy to dishes. These scraps were billions of times more valuable than 5-star hotel food. Eating one bite made the guard monster feel like it had entered heaven. This was truly a treasure unseen on earth or in heaven. What kind of noble being could eat such a bite? Even the master of the strange world wouldn't eat better than this. If Lin Mo knew what the gatekeeper ghost was thinking, he would laugh to death. These foods were made by him personally, and in contact with them, the massive energy on his body attached itself to the food. To him, this little energy was not worth even a strand of his hair. But inside this, there was also great fortune. Among these food scraps, some were left uneaten by Lin Mo, so they were tainted with his saliva. The energy contained in them was not something ordinary food could compare with, enough for the gatekeeper ghost to cross classes. The gatekeeper ghost was still devouring ravenously. It never expected that among the food scraps, there would be an unexpected surprise. A few scattered scraps contained energy so terrifying it was explosive. Those were the foods tainted with Lin Mo's saliva. But it didn't dare absorb them directly, instead storing them inside its body. If it absorbed them directly, this energy would burst its body and kill it. These surprises came one after another, making the gatekeeper ghost extremely happy. This year was truly its birth year of luck. It never imagined that it, a broken gate guarding ghost, would one day eat such food found nowhere on earth. It was worth dying for, its past life had truly been wasted. So, the gatekeeper ghost's face filled with hot tears. Even dirt, dust, and everything else were swallowed into its stomach. The main idea was not wasting anything at all, with emotions fully charged. As the food scraps went down, it clearly felt the yin energy in its body increasing. However, the scraps that Chen Shushin fed earlier were tentative, just a little. They were already eaten by the gatekeeper ghost in 2 or 3 bites. So it lay down completely in front of Chen Shushin. Just like a little dog in the human world. Wriggling its hips hard, wagging its tail. Seeing this, Chen Shushin thought the gatekeeper ghost was really hungry. And that the delicious food in her hands had attracted it. She immediately gave herself a big praise for her cleverness. Hee, this little dog is really hungry, luckily I brought some scraps and leftover food, truly clever me. She happily threw all the food scraps from the trash bag to the gatekeeper ghost. Slurp slurp slurp, eat quickly, little doggy. If anyone else said this to the gatekeeper ghost, it would tear them apart with all its strength. Because this was a barefaced issue of dignity. Humans have dignity, ghosts have ghost dignity, it also has pride. If its fellow ghosts knew someone called it a little doggy, how could it survive in the ghost world? Would it not lose face? But the person gave so much. Milk makes a mother, food makes a father. The gatekeeper ghost's eyes shone as it pounced on the food scraps, devouring heartily. With each bite of pure yin energy down its throat, the restrictions in its body immediately broke. Thus, the low-level ghost restraints that had troubled the gatekeeper ghost for decades were instantly broken. Successfully advancing to a mid-level ghost. But it didn't end there. It not only broke the restraints, but also stored a lot of extremely pure yin energy. After it spent time absorbing this yin energy, a ferocious creature would be born in the ghost world. It would soon escape the bottom layer of the ghost world. The gatekeeper ghost thought of its hardships over these decades and wanted to cry. It had worked everywhere guarding gates, earning ghost coins and yin energy to break the low-level ghost restrictions. Busy for more than 10 years, yet still going in circles. And now, just a few bites of leftover food broke it through? And stored so much yin energy. A benefactor. A benefactor. The truth proved that no matter how hard a ghost worked, it was better to have luck and meet a benefactor. Thinking of this, the gatekeeper ghost cried. The gatekeeper ghost's mind raced, and it quickly thought, since the leftover food this woman was about to throw away was so extraordinary, then the food she usually ate must be incredibly luxurious for a ghost. How magnificent must the identity be? Absolutely like a little rich lady. Hold on to the big leg, you must hold it tightly. So, the gatekeeper ghost began to make whining sounds like a little dog with a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Chen Shushin, seeing this, patted its dog head with a face full of pity. Poor little dog, how long has it been since anyone fed you? Hungry to this state. Eating something and even crying from being touched, does no one love you? Anna, ? The live stream viewers? Children, is this right? Why in Chen Shushin's hands does this terrifying gatekeeper ghost act like a well-behaved dog? Could it really be because the gatekeeper ghost was hungry? After Chen Shushin fed it, the gatekeeper ghost relaxed its guard towards her. At this moment, Anna was going to regret to death. She never expected that this gatekeeper ghost was really hungry, no wonder it tried to eat her just now. Such a simple thing, yet it caused her to waste an arm for nothing. Endless regret flooded Anna's heart. And hatred towards Chen Shushin. Hating her for having food, why didn't she feed the gatekeeper ghost earlier? Hating her for seeing the gatekeeper ghost was hungry, why didn't she stop her when she approached? She blamed Chen Shushin for losing one of her arms. After all, if she couldn't control the gatekeeper ghost, how could she control Chen Shushin? While Chen Shushin was feeding the gatekeeper ghost, Han Shouying, the matchmaker from Bangzhou country, secretly slipped into the rotten supermarket. Other countries' matchmakers saw Han Shouying was not attacked and hurriedly rushed into the rotten supermarket following her example. Anna from Bear Country, passing by Chen Shushin and the gatekeeper ghost, shot a venomous glance at Chen Shushin from the corner of her eye. But Chen Shushin, focused on petting the gatekeeper ghost, did not notice Anna's gaze. Although the gatekeeper ghost sensed the malice released by Anna, it only thought Anna was resentful that it had eaten one of her arms. The gatekeeper ghost was still afraid inside that Anna would report it to Chen Shushin, making her dislike it. Fortunately, Anna just glanced and then entered the rotten supermarket, which made the gatekeeper ghost feel relieved. Chen Shushin was the last to enter the rotten supermarket. The other matchmakers who arrived earlier had already chosen various positions under the arrangement of the supermarket manager. Now, in front of Manager Ghost, were Anna from Bear Country and Tanaka-sai from Sakura Country. Manager Ghost looked at Tanaka-sai and said, "You chose the second-level position, quite brave. Go to window number 3 as cashier." After speaking, Tanaka-sai stepped forward, taking out 2 ghost coins and a letter, handing them to Manager Ghost. "Hello manager, my husband asked me to bring these to you. He said he is an old acquaintance of yours." Seeing the ghost coins in Tanaka-sai's hand, Manager Ghost's eyes immediately lit up. It must be known, even for ghosts, obtaining ghost coins is extremely difficult. Moreover, ghost coins contain a large amount of energy, which can be used by ghosts to advance in power or break through limits. For a big supermarket general manager like Manager Ghost, they could only earn 40 or 50 ghost coins a month. 2 ghost coins are not a small amount for a ghost. Manager Ghost was very surprised, never expecting a human could take out 2 ghost coins. After taking the ghost coins, Manager Ghost began reading the letter. Immediately, its eyes lit up. Yo-ho, it's the gatekeeping dog from before. Indeed an old acquaintance. It is your husband? Being able to give you 2 ghost coins, it really loves you. Manager Ghost returned the letter to Tanaka-sai, advising her. During cashier work, if ghost customers ask you anything, just say sorry, don't know, reported, wait for notice. Do not say anything else. It will ensure your life. Go and take the position. As long as you do as I say, you will pass through the term safely. Tian Zhongzhua, upon hearing this, brightened up and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, happily heading towards the cash register. At this moment, only Anna and Chen Shushin were left. Anna pointed at Chen Shushin and reported to the cunning manager. Manager, I want to report that this woman just fed unhealthy things to the gatekeeper at the supermarket. Unhealthy things are a minor issue, but there is a high chance she poisoned him. Upon hearing this, Manager Gue immediately cast a sharp glance at Chen Shushin. Meanwhile, the online viewers in the livestream, seeing Anna's statement, immediately became furious and started cursing. Chen Shushin is in danger. Chapter 14, The Rotten Supermarket Owner Appears. Fear spreads across the web. Beast. Beast. The women from the bear country are truly beasts. Ha, Anna from bear country is a super invincible bitch. It's one thing to be proud and arrogant, but to be so sinister and cunning, she's just a villain. Damn. If it weren't for our Chen Shushin, you people from bear country would never be able to enter the rotten supermarket. Not only did you fail to show gratitude, but you even betrayed your ally. No. This isn't betrayal, it's slander. Among the curses of the dragon country people, there were also some retorts from the bear country's netizens. Hee, Anna is the real strong one. What is a strong person? A strong person will go to any lengths to find opportunities that benefit themselves. Manager Gue will definitely reward her with a great job for reporting the information. Ha ha ha. Well done, Anna. What does the dragon country's curses matter to us from bear country? In this terrifying weird world, only those who survive until the end have the right to speak. Survive by any means. Show the world our strength from bear country. However, the voices of the bear country's netizens were ultimately drowned out by the wave of condemnation. Netizens from other countries, who knew the truth, began to speak up for the dragon country. However, the verbal sparring in the livestream couldn't affect the strange world. Although the dragon country netizens, with the help of others, managed to win the argument against bear country, Chen Shushin in the strange world was targeted by the manager of the rotten supermarket due to Anna's slander. What? You, pig, dare to poison our supermarket's gatekeeper? The manager's words carried deep malice, causing the listener to feel a chill. Anna, who was watching the drama unfold, shivered at the tone of the manager's voice. She thought to herself that Chen Shushin must be so scared right now, her pants soaked, her face drained of color. She shifted her gaze from Manager Gue to Chen Shushin's face, eager to see her fearful expression. But Anna was disappointed. At that moment, Chen Shushin blinked her big eyes and looked at Anna with a clear, innocent face. Her expression was so lovable, as if asking, "Why are you slandering me?" As for fear, there was none. This made Anna even angrier. The chilling gust of wind earlier had nearly made her wet herself. Why didn't this stupid woman from Dragon Country react? This made their people from Bear Country look weak. Humph. Still pretending. People from Dragon Country always pretend. Let's see if you can remain so calm when Manager Gue tears you apart later. Thinking of this, Anna lifted the corner of her mouth, as if she could already see Chen Shushin being torn apart by the weirdness. Chen Shushin, hearing the manager's question, looked completely innocent. She was just about to explain herself when she was interrupted by the manager. There's an old saying in Dragon Country's human world, those who bring harm upon themselves cannot live. Since you, pig, are so arrogant, leave your flesh and blood behind and feed it to the gatekeeper. Actually, whether the gatekeeper outside the supermarket lived or died, the weirdness didn't care at all. What angered the manager was that Chen Shushin, this human pig, dared to act so arrogantly on his turf. Do not touch his things without permission. It's like a dirty homeless person walking by a luxurious mansion, touching the mansion's guard dog. This behavior, although not a big deal, disgusts the mansion owner. Especially in the eyes of the bizarre creatures, humans are even worse than the wandering monsters of their strange world. Humans are the most despised beings in the world of the bizarre. The bizarre manager decided to feed Chen Shushin's flesh and blood to the guard monster, and then throw the guard monster out of the supermarket, firing it. To prevent the guard monster from losing the supermarket's reputation in the bizarre world. Stop. Just as the bazaar manager was walking toward Chen Shushin, a sound like sharp nails scraping a blackboard, which made the skin crawl, came from inside the supermarket. The bazaar manager froze, stunned, and looked in the direction of the sound with a face full of shock. Old boss? You actually woke up? The person who appeared was none other than the owner of the rotten supermarket. He was huge, as if made up of countless tumors piled together. But strangely, his body had a faint golden glow, like a moving golden mountain. Solid gold cufflinks dug into his swollen wrists, cigar ash casually brushed on his suit's front, and his large stomach bounced up and down as he walked. Around his neck, a gold chain as thick as a pinky held a jade paisho, swinging as he spoke, his triple chin trembling with every word. His eyes, embedded in his greasy eyelids, always looked sideways at others, even the reflected light from his diamond-encrusted wristwatch exuded a domineering oiliness. As soon as the bazaar boss appeared, viewers in the live stream immediately started vomiting. I can't even, what kind of bazaar is this, it looks so disgusting. This is definitely the least cute bazaar I've ever seen. Don't speak too soon, it's obvious you're watching your first matchmaking livestream. There will be many more disgusting bazaar creatures ahead, just wait for the big eye symbol to pop up. I know this bazaar, our country's intelligence network has his profile. Yes, I found it too, this is actually the owner of the rotten supermarket. What? He's been in a deep sleep for 3 years. Upstairs, stop being so long-winded, I'm not looking up the info, it's too much trouble. The intelligence profile shows that this bazaar, the owner of the rotten supermarket, is named Bao Shigong, and he has. What? He actually has the strength of a senior fierce bazaar, this is terrifying. As soon as the words senior fierce bazaar were mentioned, the entire internet exploded. Wandering souls, vengeful souls, minor bazaars, major bazaars, fierce bazaars. Oh my god. This newbie village has a fierce bazaar of level 5? The difficulty of this matchmaking task is way too high. I need to check this out. Exactly, in the previous matchmaking tasks, fierce bazaar creatures were at most mid to late stage, appearing only toward the end. This one is a senior fierce bazaar, appearing in the newbie village? Too ridiculous. The netizen who was explaining Bao Shigong continued. 3 years ago, Bao Shigong came to Qingming Street to open a supermarket and start his business. But due to location issues, he got into a dispute with another senior fierce bazaar. The two sides fought for 3 days and nights, unable to decide the winner. Bao Shigong used secret techniques to seal the opponent beneath the supermarket building. He cleverly used the opponent's ability to accelerate the rotting of objects to open the rotten supermarket. But since then, in order to maintain the sealing power, Bao Shigong himself fell into a deep sleep, and everything in the supermarket was fully managed by the bazaar manager. What? The senior fierce bazaar named Bao Shigong has been asleep for 3 years? But why did he wake up at this very moment? Damn it, our matchmaking task is just so unlucky. Could it be because he heard Chen Shushin poisoning the guard monster that he woke up? One word woke the sleeper. The supermarket's guard monster must be Bao Shigong's favorite pet. Hearing that his pet was poisoned, he must have been furious and broke open the coffin. And so, netizens from Dragon Kingdom were completely panicked. It's over, it's over. The key point is that Chen Shushin is innocent. Will Bao Shigong find out the truth? What the hell? Do you think the bizarre beings are like us humans? Look at him, that dead look on his face. He's definitely not the type to listen to the calming goddess's explanation. Goddess Shushin is completely finished now. Watching the strange boss ignore the flattery of the strange manager and walk directly toward Chen Shushin. The Dragon Kingdom netizens were completely despairing. As expected, the strange boss's target was only one Chen Shushin. Chapter 15, the whole network is breaking down. The strange boss is actually this reasonable? To say she wasn't scared would be a lie. Chen Shushin watched as the strange boss, a massive mountain of flesh, walked toward her, and to say she wasn't scared would be a lie. After all, she was just a college student, a naive, kind, innocent, naturally cute little girl. How could she have seen something so terrifying before? Even when she entered the bizarre world, she was with the handsome Lin Mo, and hadn't seen any other weird-looking bizarre beings. She thought the bizarre beings in the bizarre world were just like the people in the human world. The ugliest she had seen was just the doorman bazaar outside the door. But now, the strange boss in front of her was truly challenging Chen Shushin's understanding. It was both terrifying and disgusting. Chen Shushin stood frozen, unable to even think about explaining. At this moment, it wasn't just Chen Shushin who was observing the strange boss. The strange boss was also examining the Chen Shushin in front of him. Finally, his gaze fixed on the coat Chen Shushin was wearing, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Found it. The source of the trembling aura, found. It was coming from a coat. That aura, is it just from a coat? The strange boss had naively thought that he would finally see the honor of that aura today. In the end, the strange boss chuckled self-mockingly. I was really daydreaming. How could a big shot like that be something a bazaar like me could see? Just touching a little bit of its lingering presence is already a blessing from my ancestors. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He slapped his forehead. Right. Since this coat carries the aura of that big shot, it means this girl must be connected to that big shot. The most urgent thing now is to serve this little girl well. Bizarre matchmaking, the intimate coat. Could it be that this little girl is? As the owner of the rotten supermarket, he naturally knew that his supermarket had become a side quest for matchmaking tasks. Remembering the coat on Chen Shushin, the strange boss had a bold thought, one that even he couldn't believe. Could it be that the legendary big shot is participating in matchmaking and has found someone? This news would be a bombshell for the high-level bizarre beings in the bizarre world. Of course, with his status, the strange boss had no access to the top big shots of the bizarre world. But he still had some connections with the high-level bizarre beings. From what he knew, there were fierce, bizarre, and other big shot female bizarre beings who admired the legendary big shot of the bizarre world. They were so passionate that they would even sacrifice their lives without hesitation. If they found out that the big shot actually had a girlfriend, and she was human. The strange boss shuddered, not daring to imagine the scene when that time came. Let alone the other strange big shots, who considered the big shot their idol. But now, their idol had suddenly gotten a girlfriend? As the strange boss pondered, Anna spoke up. Clearly, Anna's thoughts were the same as those of the netizens. She thought the strange boss had come out because of Chen Shushin poisoning the food. She had no idea that the strange boss was actually sensing Lin Mo's aura, and had struggled to escape. He came here despite the risk of the seal loosening. The strange boss was afraid that with the strange manager's ability, he wouldn't sense the aura and might neglect its owner. As expected, the strange manager's strength was too low and he didn't sense the aura on Chen Shushin at all. The sinister boss shivered with fear. Luckily he came out. Boss. It's her. This filthy woman poisoned your guard ghost. Anna pointed at Chen Shushin viciously, her nostrils flaring to the sky. The sinister boss was stunned by her words, then his face filled with shock. What had he just heard? This blonde, blue-eyed human swine actually called the great god's wife a filthy woman? The sinister boss had no time to ask for the full story, nor any interest in understanding the history between Anna and Chen Shushin. He only knew that, judging by Anna's expression, she did not get along with the great god's wife. If so, it seemed an opportunity to show his power had come. The sinister boss immediately grabbed Anna and pulled out her tongue completely. Then, with a speed faster than lightning, he slapped her away. Noisy pig swine. When is it your turn, lowly golden-haired pig, to be noisy? The force was just right, shattering half her teeth, but not killing her. The sinister boss felt that giving Anna such a relief was too cheap for her, so he stopped. The pain in her arms, the burning pain on her face, and the blood in her mouth made Anna collapse completely. She held some broken teeth in one hand, searching the ground for other shattered teeth, imagining she could put them back in her mouth. Truly, a ground full of teeth. As for the tongue, forget it, it had already been swallowed by the sinister boss. She could not understand, really could not understand why the sinister boss was so violent. She had only kindly warned him, yet he slapped her without reason. So, she could only glare at Chen Shushin with hatred. In her heart, she thought fiercely. Filthy woman, it's all because of you. I lost my tongue and teeth again. Seeing the sinister boss so violent, your death will surely be much worse than mine. Thinking that the violent boss would surely tear Chen Shushin apart soon, Anna's gloomy mood instantly cleared. Even the pain in her mouth seemed much lighter. Compared to her, she was not the unluckiest, right? After all, she lost teeth, tongue, and one hand. Chen Shushin would lose her life. At this moment, Manager Gue sent Anna away with a word. Manager Gue was indirectly helping Anna, otherwise who knew if the sinister boss would suddenly crush her. No choice, after all, Manager Gue had accepted a gift from Anna. Manager Gue was still very professional, accepting gifts truly meant handling matters. Lowly pig swine, hurry up and go. Go to the basement floor to clean the toilets. But Anna clearly did not realize Manager Gue's kindness. Hearing cleaning toilets? Anna's face turned green. She had lived a pampered life in the human world, never doing any work, living comfortably. And now she had to clean toilets? Reluctant, she could only rise helplessly, following the ghost employees to the supermarket basement. At this time, only Chen Shushin remained in the supermarket hall. Seeing the sinister boss approaching, Chen Shushin began to stammer, explaining that Anna was slandering her. She believed justice lay with humans, and with the ghost boss. Boss, if you don't believe me, you can ask the guard ghost. That guard ghost just drank soda, I swear I did not poison it. The sinister boss nodded. Human young lady, I trust you. You are truly beautiful and kind, loving small animals, full of love. All our supermarket employees should learn from you. Chen Xuxin blushed and laughed shyly at his words. The livestream viewers were also stunned. They never expected a hopeless situation to be resolved like this. Earlier, seeing the boss treat Anna so cruelly, they thought he would tear Chen Xuxin apart without reason. But now it seemed, the boss was really a reasonable, good ghost. Truly worthy of being a boss. Big picture. In the live stream, the uninformed Dragon Kingdom viewers began to feel smug, expressing their thoughts that Dragon's luck was prosperous, and that they had encountered a clever and sensible trickster. In fact, even if Chen Xuxin didn't explain, Boss Gue wouldn't believe Anna's nonsense. It's ridiculous. If this person wanted to kill a gatekeeper trickster, would they need to poison them? It's as simple as a single sentence. Moreover, a mere gatekeeper trickster isn't worthy of her attention. Then, Boss Gue checked the position and difficulty level Chen Xuxin had chosen, and decided to personally help her complete the task. Ha! The difficult level is actually the lowest level? At this, Boss Gue was stunned. He originally thought that the big shot would directly assign his wife the highest difficulty level. For that big shot, even the highest difficulty level would just be a piece of cake, right? So why choose the lowest level? Boss Gue was confused. Could it be, he was wrong? This woman has nothing to do with that supreme being? But how to explain the aura on her coat? Boss Gue didn't believe that the supreme being's aura could just be casually shared. Suddenly, Boss Gue had a flash of insight and realized. He knew. This was a hint from that supreme being. A hint telling him to use the simplest level for the greatest reward. The simplest level was a hint to their decaying supermarket to take care of this lady. She must not be tired, must not be dirty, but still needs to have a proper employee position. Got it. Boss Gue had a flash of inspiration. Our supermarket just happens to have a special position that is perfect for you. Chapter 16, Why is Chen Xuxin so relaxed? Tanaka Zai comes looking for trouble. Hearing Boss Gue say that there was a special position suited for her, Chen Xuxin's eyes lit up. May I ask, boss, what position is it? What are the requirements? I will do my best. Boss Gue coughed symbolically, his eyes wandering as his brain was working at full speed. Beautiful human young lady, you don't need to try hard. With your intelligence, completing this job will be incredibly easy. Chen Xuxin smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit shy from Boss Gue's praise. Although she had always been excellent academically, ranking at the top, and teachers always praised her intelligence. Her friends said she was naturally silly with a long reflex arc. Chen Xuxin herself often felt like her mind would wander and she wouldn't know what she was doing. So, she didn't think of herself as particularly smart. Her excellent grades were simply because she worked harder than others. Thank you for your praise, boss. But could you please tell me what the position is? Boss Gue cleared his throat, straightened his body, adjusted his suit, and said seriously. Our supermarket, lately, has been lacking a senior talent with advanced aesthetic taste. And someone with unique insight into product management and arrangement. I see that Miss Chun has extraordinary temperament, a kind heart, and meticulous thought. This position is simply made for you. You have already passed the assessment for this position. We just need you to nod and take office. Chen Xuxin was so flattered by the praise that she felt a bit lost. Then, boss, what exactly does this position entail? You don't need to do anything. Just stroll around the supermarket. We've named this position Product Display Aesthetic Inspector, with a part-time role as Standard On-Site Inspector. Your main task is to check if the products are arranged neatly. If not, you can call the staff and, using your aesthetic taste, rearrange the products. Once the staff finishes their task, you'll check their work for attention to detail. If you're not satisfied, you can ask them to redo it. If still unsatisfied, you can simply fire him. Upon hearing the strange boss's statement, the viewers in the matchmaking livestream exploded. What the heck? After all that build-up, it turns out the boss is just like a general manager with power but no real name? The strange manager behind him, I'm the clown. My goodness. This strange boss is too good, right? Why is he treating Chen Xuxin so well? Are you stupid upstairs? Didn't you see how much the strange boss liked Chen Xuxin as soon as he came out? He complimented her to the skies. What else could it be? It's because Chen Xuxin fed the gatekeeper ghost, and the strange boss thinks her character is great, so he wants to take care of her. Who would have thought that the strange one also cares about character? TSK TSK TSK. I have to say, this strange boss is truly a reasonable, good boss, 1,000 times better than the capitalists in our human world. Unlike the cheers from Dragon Kingdom's viewers, the viewers from Bear Country were absolutely furious. They initially thought that by slandering Chen Xuxin, they could get Anna a better position. Now, however, they've been hit by karma and are reaping what they've sown. After all their calculations, they didn't expect the strange boss, being a strange one, to have such good character. At this moment, a viewer from Bear Country said, if feeding the gatekeeper ghost counts, Arana from Bear Country also fed the gatekeeper ghost an arm. And that little dragon from Dragon Kingdom only fed him some leftover scraps. By rights, we should be the ones getting the special treatment. Arana from Bear Country was the first to feed the gatekeeper ghost. Why is she being treated this way? We want special treatment too. In an instant, viewers from Bear Country were filled with righteous anger. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries collectively mocked Bear Country. At this moment, the strange manager, hearing so much from the strange boss, was completely dazed. No, boss. When did our supermarket need such a strange position? As the general manager in charge of all supermarket affairs, how come I didn't know about this? Capital. Capital. There must be some capital at play. This is clearly a sham position. Although the strange manager was complaining madly in his heart, as a strange expert, he obviously wouldn't expose the strange boss. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. What magic power did Qin Shushin have that made the strange boss treat her so well? Could it be that she is the strange boss's distant relative? Or perhaps his illegitimate daughter? He had heard that the strange boss was notorious for his flirtatious behavior and had kept many spiritual little ghosts. Maybe he has also kept humans, which wouldn't be surprising. Even if he couldn't figure it out, the strange manager was still very observant. Seeing how well the strange boss treated Qin Shushin, he immediately became obsequious. Honorable human young lady, the boss is right, your power is equivalent to mine. Oh no, even above mine. Qin Shushin was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly. She inexplicably gained even more power than the strange manager? It felt like a dream. Even in a dream, she wouldn't dare to wish for this, right? Could this be compensation for being slandered by Anna? Was the strange boss pitying her? Alright, it looks like this position is quite important. I'll do my best. Qin Shushin clenched her fists, cheering herself on. So, Qin Shushin, led by the strange manager, started the supermarket inspection work with the strange boss. At first, Qin Shushin was nervous, but gradually she got used to it, relaxed, and casually strolled around the supermarket. Anyone who didn't know would think she was out for a walk. She occasionally pointed to the shelves. This strange item is crooked, it doesn't look good. Turn it around. The strange manager would immediately rush over and straighten it. Occasionally, she would complain, this strange candle is a bit too dim, I can't even see the way. The strange manager immediately ordered all the strange candles to be extinguished and all the strange lights in the supermarket turned on. The decaying supermarket instantly became bright. The eerie staff brightened up, thinking it was like celebrating the new year. Only because the eerie lamps consumed a lot of power, the stingy little manager usually never allowed them to be lit. Only during the new year, to add some festive joy, would the eerie lamps be turned on. And now, just because Qin Shushin thought the eerie candle was too dim, she turned on all the eerie lamps. How extravagant! This made the Dragon Country fans in the matchmaking livestream extremely happy. They wished they could rush into the eerie world and replace Qin Shushin themselves. Meanwhile, at the cashier where Tian Zhongzai worked, eerie customers queued up, shouting hoarsely at Tian Zhongzai, urging her to work faster. Tian Zhongzai felt immense pressure, sweating profusely. She feared that any impatient eerie person might rush up and tear her apart. Fortunately, since the supermarket opened, she had helped dozens of eerie customers check out without danger. Some of them asked all kinds of questions, but Tian Zhongzai remembered the manager's instructions carefully. No matter what customers asked, she repeated the same words, and so far had faced no danger. Luckily, my husband gave me 2 eerie coins, earning the manager's advice. Tian Zhongzai felt grateful and instantly thought last night's hard life was worth it. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, an eerie customer at the counter slammed the goods onto the desk with a bang. Tian Zhongzai jumped in fright. The eerie customer shouted in a hoarse, tearing voice. Why so expensive? Why so expensive? I don't have eerie coins to pay for such expensive things. I don't care, you pig, give it to me for free. Otherwise, I will swallow you whole. Sorry, it has been reported. Reported? Really free? Can I just leave the supermarket now? I don't know, wait for notice. Wait for notice? How long do I wait? Sorry, I don't know. No matter what the eerie asked, Tian Zhongzai kept repeating the same phrases. The eerie could only roar helplessly, cursing her as stupid, able to say only these words. Just as the eerie, feeling frustrated, was ready to pay, Tian Zhongzai suddenly pointed inside the supermarket. Respected eerie customer, if you have no eerie coins, you can borrow from that human girl, she has plenty. The eerie customer turned to look, in the direction Tian Zhongzai pointed, where Qin Shushin was leisurely patrolling the supermarket. She had already seen Qin Shushin walking calmly in the supermarket. This made her extremely jealous. She had paid 2 eerie coins in her husband's favor just to get a position that was not dangerous but very stressful. But that dragon country woman, she didn't know what she had given, was leisurely strolling in the supermarket? Not just strolling, but deliberately showing off in front of her? So arrogant. Seeing the dragon country matcher so relaxed, Tian Zhongzai felt extremely uncomfortable. So she diverted the attention of the poor eerie customer in front of her to Chen Shuxin. What Tian Zhongzai did not know was, since she responded to the poor eerie, the eerie's lips always faintly curled into a small smile. At the same time, a tiny magic mark slowly appeared on the back of Tian Zhongzai's neck. Chapter 17, Tian Zhongzai's self-created trouble. Cheap. Too cheap. You little Sakura brat, so cheap. Hee, Sakura always like this, too lazy to argue. In the live stream, viewers could only curse Sakura in anger while watching the poor eerie move toward Chen Shuxin. Tian Zhongzai slowed her cashier actions, focusing most of her attention toward Chen Shuxin. She was sure Chen Shuxin must have made money and had plenty of eerie coins. She gave the manager 2 eerie coins and got this position. Chen Shuxin enjoyed such a leisurely position. At least 5 or 6 ghost coins, right? This filled Tanaka Sae with jealousy in her heart. She struggled the whole night just to get 2 ghost coins from her husband, but this Chen Shuxin looked so well, why could he have such a leisurely job position? She secretly wished that poor ghost would go to trouble Chen Shuxin, and ideally, take all the valuable things from him. Make Chen Shuxin become like them, a human without special treatment. Pig swine, I opened this path, I planted this tree, if you want to pass, leave life buying money. At the corner of the supermarket shelf, the poor ghost blocked Chen Shuxin's way. Being at the corner, the poor ghost did not see the ghost manager and ghost boss behind Chen Shuxin. He lifted his head, looking fiercely at the confused Chen Shuxin. And he enjoyed the astonished gazes of the surrounding ghost employees. Although the poor ghost did not know why the surrounding ghost employees were astonished, this attention made him feel very good. It felt like he was the main character of this world. Seeing Chen Shuxin step back 2 steps as if wanting to escape, the poor ghost immediately stepped forward to chase, reaching over the shelf to grab Chen Shuxin. Human pig swine, in front of me you don't obediently show your treasure, yet you still want to run footbag. The poor ghost reached around the corner of the shelf, but his hand did not touch human texture. Instead, it was a sticky, elastic mass, like a flesh tumor. Looking up, the poor ghost's arrogant spirit was instantly doused with cold water. A giant ball ghost, 2 meters high, 1.5 meters wide, stood in front of him like a mountain. And his hand had just grabbed the ghost boss's huge stomach under the QQ area. When his view was blocked earlier, he thought he had grabbed the human pig swine's head. He was puzzled why this human pig swine's head was so big and had 2 parts. Now everything was clear, those were the ghost boss's 2 big QQs. The poor ghost quickly withdrew his hand, but it was too late. Without the ghost boss moving, the ghost manager stepped forward and locked the poor ghost's hand as he pulled back. The immense power made him unable to move at all. Ouch, boss calm down, I was wrong, I didn't know you were here. I'm not gay, that was a misunderstanding. Don't grab me. The poor ghost had interacted with the ghost manager several times, and every time he called him boss ghost, he enjoyed it. Every time he was called boss, he would bloom with joy. But this time, the ghost manager's face changed, angrily scolding. Bah! Blind in your ghost eye, calling who boss? The boss is right in front of you. The poor ghost froze, looking at the ghost boss whose QQ he had just pinched, and his legs went weak. Boss? Boss, little ghost, I really have eyes but don't see the great mountain, I offended you. I will leave immediately. Just as the poor ghost turned, a strong big hand pulled him back. Did our noble Chun young lady tell you to leave? The ghost boss grabbed the poor ghost, bang throwing him at Chen Shuxin's feet. The force made the poor ghost see stars. Noble human young lady? The poor ghost felt like he was dreaming. The mighty boss of the rotten supermarket actually called a human a noble young lady? It was absurd beyond absurd, absurd to the extreme. At the same time, he hated Tanaka Sae deeply. If Tanaka Sae hadn't dared him to come, how would he have offended the ghost boss? That damn human pig swine must have done it on purpose. If I survive, I will tear her apart. While fiercely thinking, the poor ghost hurriedly kowtowed to Chen Shuxin. Noble human young lady, it's all my fault, I have eyes but don't see the great mountain, I offended you. Little Gue was also encouraged by someone. He pointed at Tian Zhongzhuai, who was watching the scene at the cashier, and Tian Zhongzhuai immediately lowered her head, pretending to be busy. It's all that cheap woman who encouraged me. She said you have many treasures, many Gue coins, and encouraged me to snatch them. Boss Gue heard this, furious, and grabbed across the air, lifting Tian Zhongzhuai like a little chicken. Ah! With a series of screams, Tian Zhongzhuai was slammed heavily onto the ground. Poor Gue pointed viciously at Tianzhong's Wei. It's you, you cheap person? It's you who encouraged me, so I offended this honorable lady. At this moment, under the pressure of 3 Gue people, Tianzhong's Wei was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly, her tongue tied. She kept saying I, not coming out with a proper reason. Miss Chen, what do you think should be done with these two? Chen Shuxin looked at Tianzhong's Wei, full of confusion. She could not understand, she had no connection with this woman from the Sakura country, why would she want to harm her? Could it be because of the old hatred between the Sakura country and the Dragon country, that this woman from Sakura country wanted to harm her, who is from Dragon country? Thinking of this, Chen Shuxin felt very angry. Although she was a little naive, she always clearly distinguished good and evil. In her view, now human society faced the threat of the Gue world, humans should of course unite and fight against the Gue world. But this little Sakura's mate was so petty, such a small mind. We must teach her a lesson. Chen Shuxin thought this. Boss Gue, you decide, I don't know how to punish them. Just let them suffer, don't harm their lives. She was simple-minded and kind by nature. She had thought for a long time but could not figure out how to make Tianzhong's Wei suffer a little. So she decided to leave this kind of thing directly to the Gue. Boss Gue patted Manager Gue on the shoulder. Great Gue, this task from Miss Chen is for you. Manager Gue looked at a human and a Gue, cruelly smiling. Miss Chen, boss, leave it to me, I guarantee to let them taste the bitterest suffering in the world. After Boss Gue gave the order, he once again led Chen Shuxin to start the inspection work. Behind them came the horrible screams of poor Gue. As for Tianzhong's Wei, Manager Gue, considering her husband and 2 Gue coins, only let her suffer some physical pain and demoted her, no longer letting her be a cashier. Seeing this, the Sakura country viewers in the marriage livestream all breathed a sigh of relief. Baka Yoru. Really scared me, I thought Miss Swai would be killed by Manager Gue. Luckily Mr. Mianchuan showed mercy. Miss Swai, go home and serve your husband well. Baka Yoru. Why is the little lady from Dragon country treated so well by Boss Gue? She is too lucky, just fed a guard Gue. Dragon country is really lucky. Baka Yoru. Dragon country, don't be too proud, luck will run out one day, then it will be your end. So, viewers from Dragon country and Sakura country started arguing again in the livestream. At the same time, Chen Shuxin, led by Boss Gue, had gone through the rotten supermarket. She also gave suggestions on the display of many products, feeling good about herself, thinking she had done the job well. Boss, isn't there the underground? Should I also go inspect it? Boss Gue hurriedly shook his head. Miss Chen, such dirty places underground are not for you, you don't need to inspect them. Chen Shuxin shook her head, feeling that since she chose this job, she should do it seriously to the end. Boss Gue saw Chen Shuxin insist on going. She had no choice but to lead the way. The strange boss vaguely remembered that the woman named Anna seemed to be on the -1st floor. I hope that woman cleans the toilet thoroughly, so it doesn't dirty Miss Chen's eyes. The strange boss thought to himself. Chapter 18, Shocked Anna. The -1st floor of the rotten supermarket. To be precise, this is the battlefield where the strange boss seals his enemies. It is also the underground warehouse of the rotten supermarket. The strange employees move fresh foods from the supermarket to store them on the underground floor. They use the abilities of sealed strange beings to make these foods rot quickly, then sell them. This rotten food tastes better and has a better texture than naturally rotted food. With this feature, the rotten supermarket has gained some local fame and attracted many loyal fans. Of course, it is definitely dirty, messy, and terrible. The floor is covered with stinking water flowing from the rotting food, and the entire underground floor is filled with an unbearable smell that could suffocate a person. The warehouse is like this, not to mention the even dirtier, more filthy toilet. After all, before Anna arrived, there were no employees to clean it. Ugh. 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 Since Anna took the job, the toilet has been filled with waves of dragon roars. Some viewers from Dragon Country joked in the live broadcast. Yo, people from Bear Country can also roar like dragons? Incredible, a fake little dragon person has arrived. As a result, the verbal battle in the live broadcast room started again. In the toilet, Anna desperately suppressed the impulse to cry. Not because of anything else, but because it was just too overwhelming inside. If she accidentally cried, she would definitely gasp for air. She wished she could hold her breath directly. At this moment, Anna was squatting by the toilet pit, using a small shovel to scoop a pile of off-white, unknown solid substance. After more than an hour of cleaning, it had improved a lot. When she first came in, the feces and years of urine had solidified into a jagged stalactite shape, with half-solidified sticky, turbid liquid hanging down from the pit wall. The pungent odor went straight into her lungs, almost making her internal organs explode on the spot. The smell seemed to have solidified into a substance. It stung her eyes so badly she couldn't even keep them open. She had already fallen into the pit several times because she couldn't open her eyes. You filthy pig, how dare you slack off? The boss and the leaders are coming down for an inspection, you pig, hurry up and clean up. If you don't clean well, I'll drown you in the toilet pit. As soon as Anna heard the supervisor say toilet pit behind her, she felt a wave of disgust. In her heart, she cursed the strange being 1,000 times. Filthy? How dare you say that? If I weren't working in the toilet, would I have been pickled and smelly? Anna had no way to express her frustration, she couldn't even speak. Because she had no tongue left. Welcome, boss. Welcome, general manager. Welcome to all the leaders for the inspection. Hearing the supervisor's strange voice, Anna's heart trembled. Realizing the supermarket leaders were coming, she quickly buried her head in her work, hoping the leaders would see her efforts and transfer her to a different position. It's so dirty here. Doesn't your supermarket have cleaners? Hearing the voice behind her, Anna froze. What was going on? Why did she hear Chen Shushin's voice? It shouldn't be. Chen Shushin should have been torn apart by the strange boss by now. Then it dawned on her. There must be a leader with a similar voice to Chen Shushin's. Anna slowed down her movements in the toilet, straining her ears to listen to the conversation outside. She silently hoped that the leader would praise her performance and promote her. If not a promotion, at least, for her hard work, she hoped they could move her to a job that had some dignity. Ha! Look, there's all this stinky water here, and there's rotten meat thrown all over the ground over there. It's so unsanitary. You guys should hire some cleaners for your supermarket. Hearing the conversation outside, Anna immediately felt like the sky had fallen on her. She truly felt like a mute person eating bitter gall, with no way to voice her frustrations. No, my friend, don't you realize how dirty and messy your underground warehouse was when it started? If it weren't for me diligently cleaning for over an hour, there wouldn't even be a place to stand in this warehouse. Anna was going crazy inside. Especially since the voices outside started sounding more and more like Chen Shushin, which made her even more agitated. The strange foreman, hearing Chen Shushin's words, shouted at the toilet. You filthy human pig, why are you still hiding in the toilet? Didn't you hear what the leaders said? Get out here and clean up. Hearing this, Anna quickly put down the shovel and ran out of the toilet. As Anna came out of the toilet, it was as though she carried a biological bomb on her. The stinky smell instantly spread for hundreds of meters. Ugh! Chen Shushin also felt nauseous from the smell. The strange foreman, seeing Chen Shushin gagging, immediately turned dark in the face. You see, this Miss Chen is someone whom both the strange boss and the strange manager follow around. But now she's being disgusted by this filthy pig, Anna, making her gag? You filthy pig! I already told you the leaders were coming to inspect, why didn't you change your clothes? Why didn't you wash off that disgusting smell from yourself? The strange foreman was about to explode in anger. He grabbed Anna and dragged her towards the toilet without saying a word. Anna had no strength to fight back in the foreman's hands. At this point, she didn't even have the mood to fight back. This was because she saw the person surrounded by two strange figures. A woman from Dragon Country, Chen Shushin. The voice she had heard earlier, which sounded like Chen Shushin, was not strange at all, it was Chen Shushin herself. But how could this be? She should have been torn apart by the strange boss and strange manager for poisoning the gatekeeper strange. Why is she here, surrounded by the strange boss and strange manager, almost like she's some strange leader? This stupid Dragon Country woman, suddenly transformed into a strange leader, how is that possible? It's insane, it's insane. With Anna's mindset, she couldn't figure out for the life of her what was going on in front of her. Could it be because the gatekeeper strange outside is the strange boss's pet? Did Chen Shushin feeding the gatekeeper strange make the strange boss like her? The more Anna thought about it, the more plausible this reason seemed, because she just couldn't understand why Chen Shushin was being treated as the leader of the supermarket. So, she started wailing. The strange foreman, seeing this, looked completely confused. What the hell do you filthy pig want to say? After putting Anna down, Anna took out her marker from her pocket and started writing on the ground. I also fed the gatekeeper strange. In fact, I was the first to do it, and I fed it my most precious arm. I am also a contributor to the supermarket, I should be the leader too. Chen Shushin's position should be mine, please, strange boss, see the truth. Before Anna could finish writing, the strange foreman kicked her straight into the cesspit of the toilet. You filthy pig, not only are you dirty, but you're also not using your brain. Feeding what? What nonsense are you talking about? Watch me feed you some fresh treasure porridge. Blub blub, glub. She won't drown, will she? Chen Shushin looked at Anna, who had been kicked into the cesspit, feeling both disgusted and concerned. Miss Chen, you don't need to worry at all. As she is a participant in the side quest and a matchmaker, we certainly won't harm her life easily. Chen Shuxin nodded, her mind in a whirl. Originally, her kind-hearted nature made her instinctively want to say something nice for Anna. But when she saw the characters Anna had written on the ground, she changed her mind. Miss Chen, let's head upstairs. The environment here really doesn't match your status. The strange boss gestured for Chen Shuxin to follow, and she left the underground floor, surrounded by two of the strange figures. Before coming here, she had planned to explore the underground floor thoroughly. But now, it seemed better not to explore after all. It was just too disgusting. Chapter 19, is Chen Shuxin boasting? No, she's flexing in Versailles. At this moment, on the second floor of the supermarket. This was the staff dining area. Under the guidance of the strange boss, Chen Shuxin entered a lavishly decorated private room. Inside, there was a large red table, filled with steaming, fresh delicacies. The most important thing was that all the dishes were precious and famous dishes from the human world. Dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, 5 snake soup, and 8 immortals crossing the sea, and so on. The quality was so high that anyone who didn't know better would think this was a grand state banquet from the Dragon Kingdom being held in the strange world. Under the strange boss's arrangement, Chen Shuxin sat at the place of honor. The strange boss even thoughtfully aligned the fish head of the West Lake vinegar fish to face Chen Shuxin. The attention to detail was impeccable. Wow, wow. This is the staff meal of your supermarket? It's just too extravagant. The strange world's version of Fat Don't Lie. No. It's even better than Fat Don't Lie. Although Chen Shuxin hadn't worked at Fat Don't Lie, she knew their staff meals definitely weren't on the level of a state banquet. The viewers in the live broadcast were equally stunned. A state banquet in the strange world? This was unprecedented, and it probably won't happen again. Wow. No. Something is wrong. I'm getting more confused the longer I watch. Even if the strange boss thinks highly of Shuxin and treats her well, is all this really too much? First, they were working like slaves behind her, and now, they're arranging a state banquet? And at the place of honor? The fish head is even facing her. It's like she's some big leader in the strange world. The confused fruit under the confused tree, the confused fruit beneath you and me. This is way too ridiculous. At this point, the #1 internet expert spoke up. Head, are you idiots? This big feast is clearly prepared for the strange boss. Chen Shuxin and manager Gue are just benefiting from the strange boss's favor. However, even though the expert spoke up, most people were still hesitant. After all, if this was prepared for the strange boss, why would Chen Shuxin sit at the place of honor? And why was the fish head facing her? It was suspicious, very suspicious. Everyone, filled with doubt, could only hope that by the end of the event, these mysteries would be unraveled. Chen Shuxin looked at the full banquet in front of her, but didn't have much of an appetite. Not because of anything else, but because her taste buds had already been completely conquered by Lin Mo's cooking. Her taste had been spoiled. Though these dishes were full of color, fragrance, and taste, compared to Lin Mo's cooking, they were nothing. Miss Chen, try this red wine. This is our supermarket's treasure. It's only for display, not for sale. Chen Shuxin took the glass of wine from the strange boss and took a small sip. Immediately, she frowned slightly. It was okay, but it was definitely better than any drink she had ever had in the human world. But Chen Shuxin looked at the bottle in the strange boss's hand. She had seen the same kind of bottle in Lin Mo's kitchen. It couldn't be exactly the same as the cooking wine in Lin Mo's kitchen, but it was definitely made from the same mold. However, Chen Shuxin didn't say anything about this. After all, to call someone's treasured wine cooking wine was quite impolite. Forget it, I'm not hungry. You all enjoy your meal. I'll go take another look at the supermarket. Chen Shuxin felt a bit guilty for not having inspected the underground floor earlier. After all, the rotten supermarket had treated her so well, but she hadn't done her duties properly. So she decided to take this chance to work an extra shift and contribute a little to the supermarket. The strange boss tried to warmly persuade her, but he could not go against Chen Shuxin, so he had to let her be. Boss, it's a bit hot in the supermarket. I'll put my coat in the private room and take it back when I leave. Before leaving the private room, Chen Shuxin took off Lin Mo's coat and neatly placed it on the chair, then left the room. Manager Gue was very attentive. He stood up to follow Chen Shuxin and promised the boss that he would take good care of her, letting the boss eat in peace. For the first time in 3 years, the boss awoke and wanted to satisfy his appetite, so he stayed to enjoy the meal. At this moment, the employee dining area. Tanaka Sae and other assigned partners crowded at a table, eating leftover and cold food. They called it an employee meal, but it was really just food scraps. There was even a faint sour and stinky smell. It was completely different from the employee meals of the strange employees. These weird people are just not human. This food is like garbage, it's not something humans should eat. Some assigned partners complained angrily with full faces of resentment. But other than being powerless, angry and cursing behind their backs, they had no other choice. Either eat, or don't eat. Not eating would make them too hungry. Since coming to this strange world, they hadn't properly eaten anything yet. Finally, there was a little edible food. Missing it would have terrible consequences. Eating it, ugh. One assigned partner forced herself to taste it, ignoring the faint sour stench. It was unexpectedly good. For them in this strange world, it was basically life-saving food. So everyone went from picking and choosing it first to devouring it like wolves and tigers. Ha! Why are you eating garbage? This is not food. Chen Xuxin wanted to go downstairs to check on things, but when passing the second-floor employee dining area, she saw many familiar faces. They were the assigned partners from other countries. She saw them surrounding some food scraps, eating like wild people. Chen Xuxin quickly spoke up to stop them. The food was too dirty. It wasn't meant for humans, even ghosts wouldn't eat it. You have full meals and don't eat them. How can you eat this garbage? You will get sick. Do you have a fetish for strange food? Chen Xuxin looked worried, fearing her human fellows would get sick. From what she saw, the strange leaders of this rotten supermarket were very good people and treated employees well. Even the employee meals were full feasts. Though the employee meals outside were not as luxurious as the private room, at least they looked proper, like real food. But Tanaka Sae and the other assigned partners, leaving the good food untouched, why gather here to eat garbage? Chen Xuxin really couldn't understand it. Tanaka Sae saw Chen Xuxin and her anger flared up. It was because of Chen Xuxin that she lost her easy cashier job. And she got her but beaten badly. She had long held a grudge against Chen Xuxin, and hearing these words made her even angrier. Bagyalu. It's you. You little bitch from Long Country, what are you pretending? Full feast? I think you are stupid, you human, thinking you can eat full feast in this strange world? To Tanaka Sae and the others, Chen Xuxin just wanted to eat. But she came late, and the good food on the table had already been picked by them. Upset in their hearts, they began to act mean. Among them, an assigned partner from Bangchuei country named Han Xiuying mocked, saying, "Hee hee, little sister, full feast? None of this garbage is for you. What are you pretending for? Get lost quickly, don't think you can eat anything on this table. This is all ours." Mud, you guys. Chen Xuxin was filled with grievance. She had kindly reminded them, but instead, for some unknown reason, was suddenly scolded out of nowhere? What does it mean? Isn't she just trying to stop them from eating garbage? Does that mean she's trying to harm them? Do they really love eating trash that much? Are they all food fetishists? TSK, little bitch, still fantasizing about a full Manchu Han Imperial feast. I see you're really starving yourself, silly. If you could eat a full Manchu Han Imperial feast in this bizarre world, I'd cut off my head and give it to you to hold your rice bowl. Tian Joneswa AI cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xuxin, then returned to her seat and started fighting with the others for garbage. However, unlike before, while they were fighting for food trash, they all kept their eyes on Chen Xuxin out of the corner of their eyes. They were afraid she would come over and fight them for the already scarce food. Miss Chen. Wait for me, Miss Chen, come try this fresh Dao lobster, it's all meat, so delicious. The call from the manager of weirdness attracted everyone's attention. The manager of weirdness was running over, holding a lobster the size of Chen Xuxin's arm. The Dao lobster was completely red, its claws golden yellow, plump and full. Its shell was like a delicate craft, the meat tender, and just the brilliant color and its plump form was enough to make one drool and crave food. Just by looking at it, Tian Joneswa AI and the others could already imagine its delicious taste in their minds. When they saw the manager of weirdness running over, the matchmakers became excited immediately. But then they thought, wait a minute. Did the manager of weirdness just call her Miss Chen? There's no one named Chen here, is there? Could it be, a bad premonition rose in everyone's hearts? This was a woman's sixth sense. They all turned their gaze to Chen Xuxin, and a chilling thought made their spines shiver. Chapter 20, No Comparison, No Harm. The Sakura girl's jealousy exploded. As the manager of weirdness slowly approached, the unease in everyone's hearts grew stronger. That eerie, cold aura also became more intense. No one dared speak, even breathing was done quietly. They only watched the black figure approach step by step, until the manager of weirdness stopped. His eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light, landed on Chen Xuxin, and he respectfully presented the Dao lobster. The Dao lobster gleamed with fresh red light, carrying a trace of warm, smoky heat, completely out of place in this cold and decaying eerie world. Tian Joneswa AI, leading the group of matchmakers, was instantly frozen in place, as if hit by a petrifying spell. Their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks, their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a fist inside. They were frozen stiff, unable to move a single finger. Their brains were buzzing, as if struck by a heavy hammer, forgetting the rhythm of their breath. What kind of international joke is this? In this eerie world, where even the air smells of decay, and where finding a regular human meal is impossible, how could they see a delicious d'ao lobster? Didn't they say that the eerie world has no human ingredients at all? That it was already a blessing for them, the human matchmakers, to get a bit of dirty water to fill their stomachs? So, does the eerie world treat people differently depending on who they are? But this still wasn't the most shocking thing to them. What they couldn't accept was why this valuable d'ao lobster, which was clearly worth a lot, was being given to Chen Shushin to eat? And why was the manager of weirdness, this eerie leader who held absolute power in the instance, personally bringing it to her? It turned out that just a few minutes earlier, when Chen Shushin turned to leave the room, the manager of weirdness wanted to immediately follow to protect her, but was stopped by the manager of eerie. The manager of eerie thought that it wasn't good for Chen Shushin to go without eating anything all day. So, he peeled the d'ao lobster and asked the manager of weirdness to bring it to her as a snack on the way. And thus, the scene of the manager of weirdness running over with the lobster in hand, respectfully offering it to her, unfolded. "Manager, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't like to eat this, you eat it yourself." Chen Shushin raised her eyes, looked at the huge Australian lobster, waved her hand calmly, refusing decisively, without a hint of hesitation. As if what was in front of her was not the rare ingredient in this strange world. And this scene, falling into the eyes of Tanaka-sai and the others, was like a thunderbolt striking their heads, making them feel their worldview completely collapse, shattered into pieces. What kind of ridiculous turn is this? Were they dreaming? Even in a dream, could they dare to dream of such a scene? The strange manager holding life and death power in the copy, chasing to feed humans the huge Australian lobster, yet the person disdainfully refused directly? If the roles were reversed, even if Tanaka-sai and the others tried their best, they would want to taste this lobster, probably so happy they would cry on the spot. They, just now, were fighting over half a bowl of sour swill. Pulling hair, tearing clothes, showing all kinds of ugly behavior. But Chen Shushin here was being chased by the strange leader to feed the top human ingredient, the huge Australian lobster? Does this make sense? They even began to suspect that this strange world might have the capital to set them up. Could it be that what Chen Shushin said just now, that full Han feast, was real? Is there really such human delicacy in the strange world? Someone said shakily, the voice full of disbelief. It was like a stone thrown into dead water, making all the humans present wake up, forced to reconsider what Chen Shushin had said. Even if in their hearts they did not believe 1,000, 10,000 times, the real huge Australian lobster in front of them, and the manager's respectful attitude, left them no choice but to believe. After Chen Shushin declined the manager's lobster, she lifted her foot to go downstairs, a faint weariness in her eyes. By her usual nature, if it were normal, seeing humans suffering like this, she would soften and think of inviting everyone to a feast. After all, in this strange world, humans should stick together, help each other. But just now, her kind reminder was met with Tanaka-sai and others' cold ridicule, every word piercing, trampling her goodwill. Chen Shushin was not a paper doll without temper, her blood and passion doused with cold water, feeling wronged, unwilling to deal with them anymore. Human solidarity, mutual help, all became nonsense under their cold mockery. Now she only wanted to finish this rotten supermarket marriage task quickly, earn more weird coins, go back to Lin Mo, eat his warm homemade meals, nestle in a cozy little home, live a calm, shameless, peaceful life. That was what she wanted. As for these people, let them follow their strange eating habits. The strange manager saw that Chen Shushin really had no appetite and did not insist, a trace of regret flashing in his deep green eyes. Then he raised his hand, stuffed the whole huge Australian lobster into his mouth, chewing big mouthfuls, red bright juices dripping down his mouth corner. At the same time, he quickly followed Chen Shushin's steps, like a dutiful bodyguard. Tanaka-sai's gaze never left that lobster, not even blinking her eyes. Now seeing a drop of rich juice from the lobster slide down the manager's mouth corner, falling on the cold cement floor, instantly forming a tiny bead. Glug! She swallowed hard, throat making a clear gulping sound, the last bit of reason and dignity, gone before that drop of juice. She lunged forward uncontrollably like a starving wild beast, her posture ugly like a dog eating shit. At the same time, she stuck out her tongue, licking towards the drop of juice. Bang! A muffled, heavy sound, and Manager Gue suddenly turned around, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick, landing precisely on Tanaka-saki's back. Tanaka-saki felt an overwhelming force strike her chest, causing her to instantly feel suffocated, and her body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. She slammed hard against the wall a few meters away, then slid down to the floor, her head buzzing, and her vision filled with golden little stars, dizzy and disoriented. But strangely, although the kick looked brutal, it hadn't really harmed her bones. Manager Gue had been very controlled in his strike. Lowly pig! Manager Gue's voice was cold and sharp, without an ounce of warmth, like a blade tempered in ice, scraping through everyone's eardrums. Don't think that because you rely on some petty favor and shove 2 crappy ghost coins at me, you can act recklessly in front of me. Do you think someone like you, a lowly pig, deserves to touch such high-end ingredients? The words hit like a bucket of ice water, drenching her from head to toe, causing Tanaka-saki to shiver instantly. In her confused mind, the words lowly human pig kept echoing, unbearably harsh. She pushed herself up from the ground, still feeling a dull pain in her back, her face covered in dust and looking disheveled. Yet, the resentment and fury in her heart were ready to erupt like a volcano. Of course, it wasn't anger at Manager Gue, she dared not show her teeth to him. It was anger at Chen Shushin. She couldn't understand, no matter how hard she tried. Both of them were human matchmakers, both had been thrown into this strange world to suffer, so why was that woman, Chen Shushin from the Dragon Kingdom, treated like royalty by the ghosts and addressed as Miss Chen? And here she was, a proud daughter of the Sakura Empire, being insulted as a lowly pig? The proud, fragile Sakura girl couldn't bear such humiliation. In that moment, Tanaka-saki completely broke down. I understand. I understand. Tanaka-saki suddenly raised her head, instantly capturing the attention of all the matchmakers present, who all looked over. Chapter 21, The Lowly Sakura Girl, Tanaka-saki's Rotten Idea. Sakura girl, are you trying to die? What's with the ghostly howling? Are you trying to bring the ghosts here to kill us all? Han Shouying from the Hammer Country had always disliked people from the Sakura Country, often clashing with them. She was startled by Tanaka-saki's scream, immediately frowning and swearing, her tone full of impatience and disgust. However, this time, Tanaka-saki didn't retort like usual, nor did she even look at Han Shouying. She wiped the dust from her face, raised her head, and her gaze swept across the matchmakers before her. Her eyes, which were once full of resentment, now shimmered with a strange gleam. It was like a person on the verge of death who had suddenly seen a way to survive, or like a hunter who had found a plump prey, full of greed and calculation. Clearly, she had bad intentions. Do you want to escape the identity of a pig in this strange world? Tanaka-saki's voice was low but carried a strange, hypnotic power. With a light sentence, it exploded like a thunderclap among the matchmakers. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and bewilderment, even disbelief. Escape the identity of a pig? Isn't that obvious? Who would want to be treated like a pig, always summoned by the ghosts, living a life on the edge? Who doesn't want to be respected by the ghosts, eating well and living luxuriously, becoming a high-ranking person in this strange world? Like Chen Shushin, living freely. But the key is, they didn't have that strength. Humans were like ants in front of the ghosts, like lambs waiting for slaughter, struggling to even protect themselves. How could they possibly fight the ghosts and escape the lowly identity? Tanaka-saki watched the reactions of everyone, a mysterious and proud smile curving at the corner of her mouth. She had successfully captured everyone's attention and curiosity. The matchmakers looked at each other, and in the end, they couldn't hold back their deep desires and gathered around, speaking in a loud and eager manner. Little Sakura, what do you mean by this? Do you have any way to get rid of the identity of a pig? Tanaka-saki raised her hand and pointed in the direction where Chen Shushin had just left, speaking with certainty and a hint of agitation. You all saw it just now, that damn Dragon Kingdom woman. The weird manager called her Miss Chen respectfully and listened to her every word, but called us pigs. We're all human matchmakers, why can she enjoy such treatment? Didn't you all wonder why? Yeah. Why? Someone reflexively agreed, their tone filled with jealousy and resentment. This sentence hit the heart of everyone's confusion and dissatisfaction. Yes, why? We are all humans, why does Chen Shushin get to be treated like a queen by the weird beings, while we're just pigs waiting to be slaughtered? I guess, it must be that Chen Shushin's weird partner is a real nouveau riche. Tanaka-saki gritted her teeth and spoke slowly, as if she was already certain of the answer. She must have a lot of weird coins in her hands, and even other precious, valuable things from the strange worlds. Don't you remember? When we first arrived at this rotten supermarket, the weird manager clearly said that if we want to eat here, want a good position, we must first bribe him. He'll assign jobs according to the value of the gifts given to him. She pointed at herself, her tone laced with a bit of pride. I gave 2 weird coins and barely got the cashier job, avoiding the dirtiest, hardest work. But that Dragon Kingdom woman, she's being taken care of so well by the weird manager and the weird boss, and even gets to eat top-tier human food. The answer is simple. She gave too much. She must have given a lot, and very precious things to bribe the weird manager and weird boss. After all, in this world, whether in the human world or the strange world, money makes the weird go round. Tanaka-saki's words were logical, seemingly reasonable, and like a beam of light, they instantly cleared away the fog in everyone's hearts, making all the matchmakers feel as if they had seen the light of day. They immediately understood. So that's it. It turns out that it wasn't that Chen Shushin was special, it was just that she had money. Han Shouying's eyes instantly filled with a strong greed, and she took a step forward, eagerly asking. So, Sakura, do you mean that we should team up and take all of Chen Shushin's weird coins and those valuable things? As long as we have those things and bribe the weird manager, we can get rid of the pig identity and be respected by the weird beings just like her? Han Shouying's words immediately exposed the greed deep in everyone's heart. The entire crowd erupted in shock, and then everyone immediately realized. As long as they grabbed Chen Xuxin's things, they could turn things around. They wouldn't have to eat slop anymore, and they wouldn't be called pigs anymore. It was as if they could already see countless weird coins and precious treasures beckoning to them, and even the future scenes of being respectfully treated by the weird beings appeared in their minds. The crowd immediately felt a rush of excitement. But, would this be wrong? A small-framed matchmaker in the crowd timidly spoke, her voice as thin as a mosquito's, her eyes darting, filled with hesitation and unease. After all, she's also human. Wouldn't it be too much for us to just take her things? Plus, the weird manager seems to protect her. Wouldn't doing this bring us trouble? As soon as this was said, it immediately earned a big eye roll from Tanaka Sachi. She stepped forward and pointed at the small matchmaker, shouting angrily with a high-pitched voice. Baka Yoru! You idiot! How can you still be so fake at a time like this? That Dragon Kingdom woman has so many good things in her hands. But she was unwilling to take it out and share it with us human fellows. Watching us being strangely abused, called pigs, and even just now, Versailles arrogantly flaunting before our eyes, deceiving us. Did she ever have even a bit of fellow feeling in her heart? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice growing louder, filled with extreme provocation. You worry about her now, but when she was enjoying herself, why didn't she think about worrying about you? Why didn't she think about taking out something to help us? The people of Dragon Country are really too selfish. They always say Dragon Country makes friends all over the world, that humans should unite, it's all bullshit. She never really considered us her fellows. Every word of Tanaka Sai's speech pierced the jealousy and dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts, instantly gaining massive support from all the married ones, everyone nodding in agreement. And the small, thin-matched person, scolded by everyone until their face turned pale, shrank their neck and dared not speak, the tiny bit of moral sense left in their heart was slowly crushed under everyone's accusations and hidden greed. It was gradually covered by greed and excitement. Chapter 22, Trying to Break the Seal? Anna still won't calm down. At the same time, in the human world's marriage live stream room, Tanaka Sai's upside-down words clearly reached everyone's ears, and Dragon Country's netizens immediately exploded. The comments section scrolled at a visible speed, filled densely with curses, cursing all 8 generations of Tanaka Sai's ancestors. Little Sakura, do you have any shame? You mocked Xuxin with your mouth, now you suddenly use moral blackmail? What do you mean selfish? Why should Xuxin give her own things to you ungrateful wolves? Feeding dogs is better than feeding you. Get out with moral blackmail. Do you really think we people of Dragon Country are easy to bully? Xuxin refusing manager Gui's Australian dragon is because she doesn't like it, not to show off, these people are just jealous, then reverse blame, really shameless. However, outside Dragon Country, netizens from other countries secretly supported Tanaka Sai's words, every line showing jealousy of Chen Xuxin and dissatisfaction with Dragon Country. Especially the great beautiful country, they didn't even bother acting, directly posting an announcement on the official social platform, openly supporting Tanaka Sai. Oh. I think this lady from Sakura Country speaks very well. Dragon Country is really too selfish. As human fellows, trapped in this terrifying strange world, we should help each other, advance together. But Dragon Country's matched people, clearly with powerful abilities and precious materials, do nothing to save their fellow humans in danger, it's really disgraceful. Our great beautiful country, as the most merciful, friendly, and just empire in the world, cannot stand Dragon Country's selfish actions. We decide to sanction selfish Dragon Country, adding a 15% tariff on all Dragon Country goods. This is what everyone wants. It is the common decision of all just countries. We hope Dragon Country has no objections and obediently accepts the sanctions. For a moment, the human world's internet boiled over, all kinds of public opinion rising, Dragon Country was forcibly pushed into the spotlight, becoming the target of attacks. No way, who could stop it, since Chen Xuxin lives too comfortably in the strange world, living so well that everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy. Leaders of other countries envied Dragon Country for having Chen Xuxin, a matched person treated specially by the strange world, worried Dragon Country would gain more resources and information and gradually rise. Ordinary citizens of other countries envied Chen Xuxin being pampered, not eating swill, not suffering wrongs, living the life they dreamed of. Even inside Dragon Country, there were many female netizens. Looking at Chen Xuxin being pampered and weirdly respected by Lin Mo, a strong sense of jealousy arose in her heart, wishing she could rush into the strange world right now, take Chen Xuxin's place, and become Lin Mo's girlfriend, enjoying all of this. In the rotten supermarket of the strange world, a group of matchmakers had already reached a consensus. They were going to make a big move. They teamed up to take everything valuable from Chen Xuxin. As long as they got those things, they could bribe the strange manager, escape their pig-like identities, and enjoy a life of careful and meticulous service from the strange, where every need was taken care of. They could already see their bright future ahead. But little did they know, Chen Shushin didn't have a single penny of strange coins on her, let alone any precious treasures. The strange boss's respect and special treatment towards her were never because of any resources or strange coins. It was only because her boyfriend was the demon god Lin Mo, the one even the top beings of the strange world had to bow down to. But, how should we steal it? Just as everyone was getting excited, one of the matchmakers suddenly poured cold water on them, frowning, her tone carrying a hint of fear and unease. We can't just be like that poor strange, foolishly blocking the road and shouting, I built this road, this tree I planted, can we? Don't you remember? That poor strange was captured by the strange manager, tortured to the point where death was better than life, and in the end, not a trace of him remained. Even now, I feel a chill when I think of that scene. Once these words were spoken, everyone instantly fell silent, their excitement and joy disappearing in an instant, replaced by deep fear and unease. Indeed, how could they forget? The strange manager's protective attitude towards Chen Shushin was obvious to all, and the fate of that poor strange was the best example. If they really dared to openly steal from Chen Shushin, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. For a moment, the group of matchmakers fell into a dilemma again. Their greed remained, but they didn't dare to act hastily, only exchanging helpless glances, unsure of what to do. At this moment, a vague, muffled sound came from the end of the corridor, along with an unbearably strong, nauseating smell of a dry toilet, drifting through the air. The smell struck their heads, a mixture of sour rot and stench, making everyone cover their noses, bend over in dry heaves, tears streaming down, too afraid to even breathe deeply. They gritted their teeth and looked up, only to see a tall woman stumbling from the end of the corridor. It was none other than the matchmaker from the Bear Country, Anna. She was gesturing with her hands, as if saying she had a way. Chapter 23, Ultimate Temptation, deciding to break the seal. Ugh. Ugh. You. Ugh. As Anna got closer, everyone couldn't help but start dragon chanting. You. You better not come closer. Anna, with her big belly full of 8 treasure porridge, was covered in filth. She looked at the people who were disgusted by her, feeling angry, her face flushed red, her eyes wide open, filled with resentment and malice. She took out a marker she always carried with her, squatted down, and wrote 4 crooked but powerful words. I have a way. Seeing these 4 words, the matchmakers' dry heaving gradually stopped. One by one, they frowned, covering their mouths and noses, looking at each other in confusion. The disgust in Tian Zhong's eyes didn't disappear, but she was the first to take a step forward, shuffling toward Anna. Seeing everyone approach, Anna immediately started writing rapidly, her wrist spinning, more and more words appearing on the ground, revealing her discovery. When she finished the last word and slammed the marker on the ground, the matchmakers surrounding her all widened their mouths. Even the hand covering their noses was unconsciously lowered. The disgusting feeling from earlier was almost completely swept away by this shocking news. They never imagined that beneath this seemingly ordinary rotten supermarket, there was such a shocking secret hidden. It turns out that not long ago, Anna was viciously kicked by the strange overseer into the deepest pit of the supermarket. But as she struggled to climb out, she accidentally discovered that at the very bottom of the pit, in the thick sludge, there was a palm-sized, colorful, mysterious stone embedded. Red, blue, green, gold, and purple ghostly lights radiated from the stone, and the eerie colorful glow couldn't even be covered by the thick 8 treasure porridge. This discovery filled Anna's heart with curiosity. She suppressed her discomfort and, risking eating a bit more, dove deeper into the pit. To her surprise, as soon as she got close to the mysterious stone, it made a hoarse and low sound, like a grinding stone, each word sending shivers down her spine. This colorful mysterious stone was actually the eye of a sealing formation. And sealed beneath the formation was a high-level evil spirit called Rotten Spirit, whose power was on par with the supermarket's big boss, the strange owner. The Rotten Spirit's voice was filled with resentment and unwillingness. It told Anna that it had been sealed here by the strange boss through a food offering plot, suffering from the formation's torment day and night. As long as Anna helped move the mysterious stone and break the seal, it would be able to return to the strange world and seek revenge on the strange boss. It even made a great promise. As long as Anna helped break the seal, from then on, it would protect only her, ensuring she could eat and drink well in the strange world, with no one daring to provoke her. Even if she acted recklessly, it would back her up. It even patted its chest and guaranteed that it could help Anna regrow her previously destroyed tongue, knocked out teeth, and lost arm, restoring her to her original state. Upon hearing this, Anna was overjoyed. That was a high-level evil spirit. On the same level as the supermarket's big boss. With such a powerful figure as her backer, she had nothing to fear, not even the strange manager or the strange overseer. In an instant, Anna imagined herself ruling over the strange world, stepping on humans, enslaving the strange beings. Excited, she immediately reached out to move the mysterious stone, using all her strength. But Anna soon realized that with just her own strength, it was impossible to move the stone. Helpless, she could only hold back her anger and struggle to climb out of the pit, planning to find someone to help her. By chance, she overheard Tanaka's wife persuading everyone to cease Chen Shushin's things, and it was exactly what she needed. What? You mean, you want us to help you move that mysterious stone and help the rotten spirit break the seal? Her voice was filled with disbelief, and even her tone trembled. Anna nodded repeatedly, her head shaking like garlic being pounded, her eyes full of urgency, afraid the others would refuse. Tanaka's Wai and the others fought for a long time, and finally nodded fiercely, deciding to do something big. If they failed, they would die trying. But the stone is in the pit, are you asking us to jump into the pit one by one to help you move it? Someone raised the most realistic question, and thinking of the scene in the pit, everyone couldn't help but feel disgusted, their faces full of resistance. Anna immediately shook her head repeatedly and took a marker to quickly write on the ground. No, I'll bring a rope and jump into the pit myself, tying the rope to the mysterious stone. You just need to help me pull it from outside. She had been soaking in the pit for a long time, eating and drinking plenty of 8 treasure porridge, and had long developed some resistance to the pungent smell. At this moment, her mind was focused on one thing. Quickly helping the rotten spirit break the seal and then having it help her take revenge. Killing all the strange beings that had bullied her. Including that woman from Dragon Country, Shin Shushin, who always tried to suppress her. And these marriage candidates who now rejected her and avoided her. Don't even think about it. She's already eaten so much of the 10. She's been working in the outhouse, the smell has already soaked in. Why can they be all clean and still dare to look down on her? Better push all of them into the cesspool, let them taste what it's like to eat shit. Anna's mind was swirling with countless malicious thoughts, her eyes were almost overflowing with shadows. But on her face, she pretended to be sincere, showing no sign of it, only urging everyone with her eyes to agree quickly. At this moment, in the matchmaking livestream, the Dragon Country netizens had already exploded, the bullet comments were refreshing at a visible speed, filled with anger and anxiety. It's over. This Bear Country's matchmaker's brain must be flooded by the cesspool, how dare they believe in such a trick? Idiots. Beasts. The people of Sakura Flower don't deserve to be human. How dare they release a senior evil being, are they trying to die together? This is bad. Corrupted evil and evil bosses are at the same level, if they're released, the whole supermarket would die, Goddess Shushin is in danger. I'm done. These people's brains must be flooded, they can't tell good from bad, they will end up destroying themselves. In contrast, netizens from other countries, though they also felt this wasn't right and even feared the consequences of the evil being unleashed, seeing their country's matchmaker had already made a decision, could only stubbornly argue in the comments, defending their stance. The most classic reason was always the same few sentences. The Dragon Country matchmakers are too selfish, they don't save lives, if you're not kind, don't blame us for being unjust, it was the Dragon Country that wronged everyone first. Clearly, it was your Dragon Country who first violated the human world's mutual assistance treaty, we were just retaliating. Each one spoke confidently, as if they were the ones in the right. They completely forgot that from beginning to end, it was their country's matchmaker, driven by jealousy towards Chen Shushin, who treated Chen Shushin as an imaginary enemy. On the other side, Chen Shushin, under the close escort of the evil manager, was leisurely inspecting the first floor of the supermarket. At this moment, all the human matchmakers had been arranged to eat, and the replacement staff for each position were all strange employees, some missing arms or legs, others with half-rotted faces, moving stiffly but performing their duties well, making everything look quite organized. The corridor on the first floor of the supermarket was quiet, only the occasional creak of the shelves could be heard, and the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but tease. 666, I didn't expect the strange world to be quite humane, they even left time for meals, I thought they would exploit humans to death and not even give us time to eat. During the inspection, the evil manager, whether intentionally or unintentionally, tried to find topics, attempting to pry into Chen Shushin's thoughts. He was really curious, why did his boss care so much about this human matchmaker? He pretended to chat casually, Miss Chen and our boss have a deep relationship, our boss usually doesn't care about things, it's rare for him to be so attentive to someone. Then he suddenly asked, Miss Chen, what are your preferences? I can mention it to the boss so we can prepare for you. Unfortunately, as an evil being, he racked his brains but didn't manage to extract any useful information. This made the evil manager sweat cold behind his back, the icy sweat trickling down his neck, soaking his black clothes. In his mind, this must mean Chen Shushin had already seen through his intentions and was always on guard against him, not giving him any chance to pry into her thoughts. This showed how meticulous this human woman's mind was, her social skills and smoothness were probably even better than his own as an evil being. Thinking of this, the evil manager looked at Chen Shushin with more caution in his eyes, not daring to probe openly anymore, he could only obediently smile and accompany her. Be an honest escort bodyguard. Of course, this was all the imaginative thinking of Manager Gue. In reality, Chen Shushin simply answered honestly to Manager Gue's words. She was very sincere, a pure and simple female college student. While they were chatting, walking side by side, and the atmosphere was still quite harmonious, suddenly, the ground beneath their feet lightly shook, as if something had bumped underground. Chen Shushin stumbled, instinctively holding onto the nearby shelf, her eyes wide in confusion, huh? Could there be earthquakes in the strange world too? Manager Gui furrowed his brows slightly, raised his hand to pinch his chin, feeling the vibrations underfoot growing stronger. The floor emitted a faint buzzing sound, the incandescent lights above began to sway gently, and even the goods on the shelves trembled slightly. He was filled with confusion. Such things had never happened since the rotten supermarket opened, and he had no idea what was going on. But Manager Gui was not at all flustered. After all, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Even if the supermarket really collapsed, with his boss covering the food, there was no need for him, a manager, to worry. So, in response to Chen Shushin's confusion, Manager Gui waved his hand, still speaking in a relaxed and casual tone. Hey, there's nothing to worry about, just a little movement. Miss Chen, please continue your inspection of your... Before he finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly came from deep underground, like thunder exploding next to their ears. The entire supermarket hummed and shook, the ground violently quivered, shelves collapsed one after another, and various strange products fell to the ground, shattering everywhere. The explosion carried endless violence and oppressive power, as if a huge, terrifying entity was about to break through the earth from below and overturn the entire rotten supermarket. Both Chen Shushin and Manager Gui were startled by the sudden explosion. The easygoing expression on Manager Gui's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a deep seriousness. The strange employees in the supermarket were even more flustered, each of them looking around at one another, stopping their work. Some were so scared they dropped what they were holding, some huddled against the walls, their faces filled with panic, staring at each other, their eyes full of fear and confusion. The moment the explosion sounded, a terrifying aura spread through every corner of the rotten supermarket like a tidal wave. It was a mixture of rotting, rancid, and cold, sinister energy, more pungent than the supermarket's usual decay, and colder than Manager Gui's usual chill. It pressed down on all the strange beings, suffocating them, making even their fingers freeze, let alone run away. Before Manager Gui could react, the floor in the center of the supermarket suddenly cracked with a snapping sound. Countless sinister cracks spread from the center to the surrounding areas, like a huge net, covering the entire floor. In the next moment, the cracked floor collapsed piece by piece like tofu blocks, revealing a dark, bottomless pit. A thick, suffocatingly cold and sinister air surged out from the hole, sending a bone-chilling coldness through the air, causing every strange being present to shudder, too afraid to move an inch. Damned Baoshi Gong! This strange being has returned from hell. A hoarse, violent roar came from the hole, shaking the entire supermarket, smoke and dust billowing out of the hole, blocking the sky and sun. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a huge, wrinkled claw suddenly reached up from the underground layer, fiercely grabbing the edge of the collapsed floor, and a terrifying figure slowly crawled up to the first floor. This was the old rival of the strange boss, the Rotten Strange. The appearance of the Rotten Strange was absolutely disgusting to the extreme. Its gray-green skin was tightly pressed against its bones, covered in wet, sticky black mold spots. Every inch of the skin was oozing a thick yellow-brown liquid mixed with threads of blood, the liquid dripping onto the floor with a sizzling sound, instantly eating tiny pits into the ground. As soon as it appeared, it didn't waste a word, raising its huge claw and violently flinging several handfuls of black, mud-like sticky matter around. The sticky matter carried an extreme corrosiveness, anything it touched began melting instantly, turning into stinking puddles of pus. Whether it was the solid iron shelves, the strange goods on the shelves, or a few strange employees who failed to escape in time, if even a little touched it, they didn't even have time to scream, instantly turning into puddles of pus, merging with the floor, a scene of utter horror. Well what, how does this rotten supermarket even have such a ghost thing? What the hell is this strange thing? I've worked here for 2.5 years and never even heard of it. The strange employees were completely panicked, each screaming and fleeing, the entire first floor of the supermarket instantly falling into chaos. The cries, screams, and sounds of collapsing shelves mixed together, a sight unbearable to watch. Chen Shushin was already frozen on the spot, stunned by the terrifying scene before her. After all, she was just a kind and simple college girl who had never seen the world. She could get scared just watching a horror movie, let alone having a real, terrifying abnormal thing appear right in front of her. Anna from the Groove really released the rotten ghost. Goddess Shushin, run! Don't just stand there! Holy crap! This rotten ghost is too fierce. Anything it touches turns to pus. Run, Shushin, are you waiting to die? Run to the second floor. The ghost boss is upstairs. Only the ghost boss can control it. It's over, Goddess Shushin is frozen in fear, who will help her? The rotten supermarket was in chaos, and in the livestream, at the very moment the rotten ghost appeared, the comments exploded. Netizens from the Dragon Nation were so anxious and fearful it seemed to overflow the screen, filling the entire chat. Netizens from other countries, now, were no longer stubborn, panicking one by one, the comment section in complete disorder. Chapter 25, Clown Asen Kingdom. The basement of the rotten supermarket. Tanaka-sai, Han Xiuying, and other matched couples were now trapped tightly by a cage made of dark red, rotting flesh. The flesh cage still wriggled slightly, occasionally dropping a few drops of bloody sticky liquid, corroding tiny pits in the floor. The filthy Anna curled up inside the cage, ignoring the stench, hearts full of despair. They had all been deceived. Completely fooled by the rotten ghost's lies. Glory and wealth? Walking boldly in the abnormal world? Protected so no one dares touch them? Ha! All of this was a huge lie, crafted to lure them into helping break the seal. The moment the rotten ghost broke free, it didn't waste a single word. It immediately formed the flesh cage, trapping them all inside. Only then did they see the true face of this fierce ghost. Once I kill Bowser going to avenge my grudge, I will come down and fry, roast, cook all of you human pigs, and feast well. I haven't eaten fresh humans in more than 3 years, hee hee hee. These words became the final straw, crushing everyone. It's all your fault. You damn slut. If you hadn't tricked us, saying some powerful fierce ghost had your back, how would we have been foolish enough to release this ugly monster? Fuck why? The matched couple from the beautiful empire collapsed first, her eyes red, hysterically screaming, raising her hand to slap Anna hard across the face. With a crisp smack, Anna's cheek instantly swelled with a clear handprint, her head turned to one side. This slap. It ignited the anger in everyone's hearts, and someone immediately stepped forward, punching and kicking Anna. Once the first person led the way, there came a second, a third. Everyone turned their fear, despair, and regret. All of it into anger at Anna, treating her as an object to vent on, wishing they could tear her apart. But Anna, from beginning to end, did not say a word, nor resist, only slowly curled up, burying her head in her knees. Her body hurt, but her heart had not a ripple, even showing a trace of crazy pleasure. At this moment, she no longer cared whether she could live. Anyway, she was already severely disabled, her tongue gone, teeth missing, arms gone. Even if she could survive this copy, there would be endless suffering. Now, she released the rotten wraith, at least dragging a few more to suffer. Especially the Chen Shushin from the Dragon Kingdom, and these marriage mates before her, who looked down on her, despised her, and now were punching and kicking her. And all the weird beings who had abused her before, best all be torn to pieces by the rotten wraith, all to accompany her in death. In this way, even if she died, it would be a grand death, not a wasted trip to this weird world. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the rotten supermarket, the rotten wraith raised his hand and smashed the last row of shelves, countless weird goods turning into pus under his rage. His crimson eyes fixed on the shaky second floor, his whole body seething with stinking rage, ready to leap up and completely destroy this rotten supermarket. At that moment, a black figure fell from the sky, a palm wind carrying boundless cold weirdness, like Mount Tai pressing down, striking hard on the back of the rotten wraith. Bang! With a huge sound, the rotten wraith grunted, his massive body like a kite with broken strings, crashing violently into the opposite wall. The one who came was the weird boss, Bao Shigong. Enemies meeting, eyes full of fire. Between these two arch-enemies, there were no extra harsh words, the two weird beings immediately tangled together. The loud collisions, the roar of unleashed weirdness, shook the entire supermarket. The battle of high-level fierce weird beings, the aftermath alone was enough to destroy this rotten supermarket. Where they tangled, the weird energy swept like a wild wind, shelves, floor, ceiling. Anything touched by the aftershock of weirdness instantly shattered, collapsed, and turned to dust. As the second floor's floor was blasted by their power, a huge hole appeared. Exposed steel bars, cement debris pouring down like rain, the entire rotten supermarket shaking violently. Countless ugly cracks appeared on the walls, as if the next second they would completely collapse. Chen Shushin was tightly protected by the pale black weird energy shield set by the weird manager. The shield was like a strong eggshell, keeping all aftershocks and debris outside. Chen Shushin was unharmed, but her heart was full of panic. Even big bosses would be at a loss in this situation. Who would not be afraid? The weird manager stood by the shield, eyes fixed on the fighting two, face full of gravity, not daring to breathe. And between their fights, they even found time to talk about old matters. Bastard! Before I left the formation point, I clearly pressed it with the weird stone, but you still found a gap to escape. Looks like I really underestimated you. The rotten wraith took a hit, a piece of decayed flesh on his shoulder melted instantly, but he did not care. Bao Shigong, on this day next year, will be your death day. This rotten supermarket you built with your hands, today will vanish with you. Boom! 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 Before finishing, the two collided again, this time with even greater force, dust rising. The entire supermarket floor cracked widely, even the thick load-bearing walls began to sway slightly. The true power of the advanced sinister being only now fully revealed itself, the chilling energy spreading through the air alone was enough to make low-level creatures tremble, unwilling to come near. Seeing this scene, the Human World's matchmaking livestream instantly exploded, and viewers from all countries spammed the screen with comments. What the fuck, why? In all my life, this is the first time I've seen a high-level sinister being fight. Its might is terrifying. Feels like the whole supermarket is about to be destroyed. Baka Yoru. What terrifying thing did that Anna from the furry bear country release? Our matchmaking participants in Sakura country are still on basement level -1, this looks like total annihilation. Anna, I roast tender lamb. Everything in our dragon country was going smoothly, the goddess was safe in the supermarket, and now it's all over. Look at the actions of the sinister boss, dealing with this rotten being seems to be getting harder. Ha ha ha. Luckily, our ace in country did not join this rotten supermarket dungeon mission. If we were targeted and killed by this terrifying rotten being, who knows what huge horrors would appear in the human world. This time we ace in country really got a huge luck. Black guys still have the face to laugh. If your ace in country gets killed by the vase baby a few more times, the horror of the strange invasion stacked up will be almost as bad as the rotten being. In the live stream comments, ace in country schadenfreude instantly drew mockery from viewers of all countries. Everyone knew that after ace in country's first matchmaker Asha was killed by the vase baby, the world will immediately selected a new matchmaker to enter the sinister world. But that matchmaker, while serving the vase baby to sleep, accidentally violated the vase baby's taboo, and was brutally killed on the spot. Within ace in country, the national fortune dropped sharply, and the level of invasion from the sinister world increased. Immediately, the world will selected the third matchmaker. The moment this one saw the vase baby, without even speaking, they were killed by the vase baby. The fourth, still stepping into the vase baby's dungeon, was instantly killed. Chapter 26, Did the sinister manager betray? It's completely over. Only at this point did everyone finally understand, the vase baby was exploiting a bug in the sinister world. He discovered that as long as he killed a matchmaker from ace in country, the world would immediately select a new one, bringing all kinds of gifts. To continuously receive gifts, the vase baby began killing one after another, taking all the delivered gifts for himself. This operation made ace in country suffer unbearably. Their national fortune dropped again and again, and the level of invasion from the sinister world kept increasing. Now, within ace in country, almost everywhere were man-eating flower monsters laughing with wide mouths. These man-eating flowers hid by the roadside, in the grass, even in residents' yards, and as soon as someone approached, they would instantly drag them into their mouths and devour them completely. The once bustling and revered sacred river of ace in country, the Ganges, had now become a hotbed of sinister beings. Floating on the water were all kinds of strange debris, the banks crowded with man-eating flowers, and the river water emitted a stench of rot. The pilgrims who used to come endlessly now didn't dare step near the river, the once sacred river had completely become a dead river. In my opinion, ace in country is about to be destroyed by their own sinister object, the vase baby. This is all self-inflicted. OBU. Little Asen is really miserable. Seeing this, we in big beautiful country feel very sad. We've decided that when your ace in country falls, we will burn a few more incense sticks to send you off, as a sign of our fellow countrymen's sympathy. The fake kindness of big beautiful country made the ridicule in the live stream even louder. Even if the viewers from ace in country wanted to fight back with words, their comments were very few. It was soon drowned in the ridicule of all countries. Anyone with eyes could see that the netizens of country A were probably almost dead. Just as the mockery of country A reached its peak in the livestream, the battle in the rotten supermarket finally entered its final stage. Only then did the netizens stop teasing, and all attention refocused on the latest developments in the strange world. The strange boss, who had been retreating step by step, now seemed fully warmed up. The strange energy on his body suddenly surged, changing from a faint black to a dancing color, and his own aura climbed higher and higher, the pressure growing heavier. He actually forced himself from defense to offense, every move fierce and vicious, directly targeting the rotten strange's vital points. Under the fierce pursuit of the strange boss, the rotten strange gradually retreated step by step. The whole rotten supermarket was torn apart by the battle between the two strange beings, walls shattered everywhere, debris scattered on the ground, only a few bare load-bearing pillars struggling to hold up, barely keeping the supermarket from collapsing completely. Bao Shigong, stop struggling in vain. The rotten strange was slapped on the chest by the strange boss, stepping back several times, holding his chest and coughing violently, yet still showing a proud smile. I know your old injuries are getting worse. You once had intermediate fierce strength, but now even fighting desperately, you can only barely show high-level cruel strange power. Stop struggling, die obediently, the sooner you die, the sooner you reincarnate. Every word of the rotten strange pierced the sore spot of the strange boss, making his heart burn with anxiety. He knew the rotten strange was speaking the truth. Over the years, his old injuries recurred, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. If this continued, he would be the first to collapse. Finally, the strange boss clenched his heart, a flash of determination passing through his eyes. You stinky cockroach, even if only a third of my strength remains, today I can still crush you under my feet. Before the words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the strange boss, more intense than ever, even carrying a hint of low-level fierceness. Boundless ink-colored strange energy surged from his body like a black tsunami, forming in front of him, then fiercely slammed toward the rotten strange. This strike concentrated all of the strange boss's power, betting his last chance of life. Ah! The rotten strange had no time to dodge, was struck by the terrifying strange energy, letting out a piercing scream, smashed heavily onto the ground, completely unconscious. After delivering the strike, the strange boss also instantly lost strength, his body shaking, a mouthful of black strange blood violently spurted from his mouth. The entire strange being became barely alive, even standing was unsteady. That strike had drained almost all the strange energy in his body, the cost was too great. Cough, cough, cough. The strange boss held his chest, coughing violently, each cough spilling more strange blood from the corners of his mouth. Risking worsening my old injuries, using power close to low-level fierce strength, let's see if you still don't die. This strike truly harmed the enemy 1,000, but cost himself 999. But the strange boss firmly believed that after this strike, even if the rotten strange had 9 lives, he no longer had the ability to move, no longer able to make any waves. He himself could barely stand, with no strength to even lift a hand, let alone step forward to finish off the rotten strange. In desperation, the strange boss could only turn his head, shouting with all his strength to the strange manager not far away. Great strange! Hurry! Go kill the rotten strange! Don't give him a chance to breathe. Hearing this, the strange manager immediately tightened his grip on the great strange level strange knife. The blade was black as ink, giving off a faint cold glow, extremely sharp. A faint strange energy lingered around it. He responded and started walking toward the strange boss. The footsteps were steady, the gaze still respectful. The strange boss watched as the strange manager walked closer, enduring the intense pain in his body, forcing a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Quickly! Kill him! However, before the words even finished, the strange boss suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his left chest. That coldness instantly pierced through his body, freezing all the eerie energy within him. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief, as he looked down at his left chest. There, the pitch-black eerie knife was deeply embedded in his chest. The blade was buried halfway, the hilt still gripped firmly in the strange manager's hand. He. Boss, I'm sorry. On the strange manager's face, there was no longer any respect, replaced instead by a cruel and sinister grin. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for waking up at this time, still thinking of continuing to be the boss of this rotten supermarket. I am the true boss of the rotten supermarket. I've worked tirelessly for 3 years for this supermarket. All the employees here only recognize me as their boss. You've already outlived your usefulness. In the strange manager's cruel smile, the strange boss's body went limp, crashing to the ground with a thud, completely still. It seemed as though he was truly fatally wounded. After dealing with the strange boss, the strange manager slowly pulled the eerie knife from his chest, dark, eerie blood dripping down the blade, making a ticking sound. He slowly turned around, his eyes, once respectful, now filled with vicious intent, locking onto Chen Shushin without mercy. I see how much Bao Shigong takes care of you, it seems like your relationship with him is quite deep. The strange manager licked the eerie blood on the blade, a cruel smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, his tone icy. If you don't pull out the roots, the weeds will grow back. Now that he's dead, you should die too. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange manager's body flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Chen Shushin. The eerie knife in his hand raised high, carrying a sharp murderous intent, and was about to strike down on the defenseless Chen Shushin. At that moment, the hearts of all the Dragon Country viewers in the Human World's matchmaking live broadcast room instantly rose to their throats. At this moment, there was only one voice in everyone's mind. It's over. Barbie is finished. Dragon Country is finished again. Chapter 27, The Doorman Eerie saves the day, well done Bruce. Wow. This strange manager is a disgusting person. How shameless. Seriously, this strange manager must be seriously ill. Bao Shigong built this rotten supermarket from scratch, and you're just a worker, yet you dare to call yourself the boss? Unbelievable. I didn't expect the eerie world to have green tea types and backstabbers. Bao Shigong let you run the supermarket for 3 years, but he didn't raise your salary or give you benefits? In the past 3 years, you used your position as manager to secretly embezzle supermarket profits. Don't you even keep track of that? And now you still dare to bite back and kill your own boss. Sobbing, it's over, it's over. Shushin Goddess is going to be gone, it seems like Dragon Country is going to experience eerie invasion too. Everyone, hurry up and stock up on supplies. The apocalypse is really coming. No. Is there any way out? The strange boss is dead, who can save the Shushin Goddess now? Chen Shushin looked at the eerie knife in the strange manager's hand, shining brightly as it descended toward her, and her heart instantly rose to her throat. A wave of overwhelming fear gripped her, leaving her frozen, her breathing becoming frantic. In the face of such powerful eeriness, there was no possibility of resistance. It was like an ant facing an elephant, only to be slaughtered. The battle between the strange boss and the corrupted Eerie, as well as the strange manager's ruthless act of killing his master, flashed through her mind in an instant. She could already imagine the searing pain as the blade tore through her body. Finally, she thought of never seeing Lin Mo again, never eating his cooking again, never living those shameless little days again. Just when she thought she was surely going to die, and had prepared herself to meet death, the imagined intense pain did not appear as expected. Instead, a sound reached her ears, very much like a wolf howl, mixed with a hint of urgent awoe. Immediately after came the extremely shocked scream of Manager Gue. Chen Shushin suddenly opened her eyes, the despair in them instantly replaced by astonishment, then a wave of wild joy surged up. It was the guard ghost she had fed at the rotten supermarket entrance, coming to save the day. This made Chen Shushin ecstatic. She could not help but shout excitedly, "Good job, Bruce! Bite this traitor to death!" And Manager Gue, pinned under the guard ghost, was completely stunned. "You lowly thing! Just the power of a low-level small ghost, yet you dare bare your teeth at me, Manager Gue? Do you even see who you are? I will slaughter you and stew you into ghost soup." A cruel smile flashed on Manager Gue's face. He immediately activated his ghost energy, trying to break free from the guard ghost's grip and, in turn, kill this insolent low-level small ghost. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze, his arrogance replaced by extreme shock, his whole body dumbfounded on the spot. How can this be? This is impossible." Manager Gue summoned all his strength, mobilized all the ghost energy within him, trying to push away the guard ghost on him. But no matter how he struggled, the guard ghost's claws clamped onto his body like iron pincers, not moving an inch. He was shocked to find that he, a high-level great ghost, could not break free from the grip of a low-level small ghost he had never taken seriously. Your power. How can it be so strong? You were always at the low-level small ghost stage, right? Why? Why have you now broken through to a fierce ghost? Manager Gue's voice began to tremble, full of deep fear. Your current power is low-level fierce ghost? You little beast, in the blink of an eye you broke through 2 major ranks? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Manager Gue completely panicked, the cruelty and arrogance on his face vanished without a trace. He clearly remembered that this guard ghost, since arriving at the supermarket, had always been the power of a low-level small ghost. As far as he knew, decades ago this guard ghost was at the small ghost level, struggling to break through over the years, but in vain. But now, in the blink of an eye, it had become a low-level fierce ghost. A rank above him, Manager Gue. Even more crushing, the energy inside the guard ghost was unusually pure. Several times stronger than an ordinary low-level fierce ghost, its aura even sharper. With such pure energy, even a mid-level fierce ghost would be able to match only 1 or 2, maybe even be counter-killed. Not to mention tormenting him, a great ghost, it would be as easy as holding a hand, effortless. Faced with Manager Gue's shock and roars, the guard ghost didn't care at all. It just turned its head and called toward Chen Shushin with 2 soft awo sounds. The voice had lost the previous fierceness, instead carrying a hint of gentleness and care, as if asking whether she was scared, whether she was hurt. Seeing Chen Shushin completely unharmed, her face still a little shaken, but without a scratch. The guard ghost finally relaxed, slowly turning its head and redirecting all attention back to Manager Gue beneath it. The gentleness in its eyes instantly vanished, replaced by strong ferocity. The reason it could break through so fast was actually simple. All thanks to Chen Shushin's feeding. The scraps and leftover food Chen Shushin gave had directly elevated its power, from the lowest level small ghost of the ghost world, to a mid-level low fierce ghost. This leap directly crossed the class hierarchy of the ghost world. It had thrilled the guard ghost immensely. And the energy in its body was purer than that of ordinary low-level fierce ghosts. Naturally, it was because its source of eerie energy was Lin Mo. However, these things, the door guard spirits, could never be explained to the eerie manager. It opened its big mouth and fiercely bit into the eerie manager. The eerie manager let out a scream so horrifying, it was enough to tear at one's soul, the sound sharp and painful, echoing throughout the decaying supermarket. But no matter how much he howled and struggled, it was all in vain, the eerie energy inside him rapidly draining, and his life force slowly fading away. In the end, the scream grew faint, until it was completely silent, reduced to nothing more than food for the door guard spirit. After killing the eerie manager, the door guard spirit shook its blood-soaked mouth forcefully, wiping off the eerie blood from the corners of its lips. Then it wagged its fluffy tail, trotting happily over to Chen Shushin's side. Its fierce demeanor from before had vanished, replaced with an unbelievably gentle attitude, even letting out high-pitched woof 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 and sniff sniff sounds. That look, it was more like a dog than a real dog. It was even more obedient and clingy than pets in the real world. Chen Shushin, having survived the ordeal, was in a great mood, the fear on her face gradually fading, replaced by deep joy. She extended her hand, gently patting the door guard spirit's head, smiling as she spoke, "Good job, Bruce. Thanks to you, you saved me just in time. I didn't feed you for nothing, you're so reliable. The door guard spirit was very intelligent, understanding that Chen Shushin was praising it, its little tail wagging like a helicopter, its head rubbing incessantly against her palm, looking for recognition. In fact, it had been worried earlier, wondering if Chen Shushin might blame it for arriving so late. Now that it saw she wasn't mad and was even praising it, the worry in its heart finally disappeared. As for why it arrived so late, it truly wasn't its fault. Who told Chen Shushin's offered eerie energy to be of such high quality and intense density? It nearly got suffocated by the pure eerie energy. It took quite a while to barely digest it all. Once it finished digesting, it immediately rushed over, luckily just in time, without any delay in saving Chen Shushin. Chapter 28, Lin Mo takes action? A life from the edge of death. At the same time, inside the human world's matchmaking livestream. Well done, Bruce forever, don't underestimate the bond between me and Bruce, the bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. They were so dense that other content was almost invisible. Everyone had thought Chen Shushin would die horribly at the hands of the eerie manager, already sinking into despair. But the timely rescue by the door guard spirit instantly ignited the passion of all the Dragon Country viewers, and the despair was quickly replaced by wild joy. Surprisingly, the most fired up were the viewers from Sakura Country. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of having survived, a weak but familiar voice suddenly echoed out. "Ha, we won, all thanks to Miss Chen and your pet." Chen Shushin was startled, her nerves instantly tensed. She quickly turned her head, following the voice, and her face immediately displayed an expression of horror, taking 2 steps back. "Why you? Boss, didn't you die? Are you human or ghost? Ah, you've risen from the dead." Before her, the eerie boss Bao Shigong, who had been stabbed in the chest by the eerie manager and collapsed to the ground, was now shakily rising from the floor. His face was pale, his breath weak. He, Miss Chen, don't panic, don't panic." The eerie boss waved his hand, his tone cheerful. "Of course. I'm not human, I've always been an eerie being. But earlier, I was pretending to be dead. Actually, my heart is on the right side. The eerie manager's knife only stabbed my chest, it didn't hit my vital heart. He didn't know my heart is actually on the right side." Listening to the eerie boss's explanation, Chen Shushin let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest, calming herself after the scare. Thank goodness, you didn't rise from the dead, you really scared me. Boss, you're such a great actor." The eerie boss's resurrection not only startled Chen Shushin, but also the viewers in the matchmaking livestream room were also astonished by the scene they just witnessed. The comments quickly flooded the screen, full of teasing remarks. 666. The heart is on the right? What kind of protagonist template is this? It's way too bizarre. This weird boss really deserves to be the boss, his brain is so sharp, he even used Death Escape to fool everyone, including that stupid manager. I can't stop laughing, just a moment ago I thought the weird boss was really dead, but it turns out he was pretending. The gatekeeper weird isn't a dog, but this weird boss is a real dog. Whether in the human world's matchmaking livestream or in the rotten supermarket of the strange world, there was a sense of joy that came from surviving a disaster. Chen Shushin leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Looking at the gatekeeper weird beside her and the weird boss, her heart was filled with gratitude. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. Although she had only just arrived at the rotten supermarket dungeon, she had been through so much and had received so much care from the weird boss. Now, after fighting side by side through life and death, Chen Shushin had truly accepted them in her heart and regarded them as friends. However, this joy did not last long. A hot post in the livestream room was rapidly pushed to the top of the trending list, with the title boldly stating, "Damn! That disgusting rotten weird isn't dead either, everyone look, he's getting up." What? The rotten weird isn't dead? Impossible. The weird boss hit so hard, how could he still be alive? Hurry and look in the supermarket. Really? The rotten weird is moving. Sure enough, just when everyone thought the crisis was over, the previously still and silent rotten weird on the ground began to slowly transform into a disgusting yellow-brown liquid, sticky and continuously wriggling, emitting a strong stench of decay. Then, as if it had bones, the liquid slowly gathered together. It swelled up like a balloon being inflated, gradually expanding, reforming into the shape of the rotten weird, but now, his aura was even more violent, and his body more bizarre. At the same time, the rotten weird's crazy and hoarse laughter also echoed. He. Bao Shigong, come die with me. After all these years of grudges, today, it's time to put an end to it. The weird boss, upon seeing this, had his pupils sharply contract, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a heavy and fearful expression. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. This is the rotten weird's special ability. He can self-destruct and instantly unleash the peak power of a high-level evil weird. And he can complete the self-destruction in 3 seconds. When that happens, everything within a 1 kilometer radius will be corroded by his rotten gas, turning into pus and water, with no one spared. Upon hearing this, Qin Shushin's heart instantly leaped to her throat, and she instinctively wanted to turn and run. But when she heard within 3 seconds and within a 1 kilometer radius, her footsteps froze in place, and all her survival instincts vanished in an instant. It seemed like the only thing left to do was to wait for death and peace. The weird boss, seeing the rotten weird begin to swell up and his aura grow more violent, quickly shouted at him. Rotten weird! Do you have to go down together like this? Let's sit down and talk, let's resolve everything peacefully. Whatever grudges we have, we can solve them slowly. There's no need for a life or death struggle. It's too late. Everything is too late. The rotten weird's voice was still maniacal, and the countdown slowly began, filled with the resolution to destroy everything. 3. The countdown of the rotten weird was like a sharp knife hanging over everyone's hearts. Seeing that the rotten weird was determined to self-destruct, with no hope of reversal, the weird boss showed a relieved smile, slowly slumping to the ground, closing his eyes, and resigned himself to waiting for death. He knew in his heart that Qin Shushin wouldn't die, she had someone behind her. But whether her people would conveniently save him as well, that was uncertain. Moreover, he didn't dare to ask for help actively. Just because of the gap in status. If he rashly went to seek help, he would offend the big boss behind Qin Shushin. Then what awaited him would be something even more terrifying than death. In this strange world, strength rules above all, and the classes are just this clear. He resigned himself and closed his eyes. Seeing that even the big boss Guai was resigned, Qin Shushin also fell into despair. Her last thought was worrying that after she died, Lin Mo might not know, and later he should not wait for her foolishly at meals. The viewers in the marriage streaming room were now also completely trapped in despair. Their emotions had gone from initial despair, to wild joy when the gate spirit saved the day, to now, complete despair as the rotten spirit prepared to self-destruct. Like riding a roller coaster, up and down, ultimately falling to the bottom. It's over. This time it's really completely over. In 3 seconds, Goddess Shushin and Boss Guai will be gone, Long Nation will also end. Why? Just barely endured until Manager Guai died, Boss Guai came back alive, how come Rotten Guai didn't die and still wants to self-destruct? Despair, really despair, there is no turning point anymore. In that despair, no one noticed. The jacket of Lin Mo that Qin Shushin had left on the second floor slowly drifted down because of the severe destruction of the supermarket. By chance, the jacket landed exactly on the expanding, about to self-destruct Rotten Guai. And the moment the jacket touched Rotten Guai, a strange scene occurred. The balloon-like expanding liquid body of Rotten Guai shrank quickly, like a balloon being pierced. The violent aura on his body vanished instantly, even the momentum to self-destruct stopped abruptly. 3. 2. Qin Shushin saw the falling jacket. Ignoring the imminent self-destruction, she rushed forward to pick up the jacket. It was the only thought of her first love Lin Mo, even if she died, she wanted to die holding this jacket. The moment her fingers touched the jacket, the countdown should have just ended. However, the expected explosion, expected corruption, expected death, all did not happen. The world remained peaceful. In the rotten supermarket, no earth-shaking explosion, no stinking rot, only a strange quiet. Qin Shushin was stunned, holding Lin Mo's jacket. She looked up in confusion at the half-exploded, now completely deflated Rotten Guai. She murmured, "Not dead? This? What is happening?" Chapter 29, Boss Guai kneels to thank Lin Mo. What is happening? Just now the jacket fell on the Rotten Guai about to self-destruct. How did that body, swollen to the extreme, suddenly deflate like a pierced balloon? Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. I thought I was hallucinating from tension, but you also saw it. That jacket. It's Lin Mo's jacket. Impossible to be the jacket, right? It's just a piece of clothing, how can it stop a high-level terrifying Guai from self-destructing? Don't joke. Unable to understand, millions of viewers in the live room, from top-level advisors in various countries to ordinary watchers, all could not understand. The previous scene was too shocking. A second ago, Rotten Guai's self-destruction was already imminent. The Een energy within 1 kilometer began to stir, even the air rippled with sticky corruption. Next moment, all stopped because of a falling jacket? Rotten Guai's entire body turned into a puddle of completely lifeless mud, which completely exceeded everyone's comprehension. As the screen flooded with questions, the Long Nation user Internet's smartest bro, whose account had previously gone viral with a few lines of analysis, jumped out to speak again. He deliberately bolded the bullet comments. There was a kind of unshakable confidence of everyone is drunk, but I am awake. It must be the corrupted ghost itself that's the problem. It forced a self-detonation when its energy was exhausted, the evil energy went astray and went berserk. The self-detonation failed and it just died on the spot. How could it be the jacket's fault? Do you think your minds are as simple as a paramecium? What could a plain, ordinary jacket possibly do? Do you think there's a road technique hidden in the jacket? This was correct, precise, certain, and straightforward. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people immediately echoed and supported it. The barrage was filled with comments like, "Brother Dong is right, I knew it couldn't possibly be the jacket's fault, I almost got led astray just now." After all, no one would believe that a seemingly plain black jacket could block a life or death self-detonation from a powerful evil ghost. It's like in the human world, when a nuclear bomb is already in its countdown to detonation, and then a jacket lightly falls on top of the bomb, causing the bomb to turn into a dud without even a spark? Isn't that a fairy tale? If you told someone this, even the ghosts wouldn't believe it. While the argument in the matchmaking livestream between viewers about the true cause of the corrupted ghost's failed self-detonation was getting heated, the Jacket Mysticism faction and the corrupted ghost self-detonation failure faction were at odds. Inside the rotten supermarket, Bao Shigong stared intently at the completely lifeless pile of corrupted ghost mud on the ground, which no longer had any aura of evil energy leaking out of it. He was stunned for 2 seconds, then his face broke into an uncontrollable, ecstatic expression. He knew that this time, the corrupted ghost was really dead. Dead beyond revival. Plop. Without any warning, Bao Shigong bent his legs and firmly knelt on the ground, respectfully banging his head 3 times in the direction of Chen Shushin. Bang! 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 His forehead struck the cracked ground, producing a muffled yet clear sound. Even though he was weak and his old injuries flared up, he still bowed 3 times with utmost seriousness, not a single bit of insincerity. He raised his head, his voice filled with the excitement of having survived a catastrophe in sincere awe, and loudly declared, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. Your great kindness, I will never forget." At that moment, Chen Shushin didn't even notice the actions of the ghost boss. She was holding Lin Mo's jacket, turning it over and over, examining it carefully with a puzzled frown on her face. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that the jacket had fallen from the 2nd floor and landed perfectly on the corrupted ghost, which had turned into a puddle of thick liquid. Logically speaking, even if the jacket wasn't destroyed by the corrupted ghost's corrosive pus, it should have at least picked up some of the corrupted ghost's bodily tissue or gotten stained with dirt. But Chen Shushin checked it carefully, again and again. From the collar to the cuffs, from the hem to the lining, not even the stitching gaps were missed. This jacket was completely clean, not a speck of dust on it. Not even the corrupted ghost's slime had touched it. There wasn't even the tiniest bit of dust. It still retained the fresh, pleasant scent of Lin Mo. It was as if the intense battle just now hadn't affected it even a little. This made Chen Shushin even more puzzled. After all, when the ghost boss fought the corrupted ghost, the entire rotten supermarket had been destroyed, with smoke and dust flying, stones scattering, and half of the walls collapsing. She had only avoided being affected by the smoke and debris because of the ghost manager's shield. But the jacket had been left unattended in a room on the 2nd floor. The floorboards up there were cracked and broken, how could it possibly remain untouched by a speck of dust? Chen Shushin turned the jacket over and over for a long time, and in the end, could only attribute it to the jacket's fabric being so good. It was high-end stuff. It had built-in dust and stain resistance. Aside from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. While she was squatting on the ground, pondering over what material the fabric might be, the voice of the mysterious boss, filled with heartfelt gratitude, instantly captured her attention. Chen Shushin jerked her head up, and as she turned, she happened to bump into the scene where the mysterious boss was kowtowing in her direction. "Thank you, great benefactor, for your help." Immediately following that were 3 heavy, muffled sounds of kowtowing, shaking the ground so much that even the scattered pebbles trembled slightly. Great benefactor's help? Upon hearing these words, Chen Shushin's first reaction was that the mysterious boss had called for reinforcements. Which hidden big shot came to stop this self-destructive explosion? She lowered her head again to look at herself, just in time to find herself blocking the front of the mysterious boss's kowtowing. She instantly felt embarrassed and quickly shuffled 2 steps to the side with both hands and feet, making room for this great benefactor. To her surprise, as Chen Shushin moved to the east, Bao Shigong, dragging his weak body, slid a step eastward, still directly facing her, kneeling respectfully. When she moved west, Bao Shigong followed her, kneeling westward, his head still facing her, not a bit off-center. Chen Shushin was so bewildered by his actions that she didn't know what to do. In a panic, she jumped straight up. But Bao Shigong immediately tilted his upper body backward, raising his head high, still facing her in mid-air, maintaining the kneeling position. After several rounds of this back and forth, Chen Shushin was already exhausted. She leaned against the broken wall, panting heavily, her face full of helplessness. "What's going on? The great benefactor you called for, are they interested in me? Why do they insist on sticking around me?" Chen Shushin couldn't help but complain inwardly, thinking for a while. She instinctively looked around, and apart from herself, the only living being in the whole supermarket was the mysterious gatekeeper, wagging its tail beside her. There wasn't even the shadow of another living creature, let alone any great benefactor. Who exactly is this great benefactor that the mysterious boss mentioned? Could it possibly be me? Chen Xuxin's thoughts suddenly wandered, and such a narcissistic thought popped into her mind. Of course, as soon as this thought emerged, she quickly extinguished it herself. She still knew her place, and she was well aware of her own limitations. Just a moment ago, when facing the manager's knife, she had already been resigned to death, so how could she possibly have the ability to stop the self-destruction of a high-level evil spirit? While Chen Xuxin was still mentally complaining, she suddenly heard the mysterious boss again, with 3 more firm head knocks, the sounds as loud as before, blood oozing from his forehead, but still with a face full of respect. "Thank you, Miss Chen, for your help. And thank you, Miss Chen, for coming to our supermarket to guide us on product display and safety management." After kowtowing, the mysterious boss no longer cared about his physical weakness and got up from the ground. He bounced towards Chen Xuxin with an ingratiating yet sincere smile on his face, rubbing his hands and chuckling, saying, "Hee, thank goodness you're here, Miss Chen. Without you, I would have never known how many more years I would have had to spend with this damn evil spirit. You've helped me eliminate a great worry from my heart. From now on, my rotten supermarket will establish a permanent loyal connection to your country, Dragon Country. I, Bao Shigong, will forever be loyal to you, loyal to Dragon Country. Anyone from Dragon Country who comes here will have all expenses waived. No limit. I, Bao Shigong, say so." In fact, over the past 3 years, the seal on the evil spirit had become weaker and weaker. Bao Shigong and the evil spirit had long reached a point where they could no longer do anything to each other. He had been living in constant fear, afraid that one day the evil spirit would break the seal, and he would lose both his supermarket and his life. This time, thanks to Chen Xuxin, not only was his old opponent completely dealt with, but he also witnessed the terrifying strength of the mysterious benefactor behind her, so how could he still dare to have any thoughts of rebellion? He immediately offered his full loyalty. This was no joke, just the residual aura of a jacket was already this terrifying. Then what about the person themselves? Not going to heaven yet? The strange boss didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the people above Chen Xuxin really were. The giant stone weighing on his heart for 100 years crashed down with a roar. Bao Shigong felt his whole body lighten, and his thoughts became extremely clear. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice of the worlds will rang suddenly in the minds of all the matched players, without any warning. At the same time, it appeared clearly on the public screen of the matchmaking livestream. Ding! Congratulations to the A-level dungeon rotting supermarket, officially becoming the Dragon Country's exclusive loyalty dungeon. Dungeon Master Strange Boss Bao Shigong promises, any Dragon Country player who enters this supermarket to consume will get everything for free, with no limit. Chen Xuxin? She hugged her coat, frozen in place, her face full of confusion, her brain completely shut down. It wasn't only Chen Xuxin who was stunned, everyone watching the livestream, whether from Dragon Country or other nations, was equally shocked. The livestream, which had been noisy just a second ago, instantly fell into dead silence. The comments cleared completely for 3 whole seconds, with not a single new message. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden announcement that their brains went blank. For a long while, no one knew what to say. The first to lose control were the viewers from the great beautiful country, their comments exploded instantly, full of hysterical curses and disbelief. Oh, F***K. Loyalty Dungeon. And it's A level. F***K. F***K. Dragon Country is the first nation in the entire human world to have a loyalty dungeon. This supreme honor should belong to our great beautiful empire. Impossible. Did the worlds will bug? Why can Dragon Country get an A-level loyalty dungeon? Then, viewers from Sakura Country also lost control, their comments filled with sour shock and despair. Baka Yoru. How could this happen? Dragon Country actually has the world's first loyalty dungeon, and it's an A-level high difficulty one. Is the Eastern Dragon about to fully awaken? Ha? Loyalty dungeon? What exactly does that mean? Can someone who knows come explain? Many viewers who just entered the livestream, or those unfamiliar with the strange dungeon rules, posted blank-faced messages asking questions. Soon, a senior scholar of strange dungeon research appeared, using bold comments to explain the rules clearly. Are you really stupid or just pretending? You don't know this? Why do humans risk their lives, entering the strange world dungeons in batches? Isn't it just for resources? To survive? To find the possibility of humans coexisting with the strange? Once a loyalty dungeon is established, it's no longer just about coexistence. In other words, this strange dungeon will become Dragon Country's backyard, its inherent territory. Let me make it clear, the friendliness of a dungeon to a human nation has 3 levels. Neutral dungeon, favorable dungeon, and the highest, rarest, loyalty dungeon. As the name suggests, a neutral dungeon means the strange in the dungeon has no natural hostility toward humans. You all know, in the strange world, humans are seen by the strange as walking food, lowly pigs, naturally looked at with colored glasses of hostility. But once it becomes a neutral dungeon, those colored glasses are completely removed. As long as you don't provoke the strange, they absolutely won't touch you. It's just like the normal human world. A favorable dungeon takes it further, raising the favor level to the max. If you face danger or need help, as long as your request isn't too absurd, asking the strange in the dungeon will almost always be granted. But a loyalty dungeon is a completely different concept. If you enter a loyalty dungeon, once you enter, you are treated like a king. All the weird things in the dungeon will obey you without question, treating you like the most honored guest. Didn't you hear what the weird boss just said? From now on, anyone from Dragon Country entering his supermarket gets everything for free, no limit. Do you understand what that means? It's unbelievable. Now Dragon Country is really going to rise. In the human world, this is the first time a loyalty-type dungeon has appeared. And it's an A-level high-difficulty dungeon. Exactly. Dragon Country is now truly like a great dragon rising with the wind, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Look at beautiful empire. Before, they controlled all the western countries just with the only non-hostile dungeon in the human world, even though it was only a small sea-level dungeon. No one dared to challenge them. Using that dungeon, they could do anything they wanted in the West, committing all kinds of crimes. Now Dragon Country has an A-level loyalty-type dungeon. They might leap straight to become the ruler of the human world. The livestream chat exploded, full of envy, jealousy, bitterness, and ecstasy, all emotions mixed together, making it chaotic. But it wasn't over. The cold broadcast of the world will continually report. Congratulations to Dragon Country's matchmaker Qin Shushin for successfully completing the hidden achievement of the Rotten Supermarket, the past of the weird boss. Achievement reward, 10 million tons of wuchang rice that never rots, safely materialized at a designated location within Dragon Country in the human world. Seeing this notification, Beautiful Empire, which had been frantically posting in the chat, immediately could not stay calm. Since the weird world arrived, large areas of land worldwide were polluted by weird energy, causing massive crop failures. Even total losses. Food has long become the hardest currency in the human world, essential for every country's survival. Many ordinary people risked their lives just for a bite to eat. Countless people could only survive by eating disgusting nutritional paste. But Dragon Country suddenly got 10 million tons of top-quality wuchang rice. Do you understand what that means? This is enough for Dragon Country to completely solve the food crisis. At this moment, Beautiful Empire, which relied on the food materialized from the weird dungeon to control the world, instantly collapsed halfway. Chapter 31 Qin Shushin stunned, I became the MVP? Right after the world broadcast Dragon Country's task reward, the customs announcement of Beautiful Empire followed immediately. Hooray! Our great Beautiful Empire, as the most sincere friend of Dragon Country, has decided from today to completely cancel all tariffs on Dragon Country to further strengthen the equal, mutually beneficial, and win-win friendship between our countries. What? That idiot Sakura is spreading rumors? Saying we Beautiful Empire were sanctioning Dragon Country before? Ha, not true at all. All baseless talk and nonsense. And that story about adding 15% tariffs to Dragon Country goods is pure nonsense. It never happened. Our Beautiful Empire has always fully supported Dragon Country's development. How could we ever do something that damages our friendship? Then, the announcement sharply turned, aiming directly at Sakura Country, with a tone fierce and arrogant, full of righteous justice. Hooray! I see Sakura Country is deliberately trying to break the friendly relationship between our Beautiful Empire and Great Dragon Country. Full of bad intentions, sneaky and sly. Our Beautiful Empire despises the most is people like this, two-faced villains. Especially their country's matchmakers. In the weird world, they actually incited people from other countries, secretly plotting against Dragon Country's matchmaker, Miss Chen. This kind of vile and shameless act is not worthy of being called human. Sakura Country really deserves a beating. So, our Beautiful Empire has decided from today to carry out just punishment against the evil Sakura Country. Impose a 50% high tariff on them. Not only that, we will force the Prime Minister of Little Sakura Country to invest 10 billion pretty dollars in the expansion project of our great pretty country's Sky Eagle Palace. This will serve as punishment for their stirring trouble between the two countries and committing many evils. Finally, the announcement released a barefaced threat, its tone extremely fierce. Oh view. If this evil little Sakura Country dares to refuse the investment? Fuck. I think they are missing the little boy. Seeing that the great pretty country is serious this time, not only cancelling tariffs on Dragon Country, but also striking directly at themselves, even bringing out the nightmare-like little boy. Netizens of Sakura Country instantly panicked, not even a bit of resistance, all humbly begging in the comment sections, the screen full of Private Marseille. Private Marseille pretty sauce. Please don't use the child as an excuse, we were wrong. Children are innocent. We Sakura country will surely complete all orders from Great Pretty Daddy, the 10 billion pretty dollar investment, we will arrange immediately. Please, great daddies, spare us this time. Private Marseille, we won't dare again. For a moment, the global internet was full of mockery, mocking Sakura country's humility, mocking Great Pretty country's sudden change, the whole network in chaos, extremely lively. Meanwhile, in the rotting supermarket, Chen Shushin was still in a brain freeze state, frozen in place, eyes empty, mouth slightly open, unable to react for a long time. Happiness came too suddenly, like a huge pie falling from the sky, smashing hard on her head, making her dizzy, even her thoughts became chaotic. After all, in her own view, along the way, it seemed she had done nothing. Neither fighting to the death with the rotten boss like the tricky boss, nor stepping forward to save lives like Bruce, at crucial moments, she could only close her eyes and wait to die. But yet, in the end, she became the biggest winner, the MVP everyone thanked. Chen Shushin finally regained a little clarity, hugging Lin Mo's jacket, staring blankly at the tricky boss beside her, her voice trembling with confusion, carefully asking. What exactly is happening? Tricky boss, why did you do this? Why establish a loyalty relationship with me, with Dragon Country? I feel like I didn't do anything. I just completed the product display tasks you gave me, only doing my duty. The tricky boss, hearing this, showed a face full of surprise. Not the big sister, are you pretending to be dumb, acting modest, or really unaware of how powerful you are? He suppressed his surprise and tentatively asked. Miss Chen, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Chen Shushin hurriedly nodded hard, nodding like pounding garlic, her blank eyes not faking, voice extremely sincere. I really don't know. Why have you always taken care of me, helped me, and in the end even wanted to establish a loyalty relationship with me? And just now you said thank you for my help, but during your fight with the rotten trick, I was hiding in the shield the whole time, I didn't help at all. The tricky boss looked at her naive, innocent appearance, helplessly slapped his forehead, speechless. Alright. This must be the legendary fool has lucky blessings, right? Carrying such a terrifying treasure, yet not knowing at all, thinking it was just an ordinary jacket, truly absurd. He took a deep breath, patiently explaining. Miss Chen, you certainly helped a very, very lot. If it weren't for the jacket you brought, all of us, including me, would have died in the self-destruction of the rotten trick, turning into a puddle of pus. At the same time, netizens in the matchmaking live room, upon hearing the tricky boss's words, completely exploded. The originally fairly orderly barrage of comments suddenly became dense and chaotic, with messages scrolling so quickly that it was impossible to see clearly, and various voices of shock, doubt, and curiosity mixed together. What? 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 Is it really because of that coat? Didn't the rotten ghost have a problem with itself? This is too unbelievable. Didn't the boss of the ghost get his mind messed up by the rotten ghost? How could a simple coat stop a high-level evil ghost's self-explosion? This is just absurd. Stop spamming, you bunch of idiots. Shut up, all of you. Listen carefully to what the ghost boss says next and see what he really has to say. Please stop spamming, I can't see anything anymore. I'm dying to know what's going on. If anyone spams again, I'll curse you. Pay attention to what the ghost boss is explaining, don't waste time, we need to see the truth. The live chat room was in utter chaos. Meanwhile, in the rotten supermarket, Chen Shushin was standing there, completely dumbfounded, staring at the ghost boss, waiting for him to continue explaining. The ghost boss looked at her bewildered expression, then slowly spoke, his tone incredibly serious, with an undeniable hint of reverence. Miss Chen, you truly possess an extraordinary weapon without even realizing it. The coat in your arms is covered with an extremely powerful, terrifying evil energy. He paused, emphasized his words, and continued. How powerful is it, you ask? Powerful enough that any ghost with strength below the malevolent level will instantly disintegrate into dust the moment it's even slightly touched by this evil energy, leaving not even a trace of its origin. The rotten ghost from earlier is the perfect example. It was about to self-destruct, but once that coat landed on it, the evil energy instantly suppressed its ghost energy, dismantled its self-detonation, and directly shattered its origin, turning it into a pile of mud right there. Boom! The ghost boss's words were like a bombshell for Chen Shushin and all the viewers in the livestream. It was like thunder from a clear sky, instantly stunning everyone. Chapter 32, the ghost boss reveals the horror of the coat. The whole internet is curious. The livestream chat went wild again, even crazier than before, with the shock of viewers from around the world almost spilling out of the screen. Oh my god. Shit. Is the ghost boss telling the truth? That seemingly ordinary, plain black coat really has such terrifying power? Baka Yaro. How could this be? Ghosts below the malevolent level turn to dust just by touching it? Why is this coat of the little dragon so awesome? What is the origin of this coat? It's too terrifying. Neo. Stupid Sakura, still asking about the origin? Didn't you see that the coat was a gift from Miss Chen's partner? Could it be that the little dragon's partner is some hidden super big shot? What the hell? No way. Didn't the country release a public announcement? It said that the ghosts in the underworld of reincarnation get weaker the lower the floor they live on. Lin Mo lives on the very bottom floor, his strength must be weak. How could he possibly be a hidden big shot? If he lived on the 100th floor, no, if he lived on the 60th floor or above, this would be believable. WTF, you guys are crazy. Stop guessing already. Instead of speculating wildly here, why not just wait patiently? Once Qin Shushin returns to the underworld of reincarnation and meets Lin Mo, everything will be revealed. You can see how confused Qin Shushin looks, she doesn't know the secret of the code either. Damn. Why didn't you say that earlier? Made me rack my brain for no reason. Fine, I'll just wait patiently for the goddess Shushin to go back and expose the truth. Yes, no more spamming, let's quietly wait for the updates and see how Shushin the goddess asks Lin Mo. At this moment, Qin Shushin was indeed more bewildered than any viewer in the livestream. She looked down at the coat in her arms, her fingers lightly caressing the soft fabric, her face filled with disbelief. She never expected that. Her own husband, Lin Mo, casually draped an ordinary coat over her shoulders, and yet it was so terrifying. It could easily suppress a high-level fierce spirit's self-destruction, and could instantly annihilate any oddity below the ferocious level. But when she left the reincarnation underworld, Lin Mo never told her that this coat was so powerful. He just gently put it on her, reminding her to take care of herself in the eerie world and not to catch a cold. Could it be that Lin Mo himself didn't know the secret of this coat? For a moment, Qin Shushin's mind was full of thoughts, countless questions swirling in her head. The more she thought, the more confused she became, the more curious she grew about Lin Mo's true identity. She lifted her head, her eyes still blank, her tone a little uncertain, and confirmed again with the eerie boss. This eerie boss, are you sure you didn't feel it wrong? This coat looks really ordinary, it feels like a normal coat, how could it have such a terrifying killing aura? Impossible. I absolutely could not be wrong. The eerie boss's tone was extremely firm, his eyes carrying a trace of fear. I have truly witnessed such a strong, such a terrifying killing aura. That aura, I will never forget for all my life. As he spoke, the eerie boss slowly closed his eyes, falling into a distant memory, his expression silent, his voice carrying a trace of world weariness, slowly telling Qin Shushin his past story. Back then, the eerie world had not yet established its current order, the whole world was chaotic, everywhere was killing and looting, the weak eaten by the strong, no rules at all. At that time, I was not yet the boss of the rotten supermarket, but a small leader in a gang called the Evil Ghost Gang. By then, I was already a ferocious level oddity, powerful, with a place of respect in the gang. And the leader of our Evil Ghost Gang had reached the terrifying eerie killing level, his strength unfathomable, one of the top existences in the entire eerie world. You could say, our Evil Ghost Gang at that time ruled the eerie world with might, no one dared provoke us, wherever we went, all oddities bowed, we burned, killed, looted, committing every evil, our hands stained with countless oddity bloods. Until one day, a cold and sullen voice, accompanied by boundless, extremely frightening killing aura, spread from the horizon, sweeping across the entire eerie world. The voice said something like, sweep out evil, establish law and order, to rectify the chaotic order of the eerie world, to eliminate all evil gangs. The moment that voice sounded, over 90% of our Evil Ghost Gang members were struck by that killing aura, unable even to scream, instantly turned to ashes, vanished into nothingness. Even our terrifying eerie killing level boss did not escape, crushed by the aura, no chance to resist, his soul shattered instantly. I was lucky, a subordinate in the gang blocked it for me, I survived by chance, but was heavily injured. The eerie energy in my body was severely damaged by the killing aura, my power dropped from ferocious level to fierce spirit level, and all these years I never recovered. The eerie boss opened his eyes, his gaze still carrying a trace of fear, looking at the coat in Qin Shushin's arms, his tone full of reverence. Miss Chen, that killing aura, I will never forget for all my life. To generate such a strong killing aura, that existence is like a Death Star falling from the sky, power unfathomable. Oddities who died by its hand are countless. Even our former evil, powerful eerie killing level boss could not generate a trace of such aura. So, as an oddity who personally witnessed that terrifying killing aura, from the moment you entered the rotten supermarket, I already sensed the killing aura on you. That murderous aura, and the murderous aura that destroyed our Evil Ghost Gang back then, were almost identical, only slightly weaker in intensity. As soon as these words came out, both Qin Shushin and all the viewers in the livestream were shocked beyond words, unable to speak for a long time. Unexpectedly, as Boss Gue told the story, the doubts in everyone's hearts gradually became clear. All the questions finally converged into two core issues. Is this jacket really Lin Mo's? If it is, what level is Lin Mo's true power? Why does he hide his strength and live at the bottom of the reincarnation underworld? If it isn't, then where did Lin Mo get this jacket from? Who is the real owner of the jacket? Was the one who destroyed the evil ghost gang back then the owner of this jacket? All the mysteries about this jacket now hung over everyone's hearts, as they eagerly awaited Chen Xuxin to go home and ask Lin Mo. Chapter 33, Gatekeeper Gui hugging the big shot, following back to the reincarnation underworld. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Nation matcher Chen Xuxin, for completing the hidden achievement of the Rotten Supermarket Dungeon. The past connections of the strange world. Obtained exclusive reward, special skill, Mind Link. Mind Link can use thought to actively glimpse a segment of the target's past. This is mind reading? No, it's the ability to see someone's past. Chen Xuxin stared at the skill description floating in midair, frozen for 2 seconds. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, instantly understanding the core use of this skill. This trip through the Rotten Supermarket Dungeon was truly full of gains and surprises for Chen Xuxin. First, she escaped danger thanks to Lin Mo's jacket, and unexpectedly obtained the loyalty contract of the Rotten Supermarket. This gave the Dragon Nation the world's first human A-grade loyalty dungeon. Then she received a huge reward of tens of millions of tons of wuchang rice, directly solving most of Dragon Nation's food crisis. Now, with the dungeon ending, she unlocked the special skill Mind Link. Along the way, she did nothing much, but the final gains far exceeded her imagination. Of course, this incredible luck belonged only to Chen Xuxin. For other nation matchers, the dungeon completely collapsed into ruins. They not only got no task rewards, but even the life-saving gifts and bribery coins that the strange targets insisted they bring were all lost. They truly lost both the woman and the soldiers, their greed only bringing embarrassment and resentment, with no place to cry. Detected, the Strange World Dungeon Rotten Supermarket has completely collapsed. All dungeon tasks ended. Players can no longer continue. You may choose to exit the dungeon anytime to prepare for the next task. Choose to exit dungeon, yes/no. The world's will exit prompt came immediately, with no time limit and no penalty for not exiting. Chen Xuxin looked at the options but did not rush to click exit. She held Lin Mo's jacket, looking around at the broken walls and scattered stones of the supermarket ruins, her brows slightly furrowed, a stone in her heart. From the moment the corrupt ghost broke free and caused chaos in the supermarket, to being crushed and killed by the jacket's murderous aura. All this time, she had not seen any sign of Tianzhong Zhuai, Anna, or the other matchers, not even a sound. Could it be they all died in this chaos? Chen Xuxin murmured softly, her tone filled with an indescribable complexity. Honestly, she truly thought these people were complete scum. Before, they mocked and excluded her, scheming behind her back. But they were all humans, all matchers chosen by the world's will, struggling to survive in the strange world. If they all truly perished in this ruin, she could not help but feel a touch of sorrow for the fallen. After all, in this bizarre world where people devour one another, human lives were far too fragile. While Chen Xuxin was lost in thought, a strange employee, covered in rubble and dust, who had barely survived the chaos, came running frantically from the depths of the ruins. It rushed to the eerie boss, suddenly bowed deeply, speaking with urgency and resentment, reporting loudly. Report. Boss. We have completely figured out why the rotten weird one broke the seal. It was all caused by those human pigs. The leader was someone called Tianzhong Zhuai, and another woman from Bear Country named Anna. They secretly touched the seal array's core, moved the colorful weird stones together, and only then did the rotten weird one break free from the seal. Upon hearing this, the eerie boss's face darkened instantly, the smile in his eyes vanished into cold frost, and a strong murderous intent surged in his eyes, while the surrounding weird aura uncontrollably roared. He had felt something was wrong. Before leaving the seal, he had clearly used the colorful weird stones to press the seal core tightly. In its state, the rotten weird one could never have broken the core from the inside, even risking its life. So these human pigs had stabbed him in the back. But this murderous intent lasted only a moment, the eerie boss soon calmed, and the anger in his eyes gradually faded. He thought, if Tianzhong Zhuai and the others had not foolishly released the rotten weird one, it would never have chosen to self-destruct in desperation. It would not have been instantly shattered by the killing aura on Chen Xuxin's coat, dying completely. His deadly enemy, his long-term threat, was thus accidentally eliminated completely? In a way, these people had actually helped him greatly. Considering the pros and cons, the eerie boss felt no need to take it out on Tianzhong Zhuai and the others, merely issuing a cold order casually. From now on, in my rotten supermarket, except for humans from Dragon Country, humans from any other country shall not approach even half a step. Anyone who enters without permission shall be killed without mercy. Understood. Subordinate obeys. The strange employee immediately bowed and left in a hurry to deliver the order. Hearing the report, realizing the rotten weird one broke free, the supermarket was destroyed, and she herself nearly died, all because of Tianzhong Zhuai and the others, Chen Xuxin's faint sorrow vanished instantly, replaced by full anger and disbelief. These people never allowed a moment of peace. Wherever they went, trouble followed, like walking sticks stirring filth. If not for their greed, the supermarket would not have become ruins, many strange employees would not have died, and she would not have faced that life or death self-destruction crisis. Suppressing her anger, Chen Xuxin looked at the eerie boss beside her, speaking with urgency. Eerie boss, is there any way to find out where they are now? Did they really die in the chaos just now, or are they hiding somewhere? The eerie boss shook his head lightly, speaking calmly. I do not know their exact whereabouts. Here's what we will do, I will have my employees carefully search the ruins of Basement 1, to see if we can find their bodies or any signs of life. He then raised his hand, calling over several strong strange employees, ordering them to immediately search the ruins of Basement 1. What he did not know was that this arrangement was doomed to be in vain. The moment the rotten weird one died completely and the worlds will announce the end of the mission, Tianzhong Zuai and the others, hiding in the cracks of Basement 1, had already received the system's exit prompt. A few of them exchanged glances, without the slightest hesitation, without even thinking, they all clicked, exit instance, in unison. They knew better than anyone that they had stirred up a huge mess, ruined the entire rotten supermarket, and nearly killed the supermarket owner, Bao Shigong. If the strange boss found out, it wasn't just about compensating for the supermarket's losses. They couldn't even produce a single coin of the strange currency to pay, and might even lose their lives right there. Therefore, of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. Reincarnation Underworld. The eerie, icy red mist shrouded the area halfway to the sky all year round. A towering black castle stood in the middle of the red mist, its pointed roofs piercing the heavy fog, walls crawling with strange patterns. From afar, it was mysterious and terrifying, just one glance could make the whole body shiver and heart retreat. But in Chen Xuxin's eyes, this castle that made countless strange beings shiver with fear exuded unprecedented warmth and closeness. Only because inside the castle lived Lin Mo. Lived her husband. Lived her only support, her only safe harbor in this dangerous world where life was worth nothing. Woof! 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 The sound of barking came from behind, Bruce trotting happily, never leaving Chen Xuxin's side, his fluffy tail wagging fast. Now, as a low-level fierce spirit gatekeeper, he could change his own form. To please Chen Xuxin, he hid his terrifying appearance and became cute and lovable. When Chen Xuxin was about to exit the instance, this gatekeeper spirit had bitten her clothes and refused to let go. His wet eyes were full of dependence and pleading, insisting on sticking to her. Looking at him like this, Chen Xuxin's heart melted completely. At the most crucial moment, he had jumped out, attacked the rebellious spirit manager, and saved her life. So she decided on the spot to take him in and bring him back to Reincarnation Underworld. Chen Xuxin stopped, turned around, and gently rubbed Bruce's fluffy head, smiling warmly and saying, Bruce, look ahead, that big castle will be your home. Don't be fooled by its eerie look, it's warm inside, and there will be lots of tasty food for you. Chapter 34, Lin Mo's past exposed? Actually, Bruce used to have his own name. But for decades, he had been working as a gatekeeper spirit. The strange beings who came and went either beat him or ignored him, no one ever cared what his name was, and no one wanted to call it. Over time, even he gradually forgot his own name. The name Bruce was given by Chen Xuxin, the first time in decades he had a name someone truly cared about and called seriously. Woof! 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 Bruce understood Chen Xuxin's words, jumped twice in excitement, barked twice at the distant castle, his tail spinning like a helicopter propeller, eyes full of hope and joy. But then, as if sensing something, his fur bristled instantly, he lifted his head sharply, alertly watching the top of the castle, ears pressed tightly, his expression turning tense. Next second, with a thud, a humanoid figure fell straight from the upper floor of Reincarnation Underworld, landing not far from Chen Xuxin, kicking up a cloud of dust. Startled by the sudden event, Chen Xuxin stepped back instinctively, and when she focused, her face instantly darkened. It was a cold, stiff corpse. From the clear racial features of the dead, Chen Xuxin recognized at a glance. This is a marriage candidate from the country of Asan. However, looking at the badly mangled body, she felt no stir in her heart, not even the slightest trace of sadness. Chen Xuxin still remembered that when she first came to this strange world, it was a marriage candidate from the country of Asan who had mocked her. Let's go, Bruce, don't mind her. Upon hearing this, Bruce shook his head and followed Chen Xuxin. Bruce wanted to say, even if it wanted to pay attention to this dead body, it couldn't. How could it care for a corpse that was already dead? However, the closer they got to the castle of the Reincarnation Underworld, the more uneasy Bruce felt, his back chilled, his forelegs becoming soft, and he involuntarily tucked his tail between his legs. His steps grew more and more hesitant. Now, it had broken through to a low-level ghostly level, and combined with the dog-like ghostly creature's natural heightened sensitivity, it could clearly sense the terrifying presences lurking inside this seemingly ordinary castle. A suffocatingly terrifying aura was hidden within the red mist floating in the middle of the castle, like a giant, terrifying monster lying in the abyss, staring down at it, making it stiff with fear, too afraid to even breathe loudly. What made it even more terrified was that the higher they went in the castle, the more terrifying and despair-inducing that presence became. With decades of experience in this eerie world, it simply couldn't imagine what terrifying beings resided deep within the red mist or at the top of the castle. It even had the instinctive feeling that, even the ghostly boss's legendary evil ghost gang leader, a ghostly level existence, would be like an ant that could be easily crushed in this castle. Chen Xuxin didn't notice Bruce's unusual behavior. Her heart was filled with the warmth of returning home. The moment she opened the door, the warm yellow light rushed in, mixed with the rich smell of food, instantly dispelling all the exhaustion and fear she had experienced in the rotten supermarket. On the round dining table right in front of the door, 4 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged. Each dish was steaming with just the right amount of heat, bright in color, fragrant and tempting, like 2 completely different worlds from the cold, eerie world outside the castle. Gulch! Chen Xuxin swallowed a large gulp of saliva uncontrollably, and her stomach let out a grumble sound. She was truly starving. In these past few days at the rotten supermarket, not only had she not eaten properly, but she hadn't even had a sip of water. At this moment, smelling the familiar scent of Lin Mo's cooking, she felt her hunger deepen, and all her guard was lowered at this instant. Back already? Hurry, wash your hands and eat, the dishes were just finished, better eat while they're hot. A warm and familiar voice came from the living room sofa. Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa, holding a thick book in his hand. Upon seeing her come in, he closed the book and placed it aside, looking up at her, with a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Eh? How did you know I was coming back at this time? Chen Xuxin changed her shoes and walked to the dining table, looking at the steaming hot food on the table. Her heart was filled with warmth, but she couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled. She knew very well that ghosts didn't need to eat, and this table of food was obviously prepared specifically for her. But when she left the reincarnation underworld to take on the copy mission, she never told Lin Mo how long she'd be gone or when she'd return. Lin Mo couldn't possibly know what would happen in the copy, nor when the task would end. How could it be so coincidental that the moment she opened the door, the food was just ready, at the perfect temperature, not too hot or cold, just right to eat? Chen Xuxin shook her head, brushing away all these messy doubts and thoughts. Who cares? She had hot food waiting for her, made by her husband's own hands, and that was enough. What could be happier than this? The priority now is to fill the stomach and truly enjoy this hard-earned peace. Just as Chen Xuxin picked up her chopsticks, ready to dig in, Lin Mo's gaze fell on Bruce behind her, raising an eyebrow and smiling as he said, "Oh, you went out and brought back a little pet? Looks smart, it's good to keep it. When you go out on missions, it can accompany you, a little companion." Bruce, upon hearing this, quickly wagged its tail at Lin Mo, putting on a well-behaved and gentle appearance. But inside, it was tossing and turning, wildly questioning itself. In its perception, everything in this room was ordinary. The couch was ordinary, the dining table ordinary, the decoration ordinary. And the man in front of it, apart from being excessively handsome, gave off no strange aura, no pressure of a powerful being. He seemed just like an ordinary weird creature. But, as a gatekeeper weird with instincts etched into its bones, it was frantically sounding alarms. Its intuition told it that under the seemingly ordinary facade, there was a storm capable of overturning the entire weird world. The calmness in front of it was all a disguise. Beneath this harmless appearance, everything here had a terrifying second face that no one knew about. This was the instinct it had cultivated after decades of crawling through the weird world, surviving countless near-death experiences. It was a special ability it was born with, and it had never doubted its own feelings. And the evidence of this intuition was right in front of it, in the steaming homemade dishes on the table. These dishes looked no different from ordinary human food, but Bruce, having traveled through the weird world for many years, had seen quite a bit. It immediately recognized the origins of the ingredients. That plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots used the tender buds of the eternal solitary bamboo, which only grows in the frigid cold ponds at the extreme north of the weird world. It itself possessed a level of ferocity, with a single bamboo shoot able to make countless weird creatures fight viciously, leaving heads cracked and bleeding. That plate of steamed fish was the cyan ink-eyed fish from the bottom of the Sea of Blood abyss, known for its violent and savage nature. It could swallow a high-level evil weird creature with one bite. It was a ruler in the abyss. Then there was the stewed chicken, made with the exotic agate chicken of the nine-tailed fox tribe. Its flesh was a treasure, and when it reached adulthood, it had a level of ferocity. Even the meat in the soup was from the tender flesh of the emerald-winged dragon, a distant relative of the dragon tribe, which became ferocious when it reached adulthood. Its dragon scales were impenetrable by knives or guns, and ordinary weird creatures couldn't even get close to its body. Just one of these ingredients was enough to be a terrifying weird creature with at least a ferocious level of strength. Ordinary weird creatures would never even see one in their lifetime, let alone kill one and turn it into a dish. Finally, Bruce understood completely. Why, when it ate the leftover bits of food from Chen Xuxin, it contained such a dense, purine energy. Why it could break through from a low-level small weird creature to a low-level vicious weird creature in just a few days. It turned out the source was here. This seemingly ordinary man was actually a top-tier big shot hidden to the extreme. This was simply beyond outrageous. Terrifying. So terrifying. Just as Bruce was filled with shock, its mind replaying the terrifying origins of these ingredients. And the entire weird creature was wrapped in awe and fear. Chen Shushin put down her chopsticks, raised her head, and looked at Lin Mo, softly asking that question. As soon as the question was asked, Bruce immediately perked up its ears, its fur standing on end, and even held its breath unconsciously. Not just Bruce, but the millions of viewers in the matchmaking livestream, whether from Dragon Country or other countries. At this very moment, everything fell silent. The barrage of messages that had been flying by at lightning speed suddenly stopped, and the entire live stream room was dead silent, everyone holding their breath, eyes glued to the screen, carefully catching every word Chen Shushin said, afraid to miss even a single detail. Everyone knew the most critical moment had finally arrived. The mystery that had covered the whole dungeon was finally about to be revealed. Chen Shushin looked at Lin Mo, her eyes full of unshakable doubt and curiosity, and softly asked, word by word. Husband, that jacket you gave me, is it yours? Chapter 35, Lin Mo confesses. Heartbreaking past. Jacket? Hearing Chen Shushin's words, Lin Mo was stunned. Of course it's mine. In our house, if it's not your husband's, whose could it be? As soon as he said this, the marriage live stream room erupted across the entire network. Even Chen Shushin, this little beauty with a super long reflex arc, was surprised. She asked excitedly. Then husband, do you know how powerful this jacket is? Powerful jacket? Lin Mo shook his head, he knew what Chen Shushin meant. It was just the aura on the jacket that was powerful. But to Lin Mo, that was nothing. If we are talking power, the murderous aura on the jacket wasn't even as strong as a single strand of his hair. So he shook his head. I don't know. It's just a jacket, not even close to underwear. How powerful could it be? Lin Mo meant that the aura on the jacket wasn't even as terrifying as the murderous aura clinging to his own clothes. For Lin Mo personally, it was really nothing. But Chen Shushin and everyone in the live stream room obviously hadn't made that connection. This time, Chen Shushin's brain froze, and the words she wanted to ask about Lin Mo's power got stuck in her throat. After all, if Lin Mo's strength was really weak, Chen Shushin worried that as his wife, asking directly would hurt his pride. Just like in the human world, you can't ask a girl's age, or a guy's savings. In the eerie world, eerie power is like a guy's savings. If he was strong, asking wouldn't matter, but if his power was trash, asking would be like picking a fight. Chen Shushin was very good at seeing things from others' perspectives, especially Lin Mo. He was the closest person to her in the eerie world, so of course she considered his feelings. She didn't want Lin Mo to be embarrassed, so she ultimately didn't ask directly about his power. Furthermore, just like in the human world, if a guy has a lot of savings, he would hint to others, showing off a bit. That would be the right time to ask about his money and even ride the wave to look impressive. The eerie world was the same. Like the boss monsters, strong and powerful, entering a scene with instant prestige, wanting everyone to know they were the strongest. But Lin Mo had no intention of showing off his power at all. He gave off a faint sense of death. So the answer was clear, his power wasn't enough to brag about. Chen Shushin subconsciously thought this way, already convinced that Lin Mo's own strength wasn't much. But she didn't look down on him, she just decided that in the future, to protect Lin Mo's pride, she would never mention power-related topics in front of him. The live stream room also started to chatter in all directions. Ward sent? What does this Lin Mo really mean? If the jacket is his, why doesn't he know how powerful it is? That's something that can kill high-level eerie beings. So terrifying. Just as everyone was puzzled, the internet's top expert spoke up. Foolish netizens, I understand. The jacket Lin Mo spoke of is his. Now, it's his. But wait, here's the twist. Could it be that this jacket wasn't originally his? The real big shot was the previous owner of the jacket. After Lin Mo got this jacket, due to his low strength, he didn't notice any abnormalities with the jacket? In an instant, the netizens had a sudden realization. Brother Dong really lives up to his name, every word he said made perfect sense. Clearly, Chen Shushin thought the same way. She asked, Then what's the story of this jacket, honey? How did you get it? Lin Mo paused in chewing his food upon hearing this, his eyes deepened, showing a look of recollection. The story of that jacket. I found it at the mass grave. When I first arrived in the strange world, it was summer, and I almost got cooked alive by the sun. Thanks to finding this jacket at the mass grave, I barely survived. That was when Lin Mo had just crossed into the strange world. It was already a very long time ago. But Lin Mo still clearly remembers, it was one summer. The strange world was exactly the opposite of the human world. In the human world, many people froze to death. In winter, a lot of people who couldn't get enough food or warmth died from the cold. And in the strange world, there were 4 seasons, but they were exactly reversed. The strange beings were afraid of the heat, afraid of summer. When summer nights came, the sun would lose its blood-red color and become bright. At this point, the sunlight would weaken the strange beings' energy when it shone on them. For strange beings stronger than the lower level, they weren't afraid of the sun. They could use dense energy to form barriers to block it. But for Lin Mo at the time, he had just crossed into the strange world. He was nothing more than a wandering soul with the weakest strength in the strange world, and it just happened to be summer. The energy was gradually being weakened, and his own energy also grew weaker and weaker. The only outcome was that he would become a strange, dried-up corpse with no energy. And clothes were the key to blocking the sun's evaporation of energy. Passing through the mass grave, Lin Mo dug out this jacket from under a tombstone, which allowed him to survive the summer in the strange world. It can be said that without this jacket, there would be no Lin Mo today. Since then, Lin Mo always wore this jacket, just to remind himself to quickly improve his strength. Stay alert even in safety. With the improvement of his strength, Lin Mo had repaired the jacket many times and even asked a famous tailor from the strange world to revamp it, making it look like it does now. He was a nostalgic person, especially since this jacket had almost accompanied him through his entire life in the strange world. So, he never threw it away and continued to wear it. It could be said that this jacket was his favorite jacket. Even though many strange beings later sent him even more beautiful, higher quality clothes, Lin Mo still preferred this jacket, which accompanied him from the bottom of the strange world to become its supreme ruler. Other jackets were extremely envious of this jacket, and they would ask, how come it was chosen by the demon god? It would answer, when he was still a wandering soul, and it was worn by him. In an instant, all other jackets went silent, feeling deeply ashamed. Never again did they envy this jacket. One sentence from Chen Shushin made these past events flash in Lin Mo's mind, frame by frame. However, Lin Mo's emotions were unaffected. After 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Mo's temperament had become as calm as clear water. He looked at everything with indifference, always calm, as if the sky could fall, he would remain unshaken. Not for any other reason, he trusted his absolute strength, and even if the sky fell, he could withstand it. He smiled easily, hey, that's all in the past, just a little bit of hardship, nothing to mention. Huh? Why are you crying now? You're really too sentimental. On the opposite side of the dinner table, Chen Shushin hummed with her nose, quietly sobbing. Lin Mo's words, just a little bit of hardship, made Chen Shushin feel a deep ache in her heart. Behind this short sentence, how much struggle between life and death is hidden, and with calm words, it hides the vicissitudes of the past. This kind of effortless sentence, when linked to Lin Mo's lightly spoken almost died, made Chen Shushin tear up immediately. She never expected her husband's past to be so bitter, yet he still maintained this gentle and considerate nature. Chen Shushin was directly moved until her heart melted. She swore, from now on she would fully use her maternal instinct to carefully protect Lin Mo. Chen Shushin hugged Lin Mo's tricky head tightly against her chest, sobbing softly. Whoa, husband, you suffered too much. From now on I will take good care of you. Don't worry, I will never despise your past. Originally, Chen Shushin wanted to say she wouldn't despise Lin Mo's strength. But as the words reached her lips, she realized and quickly corrected herself. Regarding Lin Mo's strength, Chen Shushin had thought she already understood it clearly. Chapter 36 Everything warm actually hides secrets. Bruce was scared to death? Damn. All this excitement for nothing, I thought Lin Mo was a hidden big boss. Turns out it was just luck, finding this jacket. Exactly, it makes me mad. Goddess Shushin really should have asked how strong Lin Mo actually is. What strength could he have? Living at the very bottom of the underworld, the strange objects in Country A are higher than the floors we live on. Besides, didn't you hear Lin Mo talk about his past? He couldn't even bear the sunlight, surely he's weak. Looks like the killing aura on the jacket, as the boss said, was just brought from the chaotic graveyard? It has nothing to do with Lin Mo. Not only were Dragon Country netizens sighing, netizens from other countries also spoke up. Baka Yoru. I was scared to death, luckily the Dragon Country matchmaker was just lucky. Haha, I don't believe Dragon Country can be lucky on every mission. But luck is also part of strength. With this jacket, every mission the Dragon Country matchmaker does, at least there is a deadly level ace card. That's right, Baka Yoru. After learning some of Lin Mo's past, Chen Shushin suddenly felt that the big table of dishes in front of her was very heavy. Yes, heavy. After all, Lin Mo could not even afford a jacket before, and had to rely on finding one. He must have been very poor, right? But now? To let her eat well, he arranged such a rich meal, it must have cost a lot of weird coins, right? Although Chen Shushin had no concept of weird coins, she at least knew that in the strange world, weird coins were far more important than the human world's money. Perhaps, after these 2 meals, Lin Mo's family wealth was already emptied. Thinking of this, Chen Shushin could not help but blame herself for being useless. finally getting a job at the rotten supermarket, but not earning a single weird coin. So, she secretly clenched her pink fists and swore in her heart. From now on, in every dungeon, she would never miss the chance to earn weird coins. She must work hard to earn money for her husband Lin Mo. Let him live a good life. Chen Shushin originally wanted to tell Lin Mo not to make such luxurious meals in the future, to save money. But as the words reached her lips, she stopped. She was afraid that saying this would make Lin Mo feel she looked down on him. They say poor but generous, the poorer the more generous. Just so that others won't say you are poor. In Chen Shushin's view, Lin Mo now had this kind of mindset. Afraid Chen Shushin would despise him, so he pretends to be rich. Thinking this, Chen Shushin hugged Lin Mo into her arms again. Husband, I love you. Don't worry, no matter what, I will always love you. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog, I will never despise you. Lin Mo's heart? What situation? What can I say? Amazed face, / Feeling Chen Shushin's soft, warm embrace, Lin Mo finally showed a faint smile he hadn't shown for a long time. And Bruce, lying on the ground waiting to be fed. Seeing the two like this, she also showed an aunt's smile. Then she began to eat dog food. This scene was, of course, also seen by the world's will, Little Blue. Seeing her master smile, Little Blue was extremely happy. It naively thought this was all its own achievement. Happily, it went to choose the next marriage task. Full and satisfied, Chen Shushin refused no matter what to let Lin Mo clean the dishes, thinking that Lin Mo was already tired from cooking and she had to do it. But Lin Mo thought that Chen Shushin, performing marriage tasks outside, was tired and scared, and should rest as soon as possible. Moreover, cooking was not tiring for him at all. He only gave orders in the kitchen, and the utensils automatically started cooking according to Lin Mo's commands. Seeing Chen Shushin insist on cleaning the dishes, Lin Mo was helpless. Alright, if that's the case, nobody cleans anything. How can that be, leaving it here Ghost! Chen Shushin protested Lin Mo, but before she finished, she screamed and ran behind him. She had seen the table move. Carrying the dishes, it ran into the kitchen by itself. Then, the dishes grew legs, ran into the water, picked up steel wool, and began washing themselves? They made rhythmic clanging sounds, as if humans singing uncontrollably while bathing. This? Lin Mo patted Chen Shushin's little head. Don't worry, this is a strange world. Giving her a reassuring smile, Lin Mo half-hugged her into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Bruce was lying in the living room, squinting his eyes and resting. Digesting all that energy had indeed been tiring for him. Suddenly, his ears twitched, as if he heard strange sounds around. Looking around, he almost peed from fear. The once cozy furniture, decorations, layout, everything in the house, had all changed after Lin Mo left. Like an endless hell. The strange beings disguised as furniture and decorations all returned to their true forms. Even their aura was unrestrained. The terrifying aura was a billion times stronger than the strange boss. At least all were fierce. No. Fierce was not enough. At least all had the power of ghostly evil. Bruce did not dare to call, tucking his tail and lying on the ground. He felt like he was no longer at home, but in an endless abyss. All around were terrifying monsters with fangs and claws. Bruce lay still on the ground, seemingly steady like an old dog, but in fact had already died inside a while ago. On the ceiling, the chandelier began to twist and distort, returning to its original form. The chandelier that shone light was actually a high-level ghostly being, named Hanging Soul. It hung from the ceiling, curiously looking at Bruce. Very disdainful. Not for other reasons, only because Bruce was too weak. No new companions had come here for a long time. So after Lin Mo went into the bedroom, everyone revealed their true forms, wanting to meet this new companion Bruce. However, Bruce lay on the ground, unmoving. Hanging Soul poked Bruce with a limb, then stroked him. Seeing Bruce still unmoved, it realized Bruce had been gone for a while. He had actually died from pure fright. It's over, kids, the little pet our mistress brought back was scared to death by us. Hearing Hanging Soul say this, the other ghosts all looked at a mirror hanging on the wall. It was a resentful mirror spirit, the spirit in the mirror, capable of summoning souls. I will bring back this little thing's soul. After the words, the mirror crawled out and began a ritual around Bruce. Soul, return. Soul, return, wield the long whip and set the six reins. Soul, return, cross mountains and sing. Return. Soul, return. Soul, return, raise the song in triumph. Join brothers and share grace. Soul, return. Soul, return. After a string of incantations, a transparent ghostly soul slowly gathered on Bruce's body. The eerie soul looked exactly like Bruce. The resentful mirror grabbed Bruce's eerie soul and sent it back into Bruce's body. Not surprisingly, it really brought Bruce back to life. Confused, Bruce looked at everyone around with a blank face, then, rolled his eyes and fainted again from fright. Alright, everyone stop teasing this little puppy, or the eerie soul will run away again. Everyone, disperse. What happened in the guest hall, no one knew, except Bruce. Chapter 37, Conversation with the Will of the World. Lin Mo has his own thoughts. In sleep, Lin Mo's consciousness entered an independent virtual space. In front of him, cheerfully leaping, was Little Blue, the will of the world. Little Blue, didn't I tell you to focus on arranging marriage tasks and not always come to me? Not listening? Is it that your wings have grown strong, or do you think I can't lift the blade anymore? Great demon god, this is an important matter I need to report to you. An important matter to report? What a rare thing. Speak. Little Blue had been in charge of marriage tasks for so many years and never had a question that required reporting. This made Lin Mo curious what Little Blue wanted. Look, for the next marriage tasks, what dungeon should I arrange for them? Do you have any thoughts? Marriage tasks? Didn't I say you handle all marriage tasks yourself? You don't need to ask me. Little Blue jumped twice, hesitating to speak. But it still mustered courage to speak. Great demon god, I don't believe that you're agreeing to marry women is just for fun. You must have your own reasons, right? For example, using the hands of those married to do something? Little Blue realized its question was a bit too forward and quickly added words of loyalty, saying things like faithful. But Lin Mo did not fear betrayal from Little Blue, he had placed many taboos on it. So even if Little Blue guessed his thoughts, Lin Mo had no intention to kill or silence it. Little Blue, all the effort I put into you wasn't wasted, you are almost heart to heart with me. Little Blue laughed mischievously. Seeing that Lin Mo did not blame it, it cheered and leaped happily. To be honest, I do have my own thoughts, but I was torn about whether to act. After all, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. Now, since you came to me first, let me arrange the dungeon tasks from now on. Got it. At your command, great demon god. Ding. As a permanent resident of the eerie world, health is crucial. Marriage task successfully issued. S-rank Afterlife Hospital, go to the Afterlife Hospital to learn pathology. Clear condition, under the guidance of the eerie doctor, heal 3 seriously ill eerie patients. In 2.5 hours, the participants of this task will be teleported to the Afterlife Hospital. 230 foot. 229 foot. The alert sound from the will of the world woke Chen Shushin from sleep. Ah. Chen Shushin stretched like a lazy little cat, feeling the comfort in her small waist. She let out a satisfied ha. Then began to look for clothes to wear. Sleeping naked is still the most comfortable. I love sleeping naked the most. Walking out of the bedroom, the breakfast was still steaming hot. How is it? This time the marriage task, is the time enough? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Chen Shushin nodded instinctively. Time is indeed enough, 2.5 hours, plenty of time to eat. Wait? That's not right. Chen Shushin realized too late and looked at Lin Mo who was helping Bruce get dressed. How did you know I got the task? And also that this task has plenty of time? Lin Mo put a festive bright red cotton coat on Bruce while smiling warmly. Just guessed. Last time the task alert sound woke you up, so I guess this just now. Oh, okay. Don't put such ugly clothes on Bruce. So old-fashioned. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly, I think he likes it. Chen Shushin rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, old-fashioned boy taste, Bruce won't like it. I will dress Bruce into a soft, sweet little girl dog cake. Saying that, she was about to get up to take Bruce's clothes off. However, what drove Chen Shushin crazy was that Bruce actually seemed to like this outfit. Seeing Chen Shushin coming, he jumped left and right, just not letting her catch him. Chasing Bruce, Chen Shushin was out of breath, completely helpless. Fine. Bruce is a stupid dog with no taste, wear it if you love it. After dinner, Lin Mo held Bruce and came to Chen Shushin's side. He pressed Bruce's paw gently onto the back of Chen Shushin's hand. A plum-shaped little dog paw pattern appeared on Chen Shushin's hand. At the same time, Chen Shushin was surprised to find that her brain and Bruce's were actually connected through this plum flower. This? My god, it seems like I have telepathy with Bruce? Lin Mo nodded, this is the master servant mark. Once this mark is placed, you will understand dogs. Lin Mo, you're annoying. Chen Shushin punched his strong chest lightly with her small fists. Do you even know what you're saying? Understanding dogs? It's Bruce who understands humans. Lin Mo just smiled and stayed silent. He looked down at Bruce. Meeting Lin Mo's seemingly calm eyes, Bruce felt as if all his ancestors were instantly seen through. Feeling guilty, he obediently lay down at Chen Shushin's feet. After all, Bruce's true body isn't really a dog. Dogs don't mind poor homes, but that doesn't apply to Bruce. This is a trick phone. Wherever you go on missions, if you want me, you can use it to call me. Chen Xuxin took the trick phone, full of surprise. This trick phone was more convenient than those in the human world, able to change shape and size freely. Moreover, it had life. Not like human artificial idiots who don't understand people, don't understand trick words. Wow. 99% rare. Can I play King of Glory on this? Lin Mo tapped her forehead with his head. Now. And you still think of games? Hee, never mind. Hearing Lin Mo say he could make a game-ready one, Chen Xuxin smiled awkwardly. She couldn't let Lin Mo's already not rich family get worse. She decided, after earning enough trick coins, she would buy a game-ready trick phone and personally teach Lin Mo to play King of Glory. Thinking of herself, the proud Glory Gold, one day teaching others to play King of Glory, filled her with excitement. Even more motivated to earn trick coins. But, she didn't know that trick phones were rare and had no market. I heard you say during dinner, your dungeon this time is a place called Rebirth Hospital? Ah. The ultimate boss of an S-level dungeon actually has a connection with Lin Mo? In the live room, the whole internet erupted. Chapter 38 New Mission, arriving at Rebirth Hospital. Senma. The S-level dungeon boss Lin Mo actually knows him? Exactly, he must be bragging. You know, the director of Rebirth Hospital should have strong, evil level power, maybe even trick demon realm. Boasting without even a draft, don't you have any self-awareness? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear that Lin Mo said he was delivering something to the hospital director? I guess Lin Mo often flatters the director of the Afterlife Hospital in private. But this is just right, you take something from someone, and the hospital will probably take care of Chen Xuxin because of Lin Mo. The comments in the matchmaking livestream were flying, and everyone unanimously believed that Lin Mo had flattered the director of Afterlife Hospital through his connections. Deliver something? What is he delivering? Chen Xuxin asked, her face full of curiosity. Chen Xuxin was also surprised that Lin Mo knew the director of Afterlife Hospital. She thought Lin Mo was a big homebody who didn't socialize at all. Lin Mo took out a box and handed it to Chen Xuxin. It's a thing that he once wanted but could never get, but now he sneers at it. This made Chen Xuxin confused. Since Lin Mo knew the director would sneer at this thing, why was he still giving it to him? Wasn't this just looking for trouble, intentionally causing a scene? Clearly, the Dragon Kingdom viewers in the livestream thought the same way. They all started cursing Lin Mo, but found that their comments couldn't be posted in the livestream. So they switched platforms, cursing Lin Mo on domestic social media. In no time, Lin Mo was a scoundrel, intentionally trying to harm Chen Xuxin topped the trending topics on various platforms. As everyone knows, the strange anger and mood swings. Since Lin Mo already knew that the director would sneer at his gift, why would he still ask Chen Xuxin to deliver it? This was clearly to intentionally harm Chen Xuxin. A certain death. In the livestream, Xuxin Goddess, don't take that box was being spammed everywhere. As a populous country, the Dragon Kingdom quickly saw the livestream flooded by angry comments from its netizens. But strangely, this time the World's Will didn't block these spamming comments. Dragon Kingdom's netizens were disappointed. Despite sharing the same worries, Chen Xuxin still accepted the box and agreed to deliver it to the director for Lin Mo. Thus, another trending topic on domestic social platforms rose. Love-struck Chen Xuxin, dead for love. Willing to die for love. Do you want to enter the fire sea? Gladly, and other similar titles. The emotional outpour was endless. Some sentimental female netizens teared up for Chen Xuxin. They cursed Lin Mo even more fiercely. It seemed like this time, Chen Xuxin was definitely doomed. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom and even around the world thought the same. The assumption was that Lin Mo wasn't bragging, and that the item in the box was truly something the director would sneer at. At that moment, the gift delivered by Chen Xuxin, it was certain death. Oh no. Looks like Dragon Kingdom's luck has really run out now. Baka. Dragon Kingdom, there's an old saying in your country, good and bad fortune depend on each other. The benefits you gained from your luck will now be repaid, and with interest. Oni? Miss Chen Xuxin, what about her coat, do you think it might save her life? Mentioning the coat, the netizens from Dragon Kingdom felt a spark of hope. They all began praying, hoping that the aura from the coat could make the director of Afterlife Hospital hesitate a little. However, Chen Xuxin's next move left all Dragon Kingdom netizens frozen in place. In fact, most of them had already started preparing supplies, gearing up for the strange invasion. When Lin Mo handed the coat to Chen Xuxin, she refused it. Because Chen Xuxin thought, since the coat was so powerful, it was better left for Lin Mo. What if Lin Mo went out for a walk? The aura on the coat might help him deal with a lot of trouble. After all, in the matchmaking dungeon, the strange creatures need symbolic reasons to kill. As long as she obeyed, she wouldn't be in danger. And in the strange world, the strange creatures and the strange creatures. Maybe it started to fight for some reason. Chen Shushin did not want to become a widow before even getting married. Husband, I don't want that piece of clothing anymore. I'm not cold, you keep it for yourself. Remember, when you go out, you must wear that clothing. Promise me. As the mission countdown reached 0, a wave of space around Chen Shushin fluctuated, and she holding Bruce disappeared instantly in the room. Everything in the room returned to calm, and soon became lively again. Master, can we take off the disguise and play freely now? With Lin Mo's approval, all the furniture, decorations, and everything in the room revealed their true form. There was a strange question. Demon God Master, when can we stop disguising? Lin Mo. Wait a bit more, wait for 2 more copies. When your mistress fully adapts to the strange world, I will tell her about you. Then, you won't need to disguise painfully anymore. Yay! For a moment, cheerful cheers filled the room. The porch of the Afterlife Hospital was always soaked in gray-green light and shadow. Red-brown water stains seeped under the peeling paint on the walls. Plus the hospital was full of strange, bizarre patients. The strange is already strange, and being sick made it terrifying. Everywhere were the strange cries and howls of the patients. Overall, it was extremely scary. Much more terrifying than ghost movies in the human world. Fortunately, Chen Shushin was not alone. With her were a group of matched partners who had also been teleported. Among them, the most familiar few were actually there. For example, Tanaka Sai from the Little Sakura country, Han Shoying from the Club country, and others. They looked even more haggard than before, as if life and energy had been drained from them. Since leaving the rotten supermarket, after returning home, they suffered greatly. Not only did they lose the things given by their strange partners to bribe the strange managers. After the copy ended, the worlds will give them no reward at all. Because they released the rotten strange creatures, they didn't even dare to claim their deserved pay from working at the supermarket, running home crawling. Their strange partners still expected them to bring something back. Seeing their empty hands, losing both their lady and soldiers, could they not vent their anger on them? During this time, they truly understood what it meant to be worse than dead. For this afterlife hospital mission, their strange partners refused to help them because of the last incident, leaving them to fend for themselves. Everyone was extremely suppressed, their emotions on the verge of collapse. Nanny! Chen Shushin? You're still alive. The matched partners, led by Tanaka Sai, saw the lively, rosy-faced Chen Shushin and screamed in shock. Chapter 39, Anna, neither human nor strange. Everyone froze instantly, eyes wide, mouths open wide enough to fit a fist, completely stunned. The shock surging in their hearts was like a towering wave, almost drowning them, even making their breath stop for a few seconds. They had clearly witnessed that fierce rotten strange creature breaking the seal with all its strength, roaring and rushing to the first floor of the supermarket. Without any hesitation or softness, immediately starting a 360-degree unstoppable rampage. Shelves were smashed to pieces, goods scattered everywhere, glass shattered with brittle sounds, walls collapsing with roaring crashes. Wherever the rotten strange creature went was a mess, its unstoppable aura so fierce it seemed ready to flatten the entire supermarket, like destroying heaven and earth. No one could stop it. Even in the end, they did not understand how the rotten strange suddenly died. But Tanaka Sai and others held an innocent thought in their hearts. Even if the rotten strange ultimately died, Chen Shushin on the first floor must have been dragged into it by the rotten strange. She was doomed to die. But the scene in front of them slapped all of them hard in the face. Chen Shushin, who should have died in the supermarket collapse, was standing alive right in front of their eyes. And she looked shockingly full of life, energetic, and not a single scratch on her body. At first glance, her skin was delicate and fair, with a graceful aura that made her seem, strangely, like a delicate, rich young lady. Her skin was as white and flawless as fine mutton fat jade, not a speck of dust or imperfection, and her breath was steady and calm, without any sign of panic. Her eyes were so bright, they almost blinded, radiating an air of unhurried confidence. She didn't seem to be someone tortured in a strange world at all. Looking at themselves, however, they were all drooping, their faces pale and haggard. Their eyes were tired and dull, like a flower battered by a storm, on the verge of wilting, drained of all vitality. The sharp contrast between the two sides hit each of them like a needle to the heart, stirring up jealousy and resentment. Who wouldn't feel this way? Who could swallow this anger? Why? They had agreed to suffer together, yet she was living so splendidly. You've betrayed humanity. Tian Zhongzhua couldn't hold back any longer and screamed at the top of her lungs. Baka Yoru. Chen Shushin. You shameless. Why didn't you die in the rotten supermarket? They all clearly remembered how the corrupted monster had rampaged after breaking out, causing the entire supermarket to shake and collapse under its destruction, dust and debris flying everywhere. Luckily, the cage they hid in was unusually sturdy, like a copper wall and iron bastion, resisting the shock of the collapse. They hid inside and barely survived. But after the supermarket collapsed, everything inside was buried. They didn't witness the subsequent battles and could only guess that Chen Shushin must have died. After all, the corrupted monster had looked really vicious. But now, it turned out their guess was completely wrong. That monster, which had seemed so terrifying, was actually weak and pathetic. Upon hearing their frantic screams, Chen Shushin just casually rolled her eyes. A disdainful smile curved at the corners of her lips, and she couldn't even be bothered to argue or retort. Ever since she discovered that the corrupt monster in the rotten supermarket was actually intentionally released by Tian Zhongzhua, Anna, and their group, she had seen through their true nature. They were nothing but troublemakers who stirred chaos and spread rumors, just like those stray dogs on the side of the road barking at pedestrians. The more you try to deal with them, the louder they bark and the more they push their luck. Rather than waste breath, it was better to simply ignore them. Besides, Chen Shushin clearly knew that she and they were on completely different paths. At that moment, her gaze landed on Anna among the crowd, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Anna not only survived, but she also had an arm and a tongue. But not human arms and tongue. Where her arm had once been missing, there was now a thick, dark tentacle grafted onto her body by some strange method. The tentacle was covered in fine, intricate patterns and was still slightly wriggling, exuding a creepy, eerie aura. As for her mouth, there was a forked snake tongue that flicked out from time to time, hissing in an eerie and terrifying way. Those around her, her partners, all had faces full of fear, their eyes dodging, not daring to look at Anna directly. They were silently backing away, trying to keep as much distance from her as possible. After all, who wouldn't feel their hair stand on end in front of such a creature, neither human nor ghost? Anna felt Chen Shushin's gaze and saw the fearful looks from everyone else. A twisted and triumphant smile appeared on her face as she fiercely shouted at Chen Shushin. "You little bitch from Dragon Country, your life is really tough. You're still not dead. But thanks to you, although I lost my arm and tongue, I unexpectedly achieved an evolution of life. Now, I'm no longer like you lowly pigs." Before she finished speaking, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Anna's eyes. The thick tentacle shot out like an arrow from a bow, with the speed of lightning and a whistling sound, swinging violently toward Chen Shushin. The force was so great that it seemed to have the momentum to break Chen Shushin's bones and kill her on the spot. Anna knew very well that by attacking Chen Shushin so openly, not only would she fall into a bottomless pit, but the bear country would become a target for all nations, facing unimaginable consequences. But Anna no longer cared. She knew that the grafted strange limbs, while giving her powerful and eerie abilities, came with a huge price. She would gradually be assimilated by these strange limbs and eventually become a mindless freak. Her time was running out. What country's luck, what mission, what honor, everything became meaningless in the face of her countdown to death. All she wanted now was revenge, all she wanted was for Chen Shushin to die by her hands. She was not going to back down. The speed of the tentacle was too fast, Chen Shushin didn't have time to react. In a moment of panic, she instinctively cried out. "Bruce, save me." But there was no need for Chen Shushin's cry. Bruce had already moved like a black lightning bolt, instantly blocking in front of Chen Shushin. He shielded her tightly, a faint pressure radiating from him. Someone like Anna, who was neither human nor eerie, was nothing compared to true eerie beings, especially not in front of Bruce, a being of great and terrifying power. She wasn't even as strong as little Karami. At best, she was barely good enough to be a minor obstacle. Bruce only slightly furrowed his brows and then lightly sneezed. An invisible force erupted in an instant, and Anna's thick tentacle was instantly shattered, black goo splattering everywhere, the nauseating stench filling the air. However, Bruce didn't kill Anna right away. After all, Anna was still human, just like Chen Shushin, a human matchmaker, one of Chen Shushin's kin. Just in case, he decided to wait for Chen Shushin's instructions before deciding Anna's fate. Ahak! My hand! My arm is gone again. Anna clutched where her arm had been, her body convulsing in pain as she rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. The shrill cries made one's scalp tingle. She raised her head, her eyes full of hatred as she glared at Bruce, her face twisted in disbelief as she roared. You are that gatekeeper freak. How could this happen? Why are you following this little bitch from Dragon Country? Is it because she fed you some trash? At this point, Anna suddenly had a flash of realization, as if she had figured something out. She crawled toward Bruce, a flattering and twisted smile squeezing onto her face. No. It was clearly me who fed you first. I was the one who fed you my arm, I am your master. Bruce, come into my arms, I will feed you more things in the future. Chapter 40, this medical knowledge doesn't seem quite right. Clearly, Anna was still deluded, thinking that Bruce followed Chen Shushin and acknowledged her as his master because of that trivial meal. She was still fantasizing that with the arm she had once fed Bruce, she could take him from Chen Shushin, make him listen to her, and help her take revenge. Bruce looked at Anna's absurd behavior and felt a mix of anger and amusement. It has traveled north and south for many years, encountering countless bizarre events and humans, but it has never seen anyone as stupid as Anna. She is simply a mindless, foolish pig. Bruce didn't even have the energy to argue with such an idiot. If he weren't still waiting for Chen Shushin's orders, he would have already killed this foolish woman with one bite, just to get rid of her nuisance. However, even though he couldn't easily kill her without Chen Shushin's orders, giving this woman, who had no sense of the world, a small punishment was still acceptable. Bruce slightly leaned forward and swallowed the forked snake tongue from Anna's mouth in one bite, his movements swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Oh, aha. Anna froze instantly, a vague whimper came from her throat, and once again, she lost her tongue, unable to speak anymore. In less than half a minute, she not only lost her arm but also her tongue, returning to her original state, as if everything had been undone overnight. This dramatic scene made the viewers in the live stream room completely lose control. The comments section exploded instantly. Except for the viewers from Bear Country, who were silent with pale faces, filled with awkwardness and anger, the viewers from other countries were having a blast in the live stream room, laughing so hard they couldn't stop. It was simply too funny. No one expected that after Anna went through so much trouble to graft strange limbs, not only did she fail to get revenge, but she ended up with her hands and tongue severed. It was truly a case of reaping what she sowed. At that moment, a cold and stern voice suddenly rang out. Silence. This is a hospital, no noise allowed, stay quiet. You human pig, what are you howling about here? Do you want to die? Following the voice, they saw a female strange employee in a white staff uniform walking out of the hospital hall. Her face was icy, her eyes hollow, showing no emotion, as she looked at Anna, who was rolling around and screaming on the floor, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. The female strange employee flipped her hand, and a jet-black strange needle thread instantly appeared in her hand. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Anna, who was still struggling, and with swift and decisive movements, she used the strange needle thread to sew Anna's mouth shut tightly, the stitches fine and dense, leaving no gaps. Lowly pig, I told you to stop making noise. With this, Anna's whimpers completely disappeared, and the world finally returned to peace. The female strange employee, as if kicking trash, lifted her foot and kicked Anna into the corner of the wall, without the slightest mercy in her movement. Then she turned around and looked at the matchmakers present, speaking in a plain tone. You are the human matchmakers here for the task, right? If so, follow me, but you must remain silent, no sound allowed, or you will bear the consequences. After speaking, the female strange employee's gaze fell on Bruce, her tone still plain, but with an unquestionable firmness. Sorry, you cannot enter. This is the hospital's interior, and even if you are very strong, exceptions cannot be made. Bruce did not immediately retort. Instead, he slowly turned his head and looked at Chen Shushin behind him. His eyes were gentle as he quietly waited for her orders, without a trace of disobedience. Chen Shushin watched the female strange employee's actions without getting angry, but rather showed understanding. After all, in human hospitals, pets aren't allowed either. It wasn't surprising that there were such rules in this strange hospital. She gently patted Bruce's head and softly said, Bruce, go play nearby for a while. When the task is finished, I will call you with the mark on the back of my hand, and we will return together. As she spoke, Chen Shushin raised her hand and showed Bruce the faint mark on the back of her hand. Bruce glanced at the mark, then at Chen Shushin, and then turned, running away like a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The female uncanny staff stood aside, showing no expression, as if nothing had happened. But in her heart, a huge storm had already risen, shocking her into a long-lasting unrest. She could clearly feel the powerful pressure radiating from Bruce. That suffocating feeling was even stronger than the hospital director's. It made her instinctively want to bow in submission, breathing cautiously. Earlier, when she stopped Bruce, she was only following orders, forcing herself to act. In her heart, she had already panicked, afraid that if Bruce got angry, he would kill her on the spot. But she never expected that this terrifyingly powerful Bruce would listen to this woman from Long Country, obeying her like a tame pet. This made countless little thoughts spring up in the female uncanny staff's mind, and her curiosity and caution toward Chen Shushin increased. However, she said nothing and showed no abnormal signs. She knew clearly that following orders was her duty, asking what she shouldn't ask, and minding what she shouldn't mind. After all, in this strange hospital, making a mistake could cost her life, doing more could mean more mistakes, doing nothing could mean safety, just quietly doing her job could keep her alive. The group followed the female uncanny medical staff forward. Along the way, from every corner of the hospital, eerie cries and howls could be heard. They rose and fell without stopping, covering the entire hospital in a chilling, terrifying atmosphere. A sense of absurdity arose in everyone's heart. Everyone realized that the silence rule the female uncanny staff stressed only applied to them human mates. The uncanny being screamed and wailed without restraint, yet she ignored them, such double standards. Anna, with her mouth sewn shut, looked at this scene, filled with grievance and resentment, her eyes red. She didn't even have the right to vent, only glaring ahead, full of hatred and bitterness. The female uncanny medical staff led the mates through the long corridor, finally reaching the door of an abandoned room, pushing it open and entering. The room was full of dust, filled with many old desks and chairs. The desks and chairs were crooked and twisted, looking long and used. In front of them, there was a worn blackboard, covered in dense writing in white chalk, messy but legible. In the center of the blackboard, a striking title was written, Basic Formula, Treat Small Illness Quickly, Treat Big Illness Slowly. In front of the blackboard stood a female uncanny nurse holding a black teacher's whip. She also wore the hospital uniform, her face cold, standing quietly, giving off a faint eerie aura. The female uncanny staff who brought them, after sending the group to this room, did not linger, turning to leave. Seeing this, Chen Shushin stepped forward quickly, softly calling out, Sister Uncanny, please wait. She took from her pocket the delicate box Lin Mo had given her. Holding it with both hands in front of the female uncanny staff. Sister Uncanny, my husband is an old acquaintance of your hospital's director. He asked me to give the contents of this box to your director. Please help deliver it, thank you, sister. Chapter 41, First Class, The Black-Hearted Afterlife Hospital. It's over, completely over, this is totally QD. No saving, no saving. My goddess Shushin, why did you still hand over the box? What will we do now? Quick! Before that female uncanny delivers it to the director. Everyone quickly get ready to face the strange invasion, or the whole army will really be wiped out. It seems the good luck of our goddess Shuxin has truly run out. This time, she might fall in this rebirth hospital dungeon. It's over, is the Dragon Kingdom going to lose? Can anyone powerful think of a way? The dense barrage of comments was frantically flooding the Dragon Kingdom livestream, almost covering the entire screen. The moment Chen Shushin handed over the delicate box, the Dragon Kingdom's network was instantly drowned in a wave of wailing. Netizens were all burning with anxiety, full of despair, even the barrage of comments became heavy. Something for the Dean? The female strange medic stiffened as she took the box, clearly stunned for a moment, a faint, barely noticeable surprise flashed in her hollow eyes, even the hand holding the box paused. She had worked in Rebirth Hospital for so long, received countless human challengers coming to complete tasks, those humans would also give things to please the strange beings to survive a few more days in the dungeon. But without exception, they were all for the mentoring teachers or several directors in the hospital, used to exchange for convenience and protection. Giving something to the Dean, she had really never seen before. After all, humans are lowly, small and fragile in the strange world, with no chance to contact someone like the Rebirth Hospital Dean. That was the top high-quality connection in the strange world. Ordinary humans could not even see the Dean, let alone give gifts. The female strange medic instinctively weighed the box in her hands, heavy, feeling the texture inside, but could not guess what exactly it was. She suddenly remembered the terrifyingly strong Bruce Strange pet beside Chen Shushin, completely obedient to her, and instantly realized. This seemingly ordinary human girl had a background that was definitely not simple, very tough. Understanding this, the cold on the female medic's face faded a little, her tone became respectful, even forcing a stiff smile on her face. Good human lady, please rest assured, I will deliver the items safely to the Dean, you may first stay in the classroom to study. Once the Dean receives the gift, if there are new instructions, I will arrange someone to inform you immediately. After speaking, she politely nodded, carefully hugged the box, and quickly turned to leave, fearing she might neglect Chen Shushin. The other mates behind Chen Shushin saw this scene clearly, each jealous, eyes red, hearts almost exploding, gripping their clothes so hard their knuckles turned white. Because they were too far away, they did not hear the conversation between Chen Shushin and the female medic, did not know what was in the box, nor what they said. But according to past dungeon experiences, they subconsciously assumed. Chen Shushin must have taken something precious, bribed some small leader in the hospital, to earn the respect of the female medic. And themselves, because in the last dungeon in the rotting supermarket they deliberately released the decay strange being, brought back no rewards. Their strange partners did not kill them directly, which was already a huge mercy. They could not possibly take out anything to help or protect them. So this time coming to Rebirth Hospital for a task, all of them came empty-handed. No items to please the strange beings, to exchange for convenience, only to survive carefully, like walking on thin ice in the dungeon. It seems, in this dungeon, we absolutely cannot provoke Chen Shushin. Renee Fox, the mate from Beautiful Country, fixed her gaze on the female medic disappearing at the end of the corridor. Fingertips gently rubbed the sleeve, murmuring to herself, her tone full of fear. After all, she doesn't know which little hospital leader was bribed. If we offend her, we will only die faster in this hospital. Chen Shushin paid no attention to the gazes and thoughts of the people behind her, she was the last to enter the room. At this time, the classroom seats were almost all taken, only the last row had one empty seat. And it happened to be in the corner. She didn't hesitate, walking straight over and taking the seat. As soon as she sat down, her eyes fell on the blackboard ahead, and seeing the striking title, her brows instantly furrowed tightly, her gaze full of doubt. The basic mantra for small illness, big treatment, big illness, slow treatment? Chen Shushin silently cursed in her heart. The more she thought, the more wrong it seemed. What kind of proper medical knowledge teaching is this? Who would teach this normally? She did not dare to be careless and quietly used her mind to control, taking out the strange phone Lin Mo had given her from the space. With a thought, the strange phone instantly activated, and the recording function automatically turned on. At the same time, its shape slowly changed according to Chen Xuxin's mind, finally turning into a small, exquisite, inconspicuous button-like mini-camera. Chen Xuxin calmly placed this button camera on her chest, adjusted the angle, making sure it faced straight forward. It could clearly record the teaching instructor speaking fluently in all the contents on the blackboard, convenient for later review and analysis. At this time, everyone also saw the contents on the blackboard clearly. Below the big central title on the blackboard, neat unit boxes were drawn, each containing a directory, clear and easy to read. For example, how to diagnose a mild case as severe, to get more strange coins. How to handle patients' relatives questioning the diagnosis, forcibly convince them. How to guide severe patients' relatives to sign body donation agreements, for hospital profit. How to delay treatment time, making patients keep paying fees, and so on. These twisted, evil directories filled the entire blackboard, dense and terrifying to look at. At this moment, the teaching instructor, holding a black pointer, forcefully tapped the blackboard while explaining the contents of the first box. His tone was cold and stiff, his face showed no emotion, as if explaining something extremely ordinary. Seeing these directories and the instructor's explanation, the present matchmakers finally understood. This afterlife hospital was not the hospital they originally understood in the human world, a place to save lives and care for patients. Instead, it was like a black-hearted factory, specializing in exploiting patients and making huge profits. The viewers in the matchmaking live room also saw the blackboard contents through the camera, instantly erupting in anger, cursing furiously in the chat. Chapter 42 Chen Xuxin's doubt, shooting the head bird. Damn! What kind of black-hearted hospital is this? Worse than animals. So disgusting. Teaching this kind of thing, they are really harming patients, squeezing everything out of them. This is not a hospital, clearly it's hell. How could matchmakers complete tasks here? Just as everyone was filled with righteous anger, internet's top smart guy suddenly exclaimed. A bullet comment instantly stood out, making all viewers break into cold sweat, full of fear. It's over. Everyone is doomed. According to the World Will's release of completion conditions, no matchmaker can complete the task of treating 3 patients. That means, in this dungeon, if no other solution is found, all matchmakers will be completely wiped out. Not a single one can make it out alive. As soon as this bullet screen appeared, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with panic, and the previously intense curses were suddenly replaced by overwhelming despair on the bullet screen. The netizens were all burning with anxiety, yet powerless to do anything. That's right. Everyone had overlooked the most critical issue. In the mission issued by the World Will, it clearly stated that the condition for passing was to cure 3 critically ill sick ghosts. But the overall medical practice of the Rebirth Hospital was not about curing diseases or saving lives, but about finding ways to exploit sick ghosts, deliberately delaying treatment and exaggerating their conditions. They made the sick ghosts, caught between the fear of life and death and excruciating pain, continuously hand over ghost coins to the hospital, until the very last moment, leaving them with nothing but empty hands and hearts. Even the families of the sick ghosts would be tricked by the people of the Rebirth Hospital into signing body donation agreements, leaving not even a complete corpse in the end. Under such a twisted, malicious medical practice, how could the hospital possibly allow matchmakers to cure the sick ghosts? After all, once the sick ghosts were cured, they could no longer extract huge profits from them. Moreover, everyone was suspicious. Do these strange doctors in the hospital even truly know medicine? Perhaps, since childhood, they hadn't studied the art of saving lives, but instead, learned all these malicious phrases on the blackboard to exploit sick ghosts and profit from them. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed, and the more they thought about it, the more it sent shivers down their spines. A cold chill shot from their feet all the way to their heads, and it was truly horrifying when one thought it through, truly horrifying. The same thoughts that the vast majority of netizens were having, were also the ones the matchmakers, who were in the classroom in the eerie world, were thinking about at the same time. Each of them was filled with anxiety, palms covered in cold sweat, hearts pounding uncontrollably. However, even though they were anxious and terrified, none of them showed it. They kept their heads lowered, their expressions calm, pretending to listen attentively to the lesson, and no one dared to speak up. After all, standing out is like asking for trouble. In such a strange and dangerous place, being too showy would only lead to a quicker death. Each of the matchmakers had their own hidden thoughts, each calculating how they could survive in this instance. They all knew clearly that to survive, they could only obediently follow the hospital's arrangements and act according to its rules. Going against the hospital? That would be like saying you want to die slowly. It's nothing but looking for your own death. Just as the classroom fell into complete silence, with everyone lost in their own thoughts, a crisp and warm voice suddenly came from the back of the classroom. It instantly broke the silence and drew everyone's attention. Instructor, I would like to ask, is what you're teaching wrong? Chen Xuxin slowly stood up, her gaze calm as she looked at the instructor in front, speaking in a composed tone. We are here to learn medical knowledge, to save lives and treat patients, not to learn how to exploit sick ghosts and profit from them. The speaker was Chen Xuxin, who had been quietly recording with a ghost phone from the back corner of the classroom. As her words fell, the instructor, who had been forcefully writing on the blackboard and explaining the content, suddenly stopped. The teaching stick dropped with a loud thud onto the floor. She slowly turned around, her hollow gaze suddenly locking onto Chen Xuxin. Her eyes were cold and piercing, her whole body radiating a thick murderous intent, with disdain and anger in her voice. You lowly human pig, are you questioning me? Before Chen Xuxin could speak up in defense, a sharp, ear-piercing voice full of fury came right after, breaking the deadlock. Yes, yes. Baka Yoru. Who do you think you are, Chen? Tian Zhong's AI suddenly jumped up from her seat, hands on her hips, her face flushed red, eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Chen Xuxin, loudly and harshly scolding her. Whatever the instructor teaches, you listen to it, that's all. Where do you have the right to doubt? You are nothing but a lowly human pig, worthy to speak here? Worthy to question the teacher? The teaching mentor lowered his head to glance at the furious Tanaka-sai, a trace of satisfaction flashing through his hollow eyes, and slowly nodded, softening his tone slightly. You pig, yet you are quite sensible, very good. After this group lesson, you will stay by my side, become my apprentice, and I will teach you more things. Hearing this, Tanaka-sai instantly overflowed with joy, the anger on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by a flattering smile. Unexpected gain. She vented her jealousy and resentment toward Chen Xuxin, and also successfully caught the attention of the teaching mentor. She even got the chance to become an apprentice, a perfect two birds with one stone. Hi. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Tanaka-sai immediately switched to a puppy-like posture, bowing repeatedly to the strange female mentor, her waist bending almost to her stomach, her voice flattering to the extreme. Teacher, my name is Tanaka-sai, you can just call me Tanaka. I will follow you well, never betray your expectations. That servile, cunning appearance, as sly as it could be, made the other matchmakers present feel disgusted, yet dare not speak out. Little Sakura of the trench, true to the Sakura country, your skill in flattering is top-notch, steady performance. Traitor little Sakura. You think betraying Goddess Xuxin and flattering the strange teacher will complete the task? Don't be silly, this task in the afterlife hospital, no one can complete it. Wretched Sakura girl, just die quickly. Goddess Xuxin burst out fiercely, teach this bootlicker a lesson. So infuriating. This little Sakura brings shame to humanity, flattering the strange teacher and suppressing her own kind. Seeing Tanaka-sai's actions, the Longwen netizens were completely enraged. The livestream's comments were instantly flooded with angry accusations, everyone defending Chen Xuxin, cursing Tanaka-sai's shamelessness and slyness. Chapter 43, The Unknown Connection Between Director Lin Gui of the Afterlife Hospital and Lin Mo? Afterlife Hospital, outside the director's office. A middle-aged male spirit, dressed in a sharp suit with a strange pen in his chest pocket, stood straight outside the director's office. Knock knock knock. He gently tapped on the office door. Director Lin, a matchmaker who came to our hospital, said her husband is your old acquaintance, and she has something to bring to you. This person was the assistant to the director of Afterlife Hospital, also surnamed Lin like the director. Squeak, yeah. Hearing no reply inside, the door opened by itself. The assistant casually closed the door and handed the box brought by Chen Xuxin to a male spirit half reclining in the office chair. Director Lin looked at the box on the table, clicked his tongue. My old acquaintance? Probably a forced closeness, right? He had experienced countless times when strangers tried to get close and give gifts. Obviously, he thought this time was the same. I want to see, what can those lowly pigs dare to give me? Previously, matchmakers gave things only to small hospital leaders. After all, they could not bring out anything good. But now, someone dared to give the director a gift? And claimed to be an old acquaintance? Director Lin casually picked up the box and opened it. A golden light flashed, making Director Lin and the assistant squint. Opening the packaging revealed the contents of the box. It was a pure gold hand, holding a banner in its palm. The writing on it was vigorous, elegant, graceful, and deeply carved. Written benevolent heart saving the world, skill refined virtue deep, the holy one of the #1 strange hand of the strange world. The signature at the lower left corner. Lin Mo. Ah. The instant he saw these two words, Dean Lin's hair stood on end, his whole body gave a huge shiver. The thing in his hand almost shook and fell. With a sudden movement he stood up, both hands holding the golden hand, moving close to the banner and studying it extremely carefully. In a short moment, he seemed as if all the strength in his body had been pulled away, and with a clang he collapsed weakly onto the seat. It is actually, really him. Dean Lin muttered to himself. The aura revealed in the handwriting could not be mistaken. Seeing this, the assistant slightly frowned and tested the water. Dean, the him you said, could it be that existence? The assistant pointed at the ceiling. Dean Lin nodded, yes, it is exactly the one you are thinking of. Hearing this, the assistant became anxious. Then should we activate the emergency plan? Let every process of the hospital become completely normal. Do it for that one called Chen Shushin to see. Before Chen Shushin finishes the task and leaves our hospital cannot squeeze the patients even the slightest bit. After hearing the assistant's words, Dean Lin nodded thoughtfully. Little Lin, what you said is right, we must immediately take emergency measures, absolutely cannot make even half a mistake. Not only can we not squeeze the strange patients, we even must actively lower the medical prices and raise the patient's welfare. With that one's character, if he knows the things we have done, he will surely make us wish for death but unable to die. He continued to add. Do it like this, you personally go to that one called Chen Shushin and open a small private class of medical knowledge for her alone, then find several strange patients to cooperate with treatment, let her finish the task as soon as possible and leave our hospital. Remember, absolutely cannot let her discover even half a bit of abnormality in our hospital. Both the assistant and Dean Lin looked as if facing a great enemy. Listening to the dean's instructions, the assistant nodded hard, received, Dean, I will arrange it right now. After the assistant left, Dean Lin's sight focused on the golden palm on the office desk, silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, memories sealed for many years slowly surfaced. He gave a bitter smile and said, Lord Lin, this golden nightmare strange hand was once the thing I dreamed of day and night, yet at that time you refused no matter what to give it to me. But now, at this moment you send it to me, and even wrote such a banner, my heart feels guilty, how can you let me accept it? After the bitter smile, it became a snort of disdain. However, I was really foolish and cute before, craving this kind of flashy but useless thing, but now, I have opened my wisdom. This kind of thing, how can it be as real as strange coins put into the pocket? Sorry Lord Lin, I have failed your trust, ha ha ha. Bang! At the same time, on Chen Shushin's side, because of her speech, the whole classroom exploded with the smell of gunpowder. The marriage match participant Han Xiuying from the club country, seeing that Tanaka's Wai gained preferential treatment because she fiercely criticized Chen Shushin, quickly slapped the table and stood up. Chen Shushin! Don't be too self-righteous. She walked quickly toward the teaching teacher, looking at Chen Shushin with vicious eyes. Teacher, you don't know, this little bitch from Dragon Country already caused many troubles in the previous dungeon. Extremely self-righteous. Our group of marriage match participants all hate her. Now she actually dares to talk back to you, I think she is tired of living. At the same time, with the lead of Tanaka's Wai and Han Xiuying and several others. The marriage match participants of other countries all followed, quickly choosing sides, standing on one team with the teaching teacher of Rebirth Hospital, unanimously resisting Chen Shushin. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room except Dragon Country, the netizens of other countries all gloated and secretly rejoiced. Yo 11. Tanaka's Wai is very good. With this enemy from Dragon Country, standing on one team with the teaching teacher can naturally increase the teacher's favor toward Miss Wai. Ah, so good, luckily there is this stupid marriage match participant from Dragon Country, otherwise the marriage match participants of our country would not even find a chance to show themselves. Dragon Kingdom, your sacrifices, we will always remember. After your great Dragon Kingdom falls, we will cherish your territory well. For a moment, various inhuman comments flooded the live chat, showing off the triumph of petty people. After all, in the last decaying supermarket instance, besides Dragon Kingdom gaining huge benefits, other countries didn't even get a sip of the soup. They had long been jealous of Dragon Kingdom, and now, seeing it in trouble, they all went into a frenzy. Chen Shushin listened to the uproar from others, her face slightly flushed. However, this didn't surprise her too much. After all, she had already experienced their shamelessness in the previous instance. In short, it's okay to endure hardship together, to comfort each other in groups. But nobody should enjoy the benefits. The strange instructor, hearing the surrounding taunts, grew even more dissatisfied with Chen Shushin. You lowly human pig, since everyone is unhappy with you, you should become our hospital specimen, and reflect on what you did wrong. Amidst the mocking of the matchmakers, the strange whip in the instructor's hand, with lightning speed, whipped toward Chen Shushin with a sharp sound. This fierce and terrifying strike was enough to tear Chen Shushin in half. At this moment, the anxious hearts of Dragon Kingdom's online viewers sank completely. Dragon Kingdom was really going to be invaded by the strange. Chapter 44, A Private Favor? The Righteous and Red-Hearted Rebirth Hospital. Whoa, this day has finally come. Goddess Shushin's journey has been too smooth, it was expected she would fall halfway. It's over, looking at this, it seems that our Dragon Kingdom's luck has truly disappeared completely. The whole of Dragon Kingdom wailed in despair. The matchmakers, led by Tian Zhongzhua AI, looked on as the instructor's whip swung toward Chen Shushin, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Since the last instance, Chen Shushin had been living too well, who wouldn't be jealous? But now, the retribution has come. They all felt a sense of relief. Especially Anna, whose mouth was still sewn shut at this moment. She stared at Chen Shushin with wide eyes, as if already seeing her torn in half by the instructor's whip, her eyes full of excitement. However, the scene that followed left everyone disappointed. You bastard! As a doctor of Rebirth Hospital, how dare you attack a weak human? Bullying the weak is absolutely despicable. You don't deserve to be a doctor. With a loud boom, the door to the room suddenly exploded. A gust of eerie wind blew in, and the instructor instantly burst into a blood mist, the whip in their hand snapping and falling weakly at Chen Shushin's feet. Strangely, the instructor did not die. Within their eerie skin, a small ghost soul was hidden. Master, please spare me. I don't know what I did wrong. The ghost of the instructor screamed and begged in Assistant Lin's hands. Assistant Lin looked at her, snorted coldly. You don't know what you did wrong? You died because you didn't know what you did wrong. As a doctor of Rebirth Hospital, you should have a benevolent heart to heal the world, but instead, you indulge in indiscriminate killing and bully the weak. You don't deserve to be a doctor, go to hell. This rhetoric completely stunned the instructor's soul, leaving her speechless and unable to respond, frozen in place. No, she was really confused. Was this really Assistant Lin? Was this really the assistant of the terrifying and cruel hospital director saying these words? This had to be a fake. After all, Rebirth Hospital's consistent medical style had always been to exploit patients to the extreme, draining the families of patients for eerie coins. Upon seeing humans. Just trying every way to kill humans, to make their brains become the database of the Rebirth Hospital. After all, the Rebirth Hospital's data was increasing, urgently needing brain power. This mentor-teacher had guided many batches of humans to complete tasks, and they all did it the same way. But now, why had the hospital suddenly changed its face? She, an employee following the hospital's rules, had become the villain among the super evil ones? The confused mentor-teacher was very confused, she even forgot what she should say to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Assistant Lin would not give the mentor-teacher's ghost any time to say last words, because he feared that the teacher might reveal the ugly face of Rebirth Hospital in front of Chen Shushin. With a bang, Assistant Lin struck hard with his palm, and the mentor-teacher's ghost shattered like a firecracker, leaving no bones. The matchmakers were all stunned, frozen in place, not daring to move. This sudden scene directly scared them dumb. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded too. However, the viewers from Longwa, though not understanding the situation, all began to cheer. After all, Chen Shushin did not have to die, so their Longwa would not be invaded by the strange world, and they were safe. They cheered, shouting that the hospital's assistant was really a good person, and it seemed the hospital was a good hospital. Just that the underlings were disobedient, something like that, washing the hospital's reputation. After killing the mentor-teacher with one strike, the hospital director's assistant bowed deeply to the matchmakers. He did not know everything that had happened here before, did not see the matchmakers attacking Chen Shushin, only saw the mentor-teacher attacking this great god Chen Shushin. He naturally thought that the mentor-teacher was acting on a killing urge, wanting to kill again. So his anger did not fall on Tanaka Sae and the others, only on the mentor-teacher. We are very sorry, human warriors. Our hospital always values medical ethics and the heart, taking healing the world as our duty. But we did not expect that a basic employee like this mentor-teacher would be a worm who ignores life. This is our negligence. As the hospital director's assistant, I sincerely apologize to you on behalf of the hospital. Tanaka Sae and the others did not dare say anything. They especially did not dare accept this wholehearted apology. Assistant Lin fixed his gaze on Chen Shushin. You are Chen Shushin, right? Please come with me for a moment. Chen Shushin, who had been ready to summon Bruce to fight the mentor-teacher, now saw the crisis resolved and quickly cut off contact with Bruce. The reason she dared to speak out was because of Bruce, because of the mark on her hand. As long as she willed it, Bruce would be instantly transported to her side wherever he was. With Bruce's strength, she believed he could crush this mentor-teacher, so she recklessly stood up and openly questioned the teacher. With curiosity, Chen Shushin followed the assistant out of the room. Leaving the room, Assistant Lin also instructed his subordinates to replace the mentor-teacher for Tanaka Sae and the other matchmakers. Miss Chen, hello. I am the hospital director's assistant, you can call me Shaolin. You are right, your husband indeed knew our director. The gift you brought, our director also likes very much, thank you. Likes the gift very much? Chen Shushin was a little confused. She remembered Lin Mo saying that the director would scoff at this gift. She had already prepared to be obstructed by the hospital, but now it seemed it was not like that. However, the current development was much better than expected. Assistant Lin, you don't need to thank me, my husband is a very good person, and as his wife, it's only natural to help him with things. Assistant Lin smiled knowingly. You truly are a gentle, considerate, and understanding wife. Chen Shushin giggled foolishly, once again flattered to the point of losing her bearings. She just couldn't understand why every strange thing would earn her such praise. She felt she hadn't done anything at all. Miss Chen, here's the situation. Since your husband and our dean go way back, our dean specially assigned me to give you individual lessons in medical knowledge, guiding you to complete the marriage task. Happiness came so suddenly, Chen Shuxin was a little stunned. A special lesson just for me? Wow. The hospital is really thoughtful, thank you so much. Assistant Lin smiled gently. Ha, no need to thank us, it's only right. We're here to serve the people. As doctors, we must have this mindset. Only when more people understand medical knowledge will there be more strange illnesses defeated by the power of medicine. Miss Chen, come with me. We have a special room set aside for your studies. On the way, Chen Shuxin asked. By the way, Assistant Lin, what does the blackboard in the classroom mean with its phrases like treating small illnesses in a big way, treating major illnesses slowly, and guiding patients to donate their bodies, and how to squeeze the strange coins out of patients? What do they mean? Why are we taught these things in the first lesson? Chapter 45, Chen Shuxin Mastering Medicine. The first expert with zero experience. Hearing Chen Shuxin mention the earlier event, Assistant Lin's mind raced, and without skipping a beat, he replied calmly. Miss Chen, I sincerely apologize. This was a failure on our hospital's part in supervision. Our hospital has thousands of employees, and occasionally there may be one or two toxic individuals among them that are hard to spot. Moreover, the teacher you had earlier was just a temporary worker at our hospital. But don't worry, Miss Chen. After this incident with the teacher, our hospital will thoroughly investigate the forces behind it and root out this cancer from within. At this point, Assistant Lin smiled kindly. But in a way, this serves as a negative example for the human warriors. It shows them the consequence of doing unscrupulous deeds, just like the teacher you encountered. I believe that after this lesson, your human companions will become excellent doctors, upright and with kind hearts, benefiting the entire strange world. Assistant Lin's tone was very sincere, and his words brought Chen Shuxin to tears. To the viewers in the live stream, Assistant Lin's words had completely turned the reputation of the Afterlife Hospital around. From the initial image of a heartless factory, it had now become the subject of praise. However, the viewers also understood Assistant Lin's words. After all, what he said was true, similar situations exist in the human world too. In large companies or hospitals, the forces within are complex, with factions covering for each other. For such cancers, it is indeed difficult to eradicate them completely. But just as the hospital's reputation was turning around in the livestream, the next scene in the broadcast completely exposed the hospital's true face. The comments in the livestream quickly shifted from praise to curses and attacks on the Afterlife Hospital. Assistant Lin had spoken so sternly to Chen Shuxin, yet from the perspective of Tanaka Zwei, the situation at the hospital was entirely different. Another teacher, holding a rod, entered to replace the previous one in guiding the marriage participants. The teaching content remained unchanged, still filled with the heartless lines from the blackboard. But unlike the last teacher, this new one immediately placed a verbal spell on Tanaka Zwei and the others. That was, whenever they encountered Chen Shuxin, they were forbidden from saying anything negative about the hospital, only speaking words beneficial to its image. For instance, if Chen Shuxin were to ask them what they had learned in the first lesson. If they wanted to say the black-hearted tricks on the blackboard, the spell would activate, stopping them from speaking, and would also make them feel the pain of their tongue being pulled. But if they said good words like teaching us medical ethics and kindness, basic medical knowledge, or how to treat patients kindly, the spell naturally would not trigger. Viewers from all over the world in the live room only realized what was happening just now. Everyone had been fooled by Assistant Lin's act. The hospital only cared about Chen Shuxin's opinion of the hospital. However, this also made everyone very puzzled. Why would the hospital care so much about Chen Shuxin's opinion? Damn! What is really going on? I almost believed Assistant Lin's tricky words. I almost really thought this hospital was good. Yes, I didn't expect this hospital to act one way in front of people and another behind their backs. No, it should be one way in front of Goddess Shuxin, another way behind her back. Oi, did everyone notice? This hospital seems really afraid of Goddess Shuxin discovering their true face? Why is that? It's like Goddess Shuxin is a prosecutor who could seal this hospital. Right. I also wonder, logically this hospital should be on the side of capital, right? Removing Goddess Shuxin should be easy. Could it be that what Goddess Shuxin gave activated some power? For a moment, the netizens began to imagine wildly. Alright, everyone stop guessing. Just like the previous round, when the later round ends, all the mysteries will be revealed. After about an hour, Chen Shuxin's brain had absorbed a lot of pathological knowledge about the strange world. On Chen Shuxin's side, Assistant Lin had found many pathology notebooks for her. According to him, these were all medical notes from the hospital director Lin Gui's past practice. They recorded all kinds of cases and practical treatment plans. The most important thing was, the pathological knowledge in these notebooks had a magical ability. As long as someone or a strange being glanced at it, they would instantly remember everything written. It was like they had practiced it many times. Practice makes perfect. Damn, having these notes is so awesome. Just one look and I never forget the content. Grandma, if I had these notes in high school, choosing Tsinghua or Peking University would be easy. Ha, the person above stopped daydreaming. Since Chen Xuxin received special attention, the live room's Dragon Country netizens began to relax. In the live room, everyone joked, relaxed, and felt very happy. By contrast, netizens from other countries had very few comments. Those who didn't know might think the human world only had Dragon Country. Chen Xuxin closed the last notebook. Assistant Lin, these notebooks are really amazing. I can not only remember the content after one glance, but also follow the notes as if I practiced it myself. Assistant Lin nodded proudly, of course. These are strange tools our director has used since he started studying medicine. After so much time of use, this notebook can already be considered a dangerous level tool. But judging from the content and the nature of the tool, the actual value of this notebook is even greater than ordinary tools of the eerie severe level. Wow! So amazing! Although she did not understand what dangerous or eerie meant, Chen Xuxin still exclaimed in admiration. Assistant Lin looked very proud, someone might even think the notebook was his. Assistant Lin, now can I go to the clinic and practice my medical skills? Yes, indeed. Just reading without practice is useless, it's time to practice. Hearing this, Assistant Lin nodded in agreement. But, Miss Chen, the place you are going is not a clinic, it is messy and noisy. I will set up an expert account for you, and then this room will be your consultation room. If a strange patient registers under your name, the hospital staff will bring them to you. Expert account? Chen Xuxin was stunned when she heard this. This is allowed? After all, I don't have enough experience, right? Assistant Lin chuckled, hee, Miss Chen, don't worry. Our hospital does not rank people by experience. Our hospital always puts the capable on top, ranking by ability. As for who is older or higher rank, those are old habits and should be resisted. In the end, ability speaks, medical skill speaks. You, as a human who has seen the director's notes, are the director's last disciple. Getting an expert account is only natural. Oh, okay, fine, I will follow the hospital. Chen Xuxin nodded, agreeing to Assistant Lin's idea. She thought that the consultation fee for the expert account must be higher, right? She still needed to earn strange coins, to give to her husband Lin Mo. Just thinking about having to rely on her own ability to support her small family with Lin Mo made Chen Xuxin a little excited. I hope the patients aren't too difficult. After all, it's my first time, it's natural to be a little nervous. Chapter 46, The Flustered Sakura Girl. Shadow Chen Xuxin's hand. Meanwhile, Tanaka-sei and the other match trainees were miserably reciting the evil scripts their mentors taught them. If they mispronounced a single word, the mentor's ruler would strike them hard. At this moment, everyone's buttocks were about to bloom from the ruler's strikes. But the most miserable was still Anna. Anna, having lost her tongue, could not trick or deceive the strange patients. So the mentor assigned her to the intensive care unit as a nurse aide. Her work was to carry excrement and wipe urine, basically doing everything. But since she was missing a hand, she was clumsy and always disliked and bullied by everyone. Life felt like an endless year. After the mentor left the classroom, the trainees reciting the evil scripts finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to relax their hearts. Otherwise, keeping their small hearts tense all the time, they would die from nervousness before dying in the hospital. Bastard! I heard that Chen Xuxin, that woman from Longhua, has already become an expert in the hospital. It makes me furious, people comparing to people makes me angry. What? Is this true? Chen Xuxin became an expert. No. Why her? She knows nothing about medical skill. Are you sure? At this time, Tanaka-sei and Han Xiuying were quietly whispering. The topic of their discussion was Chen Xuxin. Can this be false? If I lied, what would I gain? Hearing Han Xiuying's certainty, the beautiful Empire's trainee Renee quietly came over. Little dumpling, what exactly happened? You better tell everything truthfully. Obviously, Renee did not believe that Chen Xuxin had become an expert. They had only been in Wangsheng Hospital less than an hour. Not even finished reciting one board of scripts, and the Longhua trainee was already an expert in the hospital? Does this make sense? Seeing they were from the beautiful Empire, Han Xiuying quickly smiled and told everything she knew. It turned out that when Han Xiuying went to the bathroom, she overheard some strange employees talking. They said that under the director assistant's instructions, the hospital's diagnostic room had been turned into an expert consultation room. Moreover, the expert consultation room was not open to the public. The registration area had no information about that room. It was said that only the strange patients specially arranged by Wangsheng Hospital could book an expert consultation in that room. Guess who the expert of that consultation room is? At this, Han Xiuying looked mysterious as if teasing a secret. Fuck squid. Little dumpling, hurry up and tell. Unexpectedly, instead of making the sale, Guanzi got a punch on the head from Renee, and Han Xiuying immediately saw stars in her eyes. However, Han Xiuying didn't dare show any dissatisfaction with Renee. After all, she had a powerful homeland behind her. The specialist in that consultation room is Chen Xuxin. Bakayalu. Are you sure this is true? Is the news reliable? Fakyo Xiao Bangchui, Da Longhua has an old saying, if you can't eat it, you better wrap it up and take it with you. If you spread false information, I'll make sure you can't eat it and take it with you. Hearing the warnings from everyone, Han Xiuying quickly nodded hard. It's true. When I first heard it, I didn't believe it, so I went to ask those strange staff members about the location of the specialist's consultation room, and secretly sneaked over. When I went there, sure enough, the sign on the door said it was a specialist's consultation room. The attending specialist is Chen Xuxin. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt as if they had eaten a fly. Since Han Xiuying was so sure, it must be true. Moreover, when they thought back to when they first arrived, Chen Xuxin had handed a beautiful box to the strange staff member. No one knew which leader from the hospital she had bribed. Everyone immediately believed what Han Xiuying said. After all, the medical ethics of this hospital had nothing to do with medical skills, it only cared about how well one could deceive the patients. Bakayalu. Chen Xuxin, that human traitor, has all the blessings for herself. She doesn't care at all about her fellow human beings. I represent the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, and I strongly condemn the marriage partner of the Dragon Country. Everyone was jealous, but they could only rage helplessly. After all, Chen Xuxin had bribed the leaders, while they came empty-handed. As the marriage partners gathered together, cursing Chen Xuxin with the nastiest words from their respective countries, a strange figure, clutching their stomach, suddenly howled as they rushed in. Doctor! Doctor, help me, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so much. A strange patient in a weird hospital gown rushed into the classroom, clutching their stomach and screaming like a ghost. The marriage partners were so startled that they screamed in shock. Even the strange patient clutching their stomach in pain nearly died from the deafening screams in the classroom. After all, the power of a woman's scream is not to be underestimated. Especially when a group of women scream together. The ear-piercing screams made the strange patient a lot more awake. He struggled to prop himself up and looked around, finding that it was all humans and no doctors, so he tried to leave quickly and find a doctor to treat him. Wait, please, this patient, please wait a moment. The strange patient heard someone calling him and immediately looked towards Tianzhong Zhuai with hope. Human, do you have a way to treat me? Is there a noble doctor here? Tianzhong Zhuai shook her head. Simi Masai Gi Jiang, I'm not a doctor, I can't treat you, but I know there's a specialist consultation room not far from here. Where a highly skilled specialist is on duty, and they can definitely cure your long-standing illness instantly. The strange patient's eyes widened in disbelief as soon as he heard that his disease could be cured. After all, his stomach pain had been treated in this afterlife hospital for 3 or 4 years. Every time, it was just suppressed for a while, and the pain kept getting worse with each recurrence. Moreover, his attending doctor had also told him that his illness couldn't be cured and could only be suppressed. But now, this human was saying that there was an expert who could cure the stubborn illness that had troubled him for 3 or 4 years and drained his energy and finances. How could he not be excited? Upon hearing about the specialist, the strange patient's trust in Tianzhong Zhuai grew even more. Beautiful human lady, please tell me quickly, where exactly is that expert consultation room nearby? So, Tianzhong Zhuai told him the location of Chen Xuxin's specialist consultation room, which she had just learned from Han Xiuying. The strange patient's eyes lit up when he heard that it was indeed not far from here. And yet, it was still a clinic no one had heard of. Mysterious, clearly a master. The master expert at the back of the clinic would not act lightly. I hope this time it can really cure my stomach pain. The strange patient zipped away, following the direction given by Tanaka Sae.